These pick split, and would you like attack or defense?
D.
Under these pick defense, and what map would you like?
Bind.
Under these select bind, and would you like attack or defense?
We'll take attack.
NRG select attack, and you have one map ban.
We'll ban sunset.
NRG ban sunset, and what would you like to ban?
Ban breeze.
Under these ban breeze, decider map is going to be ascent. NRG, you're going to have side select.
We'll pick defense.
NRG pick defense. All right, boys, best of luck today.
Vetoes, guys. Good work,
Good work. Good work. Good work, guys.
All right, in your series, Leia got split, bind, and ascent if necessary here. All right, team, we got to debate. We got to talk about the match at hand, some predictions. Mimi, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one.
I think 100 Thieves has to be favored here. NRG has been struggling throughout for a while. We're starting off on 2 of these raised maps, especially Bind, which is such a comfortable territory for 100 Thieves. I think even though they lost to KRU in that last one, this is a team that has been improving throughout the season, and I really value how well they can call in their mid-rounds. I rate Boosie as an IGL. I do think it's going to be close, but I'm going 100 Thieves.
I'm going 2-1 NRG, and we're going to put a bet on this as well. I will eat the mint chocolate chip if 100 Thieves wins.
That's a big bet for you.
If NRG wins, you must do poetry about how good NRG is.
I have to write a poem?
You got to do some poetry.
Left-handed handshake.
Left-handed
Left-handed handshake.
handshake.
The thing is NRG's not winning.
You're hell-bent.
By the way, NRG's winning because 2 of the 3 maps are jet maps where Demon 1's going to be playing it. So, boom, done.
I mean, a jet
That's
map,
all I need.
Double duelist on split, which is...
I don't care. Demon 1 on jet. That's it. Demon 1 jet. That's
Fake
it.
jet map, fraudulent narrative.
This is amazing. I love all of this. All right, guys. Well, you heard the stakes. They're up for grabs here. Baby Bay's got to eat mint chocolate chip, or Mimi's got to write some poetry if NRG wins. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road. NRG versus 100 Thieves, KRU versus Leviathan. As always, baby, VCT America starts right now.
That's huge! This is what they needed.
They're going to get out onto side. Cryo with the op in hand. Has to try to stay alive. Lands a second shot.
What I'm expecting versus NRG, they seem pretty weak overall.
Still alive here, but 8-ball brought down. Smile of an ankle entertainment wins it.
100 Thieves just looks like they're kind of like gelling, I guess, right now. So a lot of their team plays, mid-rounding, and just calling in general looks really just well-rounded, I'd say.
Containing, there's one, and Busio patient with the contain. Melser will fall. Kesnit will too.
For Ethan and Demon 1, I've been saying it on Twitter, all like the last 2 or 3 months. I just want them to lose. Love them to death, still my good friends, but it would just be so funny to watch a team like NRG just lose out, don't even make playoffs for Shanghai.
Definitely expect him to be talking a lot, both out of the server and on Twitter and everything like that. I'm already used to it, so I know it's all banter, and he's a cool guy, so I'll be able to deal with it.
Riot Games Arena, let's get this NA showdown started and bring in our first team. Make some noise for NRG! And let's bring out their opponents, 98, 99, it's 100 Thieves!
matchup here for both of these teams. For NRG, it's about really proving that they can hang with the rest of the field here at VCT Americas, that they do have those X factors on their team. For 100 Thieves is an opportunity for a first place spot in their group and an easier pathway to Shanghai. A lot on the line, both tangible and intangible here. This is going to be a very fascinating matchup to see how it all breaks down.
Yeah, it's a great first map to start on. I feel like, you know, NRG usually run the double duelist comp here. That's why I was bullish on them, and I'm like, oh, Demon 1 Jet. Now, I will say it is a bit outdated of a comp, and the only team that I've really seen recently have success on is Gen G, but they play a completely different style than NRG. So this might be pretty good for 100 Thieves. I feel like NRG need this map win if they want to survive in this series, because when it comes to bind, I mean, 100 Thieves looks so good.
I think all the questions here are around NRG's attack side and how they're going to call it here on Split. The issue before was when they were going for the fast hits, they were not doing a good enough job at pulling out utility, they were getting stalled out, and the duelist players were getting separated and shut down by anchors. That could happen again against 100 Thieves. They have some fantastic anchors. They know how to play against a double duelist comp like this. But if NRG can go and criticize what's gone wrong in their previous match and can try and find more balance, I want to see them playing more of these rounds where they're kind of entrenching a player in, then doubling back, not giving up the extremity control too much. That was killing them versus KRU. However, if they win this, I mean, that really sets them up in a good place in this series. We still have a cent to go. It is winnable.
Yeah, I mean, winnable indeed. And I think a big thing with this 100 Thieves comp, like, on Split, they've ran this Gecko over and over and over.
Are you a fan of it?
And I don't really like it that much.
Okay.
You know, I feel like it doesn't get as much value as it does on other maps like Sunset or Lotus and etc. I feel like I would love to see a Sky out of Boosty.
Demon 1's going to go back to this Jet, which we've seen from him before on this map. He struggled on other roles and has really been the ire of criticism for this NRG team. But if he can have a big match here to try and push towards locking playoffs for NRG, that would be a massive boom for this squad looking towards the future.
Yeah, Marv's going to have to win a lot of 1v1s in that B main area against Cryo, because that was a big success that KRU had on their attack side. And also, they're going to need to find out ways to take A ramp control, A main control, like you talked about, the extremity game, without getting punished by the reclear of 100 Thieves, because they do have some really nice set traps.
Yeah, with this double initiator comp especially, those reclears are super tough to deal with. NRG's not going to have that same util when they're on defense. It's just this double duelist comp, that single Sky. They don't have those same tools.
Yeah, but at least they can try to emulate what KRU did, especially on their defensive side. Now that they're running a double duelist comp, they're going to have to press the issue, because, like you stated, if they just sit and play a passive default with the double duelist, you're gonna get owned.
And you kind of got a little bit of that playbook yesterday, or when 100 Thieves took the stage last time, right? So you know how to put that pressure on them. You just got to actually implement it.
A reminder of the stakes here. 100 Thieves, if they win, they have a chance to lock the #1 seed. That would put them a match away from making it to Shanghai.
All right, well, we're ready for our first pistol round of the day. So let's go ahead and send it over to your casters, my boys. You got Vancilia and Rivington on the call.
Thank you, GB. Yes, indeed, we have a big match in our hands today, Rivington, because we do have two teams that are chasing two different objectives, right? On one end, 100 Thieves kind of already clinched the playoffs, but they also want to have a chance to make it to the top of their groups. Well, for NRG, well, they're just hoping to make the playoffs at least with a win today.
NRG have been having a bit of a struggle this stage, getting themselves situated. We heard it a lot in the beginning. It was role changes, trying to put agents on different people because it would benefit the way the team played in the future, but we're still seeing them now revert back to these maps where we know the players to have their agents, like Demon 1's Jet, Victor back on Raze, and we'll see if they've kind of got the communication too. Everything down that they've been talking about these past weeks to be able to get those rounds on 100 Thieves, who are coming in hungry today, and I think the heavy favorites on this series. So we get started, 100 Thieves on defense, NRG will start on attack. And a quick ramp play here just to make 100 Thieves move off their first lines as mid gets pushed. Spike focus is towards Male right now.
There's already some pop shots. Ethan's low on HP. Now Bang's being contested, forced to fall back, and already waste one of his snake bites at the top of the Male. Paranoid comes out on the attack, fully blinds EU, forced to fall back with Osno as well. Map being gained on the A Heaven side with Pain Shells pushing through for NRG. And looks like 100 Thieves, they have to submit that A Heaven and play a little bit more further back towards the A site.
Oh man. Boostio was basically trapped right now. The team's still trying to lurk about and keep the initial hit from coming in. It's too quick by 100 Thieves. They get pinched as they try to push into heaven.
Yeah, it looks like Ethan, the IGL, is able to score first for the attacks out of NRG. Boostio trying to hold the elbow. Now getting pressure by 3 players. A 1v1 towards the back of screens. Asuna is going to win it. Now a 3 versus 3 plant coming down for the heaven side. Ethan watches the cross as Asuna gets blasted. And there's only 2 left now for 100 Thieves. Bang and Cryo working in tandem. Bang gets a nice headshot right next to the defenders here of the pulse plant of NRG. They're isolated. One by the smoke. Cryo catches Ethan off guard. Marv now alone under 1 versus 2. Playing the time in his favor. 100 Thieves players are low on HP. Tap on that spike first. Both of them are trying to look inside that smoke. Forced to reload. Caught with no bullets. Cryo gets the kill. And 100 Thieves get the point.
And losing EU first, so converting the 4v5 on pistol to get themselves in for the win. And fans, we saw that basically yesterday between Sen and Furia. Furia took heaven, and then you somewhat put the onus on the defensive team to make the next move. Sentinels, we did not see make a move. They didn't push. They made Furia move. There, NRG did get the first kill as 100 Thieves wanted to figure out what was going on. They didn't know if they stayed heaven or went ropes. So that quick play to stalling out the map and seeing if your opponent will make a mistake. NRG tries to flex on that the first round, but 100 Thieves do recover, which is the big point. Defuse on the post plant, and they'll still set up in somewhat the same defense here. A different look, though, for NRG here on round 2. A few of those sheriffs, as we would expect. If NRG can combine a few of those together and get themselves a weapon, it'll be an even longer round. They'll continue to work the map.
They're working out well.
There's one of them.
With that plan, the sheriff's getting the first blood here towards Mel. And interesting, too, that the sheriffs that you have in hand, it's not in the hands of Demon 1. He's still trying to create a diversion here towards this A side. An opportunity to clear space now towards B heaven, maybe even rotate and pinch back towards the A site. So all this for NRG, they're just working it slow until Demon 1 just lost that against the IGL of 100 Thieves. So Boostio scores that point and still anchors the A site.
Realizing Heaven might not have the coverage they want for just now. The play is towards B. The heavy site so far for 100 Thieves, and they delay a little bit more.
Saw 2 players there in the POV of Asuna. Satchels pushing back, and looks like NRG are choosing to push towards the spawn, and EU's not really watching it yet. Yet NRG are trying to pinch back towards this B site. Cryo holding all the way back here towards the B. Just trying to play a safe angle.
Oh,
that smoke's going to isolate both players inside 100 Thieves. An opportunity to open it up, and there's that second sheriff kill. Now for Ethan, sight opened up as Crashies answers on to Cryo Cells, and the plant is for B main.
Like I said, it'd be slow. As soon as they got that first weapon, they start to work the map a little bit more right onto the defensive side of the map to get those first few and really throw 100 Thieves off. This looks like they're going to be able to collect on a second round too and snuff momentum for 100 Thieves. And I think at this era of the game, that's a huge play to be able to stall the momentum here after pistol round. Especially between these two teams. Towards Spike, that wingman defuse will give him a little bit of an advantage, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, the objective there for Ethan. Sacrifice your life at least just to take down the wingman. Still wins that fight against you no matter what, though, so he gets the job done. Starting to activate already in the first few rounds is the IGL of NRG.
So getting caught off on timing there. We saw it was Bang that kind of got stuck with Util out, got force flash pushed by NRG quick up mid. Maybe 100 Thieves was thinking NRG would take a beat and just take it slower for that second round here. Boostio trying to recover a bit. And yeah, I think if NRG have that time to creep around, do what they need to, they just slowly close in on you. One IGL to the other. That's got to feel good, right? That's got to feel really good to be able to take that away from Boostio on second round. Now the momentum here, the weapons for NRG in a very good position to carry a few rounds. They go back to a bit of the A strat with a heavy lurk towards the left side of the map. Seems like Heaven is a big control for them so far.
Yeah.
Having Heaven just pressuring 100 Thieves with the weight of it.
For 100 Thieves, they're just trying to make sure that there's no way of pivoting back towards middle.
Wait a minute.
Nice double swing there as EU collects that kill onto Victor.
Yeah. These first round interactions are pretty interesting so far in the rounds. For that to happen, EU grabs it, they'll be able to pick up the weapon, maybe? Yeah, if it didn't go to anybody else. And they're anchoring Cryo in sight. Cryo hasn't moved on any of these rounds, basically. So he's always had a read on B main, figuring out what the lurks might be. There's a quick cleanup in mid there.
Being a little impatient too, as you saw the early rotate from 100 Thieves from A to B. So Boostio is trying to get information down that lower middle where they had control in the beginning. There's the activation now for NRG towards this B site. Just around the corner, Asano's just waiting for that right click. Goes in for the kill. But 2 instantly fall now for 100 Thieves. Marv getting another one onto the balcony. And that's not going to allow here yet for 100 Thieves to potentially get this eco. But it got dangerous.
NRG will take the round, but 100 Thieves will definitely take 3 classic kills on that, too. Getting a bit of those weapons and armor away, trying to kill that momentum of NRG here. So now we're going to be into a gun round to see what 100 Thieves can do. They do want to stop this push towards heaven from what we've seen so far. Maybe they're a little bit more lax on doing it with pistols there, but they got right up in NRG's face when they approached the top side of that ramp. So 100 Thieves, they're not playing back. They're pretty much right up front. We already saw Boostio get that kill as well on to Demon 1 in the previous round. And we get a little double duelist action going on, Vans, right to A.
Yeah. Towards A, the TP is up towards heaven. Beautiful move by Ethan, the first blood for NRG. And they immediately take control of A heaven. Now this is going to be difficult for the last 2 players inside the A site, but EU still manages to score 1 shot, walks inside the smoke. Marv trades it out, walks in for a second one, and A site is up for grabs for NRG to plant.
Oh my God, NRG is like 4 steps ahead in every play. 100 Thieves was trying to aim at the situations, and NRG was already rolling through. Just these 2 members to come in here. Yeah, what an opening by Ethan there, completely switching up 100 Thieves in heaven. And they're conditioning this heaven. We'll keep an eye on that to see how much they are blast packing Demon 1 and Victor up ramp, and maybe in a few rounds it'll just be Demon 1 or just Victor, and then you have another play on the other side of the map.
You actually bring up a great point too, because that round was actually even none of the duelists, and it was a TP from Ethan to get in behind enemy lines. Well, you have that pressure from the dashes on A ramp, and it seems like 100 Thieves were not ready for that at all, especially when that window of the A heaven was never smoked out. It kind of caught off guard there, been caught off guard. And that might force them to play a little bit more passively towards the backside of heaven, which gives more space for NRG to work with. So slowly but surely, NRG's falling into the type of play style that NRG wants them to play into to capitalize this map on split.
All right, so what do they have next? Going up close real fast won't be as easy doing something like this. They're going to have to deal with Thrash. Boostio may retaliate very quick.
So we're playing insane, bro.
Yeah, we're playing very good, guys.
Keep it up.
Anyone have funds to spare?
This looks like another day on the job right now for NRG. They are calm, cool, collected, bringing these rounds in swiftly after that first post-plant retrieval from 100 Thieves. Slam onto B. Not even that far, actually. Victor keeps it close just so they look for somebody pressuring that early part of B main. And they have no read on the map. So this is actually how NRG is going to retake, use their util, and get back into position. With an eco, it could be very tricky for 100 Thieves. So again, slow round, info. Ethan's using all this to stay quite structured, and then you sometimes see that mid-round explosion.
Looks like it was an audible call by Ethan too, because earlier on you had Marv getting ready for a lineup to smoke up towards the B heaven window, but then decide to turn around and work together back towards the A site. Though the spike's still down here towards on B.
That's pretty far back at this point, and they're doing some good commitment here.
No matter what, though, it's okay that the spike's there.
Oh yeah,
Ethan does have the ult.
TP over.
Exactly, so they could still work the map. So they're keeping 100 Thieves really activated around, and while they're rotating really quickly, look at these 4 positions they have from NRG. They could start hearing potentially these footsteps that are coming through towards the spawn.
There's going to be a paranoia heaven. No, just the smoke. They actually entered together. This is going to be big here for Marv if he can make the play, if he can get the info to stick the defense.
So 1-for-1 though, and Marv has actually stuck through, trying to get the shot, and lands it. Peripherals just around the corner. 3-on-3 now, action towards the A side. The pivot went towards that side. 14 seconds left. Crashy's trying to get the nightfall out, but then gets caught there by Ethan. Crown out at disadvantage all the way back towards the attacker spawn, and it's going to be a long rotate across. At this rate, might even get heard here if we stay towards the A ramp, especially now that they're not getting deafened by the nightfall anymore. Instantly, they turn around. Ethan's ready for his first contact, and Crashies gets the kill.
Jeez.
Nice little play by NRG towards the end to really work the map fully in their favor.
And so that was a lower buy from 100 Thieves. NRG playing it slow. We'll see if they go back to a fast round here. Any rounds where you can consider NRG would be kind of going at the throat of 100 Thieves, going at the economy, trying to stop alt rounds, getting there before 100 Thieves can make a move. Last round, if 100 Thieves has pistols, they might have judges. NRG plays it slow. They play it right down to the last second of the round, where you'd basically have a team anchoring deeper towards the defensive side of site. So any advantage right now Ethan can get onto the side of NRG, they are using.
Right now, you saw those win conditions that really happen here for NRG to get these first bloods. It's not necessarily on that double dive composition that they're really doing. It's just sneaking through the amount of util that's attempted to be stalled here by 100 Thieves. And that's something here that Mimi was mentioning at the desk, right? It's like when they actually fought together, or you're trying to figure out how you're playing against KRU, you're getting denied a lot of information and also getting stalled quite quickly. But they're finding a great job here for NRG to get through those smokes, getting the TPs in the back. And also, you saw Marv in that previous round going through his own smoke towards B main, so they could really pincer towards his B site.
The timing right now that NRG is finding is really, really good. And I think it's one of the biggest things we see having effect on, you know, catching Asuna as he would, or not, sorry, catching Asuna as he would be rotating on Rafters there, and then has to be traded by Cryo. Just those windows they're finding to diminish the numbers in sites. Yeah, NRG is using it so well. So this timeout here for 100 Thieves to collect themselves. Oh, pause rather. I'm just going off on stories. So everybody composes themselves, but silently.
Exactly. At least at the same time, you saw from one of these shots, looks like it was Bang was adjusting his headphones a little bit here too. So we're just trying to get that situated so we could get back in the game.
It is audio.
Yeah. No matter what, though, as you saw that when we first started this game, where Ethan was having a conversation in that video, was saying, hey, it doesn't really matter the amount of trash talk that Booster could bring out on the stage. He's used to it. He could deal with it, and he's actually doing a great job so far. Currently, top fragging in the server, 9-1-2. I counted at least on my fingers like 2 entry frags that or 2 first bloods that he had in his favor. And that also brings to that type of storyline if you want to be one of those, you know, bandwagoning fans that could say, hey, we got a frag in IGL to start off this game. It's Ethan popping off.
If he wasn't fragging, what would they have done in the previous round when they needed to TP away from the situation, get the plant down? They're stuck on the left side of the map where 100 Thieves was ready to defend. So the fact that Ethan is able to come out, just storm in the halls right now of a split, actually allows them to continue their streak here of 4 rounds.
Yeah. Looks like it's a change of in-ears here for Bang.
All right.
So that should be resuming very soon here. But looking at the state of the game again, it's 100 Thieves. I mean, you talked about it, Riv. A chance for them to just reflect on what's been going on individually and probably realizing maybe there might be a timeout after, so they could maybe start talking about how they could actually stop NRG's lurks in these passageways that are not really being watched here from their defensive setups.
Yeah, the Thrash is there. Be interesting.
There you go.
When you think of the Thrash and the Cosmic Divide. Imagine not knowing Thrash is coming. I actually haven't seen the combo before, but now that I think about it, a well-placed Cosmic Divide puts Thrash on your doorstep if the opponents have not broken that side of the wall yet. So you do not know where that fish is going to be jumping through. Could be some interesting stuff that 100 Thieves is able to combo with that.
Yeah. As you see the shots now from Zix here, he's not very vocal so far, so maybe there's a plan coming in more instead from the IGL side here. The IGLing of Lucio. Maybe a chance to figure out here how they can potentially stop Ethan and Marv. Usually players that, you know, in these roles, and especially Marv, the Iceman, being alert play, they're actually the ones finding these opening conditions and entering for the site. So the space that's being created is more on Victor satcheling and trying to waste that early utility, as you saw those satchels towards B main, but you're still leveraging those that are far behind to make those plays to start here for NRG, at least for now.
All right. Let me scooting back in. And looking what NRG, remember what we said they were doing? They're going towards ramp. They're playing a little pressure. Well, we have 2 of those members towards the right side now for NRG. Ones that could make it maybe seem like it's an actual hit on the site, and Raze and Sky. With the spike is left side of the map. Does 100 Thieves read this well? The first time we're really getting to be main pressure out of them. And yeah, now it's the solo ramp take as they macro the rest of the map.
And look at all that util.
Oh!
So much util towards the A side, but that's going to be earned here by Crashies. So now we tempo for NRG towards his B side, but the stars are being placed. Kraz just ready to delay it as much as he could. He does have a suck and a stun ready while the smokes are down if there was that pressure coming through from NRG, but it looks like it's a pump to the brakes. Gonna rework the map now for the attack side.
And now this is very obviously Energy's 4v5, but they have to come up with a new strat, especially with Boostio seeing that, okay, that was a fake. I see what Ethan's trying to do now. We need to play a little bit safer here. They're trying to do some tricky stuff. So after that timeout, yeah, things are starting to change a little bit, and they have to play inside each other's heads. Mailroom about to be hit with Seekers, and this paranoia could cause problems.
Double flash on top of that. Dropping towards Hell is Bang. Has support from Asuna.
Oh
but
my
Demon
gosh.
1 is opening up the site. There's that third, but Crow gets 3 as he turns around, head on a swivel, looking for that fourth. And there you go, right start to Crashies. The solo anchor play from Quailcell steps up.
Hasn't left the site, basically, until the spike is planted at A, and there's a reason that pillar, such a strong position for Cryo to hit on the mark, and really hasn't been getting too much that would bring him off like a cold setting right now. But put 4 in front of him, and he heats up immediately. No problem for Cryo there. And what a take, though. Energy with a really nice set play here to break into the site, and you did not expect the 4K. But I guess you do when it's Cryo.
Especially all those flashes were focused towards the B heaven.
That's
and
true.
he just used the flash. Let's hold that thought.
Ooh.
We have the double dive going in now for Energy to take control towards the top of middle. But lots of utils being expended at the beginning as Demon 1 greets Bang with daggers in the chest. And that's a player advantage for Energy.
My God, they just blitz towards mid. Not even a chance if somebody would be there. And you even see Demon 1 landing on the box, playing elevation, the little crosshair breaks that they have. And an instant right click as they enter Bang in this rope room. Oh, almost a peek. EU's playing it safe, though. They don't want to give up too much.
Boostio showing his hair.
Yeah, what a window. Just missed, too. Focus still towards B. Good info so far grabbed here by Energy as they slowly move around the map. And again, drawing the time down to hopefully get 100 Thieves in a bad spot.
I love this, though. Cryocell is just not afraid. Wants to fight forward position outside of Energy's util. Mar falls. Even tally as a rotate comes out for Energy back towards the A site. The ropes will be heard now from EU, who holds back towards the screen. We're going back and forth to make sure that everybody's topped up before we can execute towards this A site. But again, another stop in the plays here for Energy. Asuna is going to have to be the point of contention now on the top of B. Haven't contested. He only gets 1. Showstopper now out for Victor. Clearing out the back of the site should be an instant kill.
Yep.
And an opportunity to plant. 10 seconds left. And a util to stall. Nothing coming through. Just a haunt to get information for EU, and a C's now being thrown on the ground. No util for Boostio either, so they have to wait out the smoke. But Energy players are low here.
Just the lineup, just the spray.
Smoke clears. Boostio with the first shot, and Victor is going to use that bait as the off-angle play, and Boostio seems like he has an inkling. Slowly clearing out the corners, but that clock is not in the favor now of 100 Thieves. There's that first contact bait from Ethan, and there's shot from Boostio! Everybody's turning around now for 100 Thieves!
That is huge. Cryo's round just previously, I think, put a lot of life in what 100 Thieves are trying to do here. Confidence there on the take. Slowly but surely, a 3K now from Boostio. Just 7 across 2 members from the team in the last 2 rounds. That's crazy. They are starting to feel the multi-kills, but will it take the multi-kills? Is it going to require this? Are they going to be able to stop NRG from starting these 4v5 conversions right away? And that is another one. 100 Thieves won from a man down. So they have what it takes. It's just, can they keep it rolling?
You would think that a solo anchor play getting multi-kills like that is not going to happen every single round, but it just did 2 rounds in a row now for 100 Thieves, and Energy to still want to test this B-side. Double satchels and Crown with the save. As Asuna is able to satchel back, so first blood now in favor of the Thieves on the defense. Snake by now pushing Cry away, and the wall banks, the sprays are not connecting, so you'll stay alive and you're pushing them back. Because you have a smoke up now for 100 Thieves to just stop that aggression from Energy.
Really nicely done. Just the way they're predicting, setting up. That was the same protocol they've been playing towards B main, but with Cryo ready just above in the high-low, they're able to stop the push. So having little answers for Energy starts, where Energy will have B main control, insert someone and leave. Well, nobody's inserted this time. So again, Ethan has to call a strat, and Vans, these have worked. Just about every round they go down. They find a way through. Someone pierces the defense. And then 100 Thieves loses an important member on that defensive side. A main being taken, and Boostio is gonna hit first.
Yeah, because once again, you have the call here for Demon 1 to lurk around towards the middle to try to create an opening on that side, and they don't have that dive to create the space towards A. So Boostio gets an easy kill from the elbow. Number is dwindling down here for NRG rather, as they're trailing behind by 1 player. Committed now with 23 seconds left towards this A side. Big paranoia. Wingmen to answer back, just trying to stay alive for a bit. He's not playing anymore. The dig to the wall, but Demon 1 gets that pick. 14 seconds now left. Spike has to be picked up by Marv now, as the smoke allows for him to cross over, and all the players of the Thieves are moving out towards the screen to just flood back in that area. As Crowd's on the top of heaven, there's that satchel towards the air. There's only 1 left in the back, and he's stopped by Asuna.
Picking NRG apart on the way in. So many left here for the retake, so much confidence. They fly through. 100 Thieves hitting a bit of that momentum stride now, and it is showing. After the second round, they had to do some thinking. What's it going to take a few rounds to get back at NRG's economy and figure out how Ethan is trying to condition a few of these rounds? We saw the fight towards ramp. 100 Thieves brought it to NRG right away on the 1 round that they wanted to try and fake ramps. We saw him bring it to B main there, where they're set up for a quick hit by Victor as well on that side. 100 Thieves doing a really nice job of absorbing the first pressure, where NRG would be able to insert a member of the team and then work the rest of the macro on the map.
Yeah. Right now, it's the pause coming out from NRG this time around. As we talked about here on players trying to, or able to get openings for NRG at that spot, you're seeing now a little bit more of off-angle outside positions here by Cryocells, or great anchor plays going on that side too. And just easy kills really that comes out from the anchor players even on the A side when Boostio was holding that side as well. So there's a lack of util to support now any type of entry you're trying to do for NRG when they're really trying to pop within these sites.
All right, NRG to talk it up. Chat wants a word. What can they do? And they're actually back against this Cosmic Divide Thrash too, with the possibility of that being used on what they want to formulate.
I think you talked about that a few rounds ago. They never had to use it so far for the team.
It's just been chilling. Okay. More split across the map, still giving a bit of attention grabbing to Victor here so he can say, hey, look at me, I'm raised. You got to be worried. But how worried is 100 Thieves is the question. Are they buying these strats now that don't have really the full force of NRG's hit? It seems like they're still holding their spots and comfortable calling the bluff.
And also good util for 100 Thieves on the defensive side just to control that orb. So that's a showstopper at the ready for 100 Thieves. 3 ults now under the belt on the defensive side. While now the initiator, instead of supporting Victor, who's trying to make the play alone here towards the A ramp,
right there,
is trying to support Demon 1, who's now made it behind enemy lines, walking up the ropes, and Asuna was ready for that one as well. And that will foil any plan that NRG had, again, on trying to pincer against 100 Thieves in the early round.
I think that's a big alert call. You see Victor alone, Demon 1's on some kind of excursion. Where'd he go? Okay, he's roped. You know, he's trying to get some type of entry because the team is okay working with this pack of 3. You have Crashies, Ethan can paranoia. They still have a bit of a double flash work. And then Marv making things happen. He has to become the lurk now, though, to make sure they are not flanked too hard.
They're going to hear the thrash coming out now from the balcony, and that's Marv holding inside the vents. That's going to hear this coming through, so he's trying to find that timing. And as they're chasing after that thrash, that's an opening for NRG to just sneak once again behind enemy lines. Asuna just waiting the timeout. I mean, there's 18 seconds left. He's got that showstopper we mentioned before, and now you just heard that TP across here from Ethan, top of hen towards the back of the site. Smoke now towards the spawn. Marv trying to find that opportunity to cancel out that showstopper.
Spike planted.
Starved now for this kill, pushing towards the spawn. Now delays as he just got the connection there against 2 players working out from the spawn, make that even 3 at that point. Meanwhile, though, the showstopper has been stopped. And a big paranoid delays even more, trying to swing out. A seize now for Boostio to get behind, but Marv is ready for it. All 3 players now spotted from 100 Thieves in the back of the spawn. As they're working together on the top of A heaven, the heal comes up and the crossfire is set up for NRG on the pulse plant. Nice shots coming out from Marv, once again running out of bullets. No trades coming out of that one after Crowcell gets that pick. But the time is not looking good now, not looking in the favor of 100 Thieves, especially after that kill. Last player now being EU, forced to save his weapon. But the silver lining is that NRG will also lose all of theirs.
How do they find that window to go through
3v5.
ropes, to go in 3v5, understanding that they can make it through, and honestly looking at how they might, is that we talked about how NRG is allowing these rounds to go a little bit longer, and what does that make 100 Thieves do? They play towards the back of the site, anchoring, so they're not the one to go down and have the site take just be chaotic for a retake. So at that point, NRG says, well, if they're going to be backing up, let's go for the Heaven control. B's too close. They could be right on Rafter. They walk through Heaven, waltz into sight, and make it work again. The later rounds, Ethan and the team have such good control of what's going on the map, even if their members down. All right, they set back up here for round 10. 5-4 is NRG pull ahead. And Spike's going to be working towards mid. This is the first real big split we have from NRG in a 1-2-2, just to read the map and start off on a more of a default. Usually we see it hit towards ramp, heavy, they make noise. Mid would have already had something more to it, but just touch and go right now is a quick trade.
That's right, for NRG side, they're playing the buddy system. So a 2 versus 1, at least you guarantee that trade. The TP in the back of the site to plant that safe. Showstopper coming out. Nobody to stop Asuna here. Cosmic Divide as well. Bang getting the pick. EU getting another one. Showstopper no kill, but the players dwindled down. No players for NRG in the post plant as they are forced to cross the Cosmic Divide. Denied now by 100 Thieves. Once again tying up the game.
Nice collapse onto the site. 100 Thieves are able to read that one, especially if NRG is not trying to throw anything weird into the mix, like jumping up ramp or drawing attention to B main. A base round like that, and 100 Thieves are going to be walking away happy. Great diffuses in the past 4 or 5 rounds. You see 4 out of the 5 there they're able to take.
Spike planted.
And yeah, it seems like they're doing all right.
Remaining.
Man down as well. The rounds 100 Thieves has suffered. Doesn't seem like they are.
Yes, let me get it.
And nice indeed. All right. Wall set up across mid. Also a star there. Still a Viper wall towards A so they can maybe get a lurk in and a bit of pressure. Bang says no. They instantly stop this little game at A that NRG's been playing with the Viper's pit.
It looks like you can still satchel through if you want to. That's why Bang's playing out in the open. Instead, NRG is trying to find the opening towards mid. It works out.
Really cool timing there. That was neat.
Support there coming through from the rest of the players on the defensive end. So with that pit, Asuna, easy for him here to cover towards the back of the fence. And once again, NRG at a player disadvantage with a minute left on the clock.
Poison's off.
Yeah, now Marv's forced to do this without the B Heaven control, right? Back and forth, putting up his orb, trying to fake out Cryo, whether he passed through or not. And again, puts it up just to work towards mid here. How do they work the map now? Do they 30 seconds mid map? They went A last time, and they're doing this almost the same thing to set up for it, but B has to be the commit, I feel.
Weapons collected too. So 3 players now with stingers. There's a Vandal on the ground for them to pick up. EU is playing to jiggle for the contact and force the fall back. Dash forward as D1 picks up the Vandal at the same time and is trying to get the blood. The entry towards his B side, drop towards the ground. Maybe need the flash, but it's used towards the front of B. Still, Demon 1 wins that, and the second one turns around towards the top of the B heavens to drop Asuna. Pit now engaged as Mark gets that pick. EU cannot punish that plant, and it'll go down now. Another situation here where there's only 3 players left for NRG, and it may convert now as Bang is left alone.
Just slowly walking in. You gotta ask. Oh, wait a minute. We can ask later.
You could ask now.
Okay.
He'll try again.
It's
though.
like, is one gun all NRG needs on these lower rounds? They find one Vandal. Demon 1 goes crazy. It was just on the second round, it was just one gun that they got to make it work.
Oh. It's not over yet now, but Bang is decayed down to 1 HP.
He's trying to get it back.
Marv
not enough time.
Is going to pull that pit down so that he can make sure that he watches that spot.
Oh my God!
Guarantee the round no matter what for NRG, but Bang does a good job to keep it expensive for the attack side of NRG.
Incredibly expensive and looking like maybe a 6-6 too with the way that they can figure this out. In Zix has said it before, they've got some aimers, man, and they do absolutely stellar play on that and incredibly smart to be able to fake out the members of NRG in the pit situation. That's just wild. You only have one spot to come from there. It's a choke point, and you're still taking out 2. That's incredible stuff from Bang. Still the round for NRG in the end, but a lot of damage done there to help 100 Thieves bring this to a 6-6. Hey, we get the double duelist hit? Almost.
Quick towards the ramp.
Junior double duelist hit, just ramp.
Dog looking towards left side. It's not going inside the cage. Victor's been good at this spot before with the same weapon, but inside the smoke, Ethan new. And Cryo also falls. All of the players on 100 Thieves eliminated now from the A site.
Ulti coming up.
This is not looking like a 6-6 after all, as the last 2 players of EU and Austin up where the Thieves have to rotate. First contact, second one being shot, so now the call for NRG is that both players of 100 Thieves are now towards the spawn. Sees they now, nobody pushing forward. Nightfall, that's going to get a lot of information though. And with that kill, they know exactly where the 4 players are at. Showstopper now at the ready, popped up here by Victor, just trying to waste that clock down. And they're waiting on their end, 400 Thieves. Finally gets shot out. Asuna swings out, gets denied. In EU, it's going to be difficult. Up against the world. Wall bang onto Ethan. But again, another situation where time is not in the favor of 100 Thieves for the attempt of the retake.
Yep.
Round will conclude in favor of NRG with that kill from Crashies as they take the lead 7-5.5.
2 really different styles of attack that we saw coming in here, or styles that were able to bring in results. And 100 Thieves were always looking for the 2Ks, the 3Ks, and almost needing them in situations where it felt like NRG might have suffered a few losses in the round, but then played the map out to find the pick, and come away with it.
I have contact for you. If they push.
Stats player! Nobody does that, right?
Stats player, that's the 3K probably that Bang got there after the post plant. But at least now we have the halftime, so let's toss it to Baby Bay and Mimi at the telestrator.
Thanks very much, guys. NRG and Timu was criticized on their attack sides after their loss last week. Looked incredible here, securing a 7-5 on split. It all got going with this second eco round win. Baby, let's walk through this.
Yeah, this was sick. So what ends up happening, it's like a 1-for-1 trade. Demon 1 gets picked off very early. Bang gets traded in return. Now, NRG have all of this free heaven space, and they're gonna make contact with Asuna right here, who's holding a weird off angle from Pillar. This is a very common spot. Now, what happens? Asuna makes contact, doesn't have a good gun to get this headshot. He has to reposition. Now, what does NRG do with that? They're gonna send 2 players into deep CT,
like so there, and split into the site. But there's more to the round than just that in this mid-round decision-making.
The crucial factor of why this works is the Omen smoke that you're about to see come out from Ethan. This is beautiful, beautiful play. And the players in heaven, all they do is just chill. You're gonna see a Omen smoke come out here off of no contact being made, and that isolates Asuna, who knows that there could be players wrapping him in CT, and he has to play this weird little off angle, and ultimately he gets punished because he's getting split from both sides. It was beautiful.
And here's that smoke you're talking about right now. Asuna, the only way he could get out would be back through past New Box, which he'd be watched from heaven and completely cut off there. And as we see this round play out now, this split comes to fruition, and Asuna is completely alone. He'll die, and then it puts his teammate in basically an unwinnable spot.
Yeah, this was a sick round, and they honestly should have won the pistol round before this, but they were able to bring it back by winning this
you look
eco
at the
round.
reactions, NRG, the vibes are up. They are looking so much more confident than previously, and some great mid-round decision-making led that one out. But for the combined forces of the 100 Thieves and Sentinels fans, they're going to be hoping to come back in this second half as we hop back into game with Riv and Vance.
Thank you, Mimi and Baby Bay. And after looking at that telestrator segment, it looks like Mimi might be convinced that NRG might take it. So maybe she might do some poems towards the end of this game. We'll have to see.
Yeah. Is it a full haiku, full poem? Are we getting bars? We gotta figure that out. We're back in the game though. Let's see what they have for us here as they write the story of this series. Heavy A pressure for NRG to start off, and 100 Thieves look to pick the pocket of B. It is just Demon 1 in the back. And again, it's not a share.
And not a raid boss either, right? So it's trying to get the Cloudburst with the Ghost, trying to get the contacts. There are some dinks and some damage being done here onto Bang and Cryo, yet the solo anchor play cannot get at least one for his teammates to rotate across. Plant will come down towards his B site, but already NRG is picking up the pace. Flashes galore towards his B site. Busio and Asuna are trying to hold their ground. Player advantage 400 Thieves as Ethan comes in and chimes through. Quachi turns around to make it a 1 versus 1 now for Cryocells. A pull here and a shot from Cryocells. Once again, stepping up.
I think that's his sight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cryo feels so comfortable in B12 and 7 right now. It's been so quiet from Cryo because it's like, you coming to my side or not? I always have to rotate into these other sides, but when they do, man, he pops off, and I think they may be worried about that now. Very nicely done from what could be a bit of the lurk here if Bang's not doing it already. Yeah, there goes Cryo towards mid. And we'll see a bit of a mid towards A ramp play here, but NRG wants space mid, I think, more than 100 Thieves right now.
100 Thieves wants to tempo fairly quickly. They do have some strong buys now. Guardian and Bulldogs walking up now towards this A ramp.
Creeping up.
As wall comes down, the ping's already coming across here, indicating there's potentially a player playing behind that. As soon as the wall went down, looks like Demon One was ready, and he already pulled back. But looks like NRG has a pretty decent read, though. They're inching that.
Yeah.
The hit rather is coming towards this A side, and you already have the stack.
Really good. They're calling the, hey, you hit B? All right, you're going to hit A. It's just normal. One and the other. Sometimes
that easy,
yeah, it's that easy. Marv's here, though. Marv can creep up and get a few, but they are privy to somebody being in there because they haven't looked.
And that wingman is just going to make things difficult now, forcing NRG to come out of their holes, and actually works out for a kill. Plat now comes down. No smokes here to protect the diffuser. Looks like we're just sticking in for a bit. It's now halfway. The run down from Bang and Cryocells. And that no smoke there towards that spike diffuse was probably something that NRG could have done. But instead, it's 100 Thieves tying up the game, 7-7.
That was such a cool op switch. We just go over to him. He's like, just in a war zone, taking people down. All right, there's the 200 Thieves fans we're looking for in the first half. But they do get both pistols, showing dominance there, coming into the first part of the round as we see this retake. Man, that Protocol Bulldog looks better and better. People be Bang using it. We got John Cutie getting 4Ks with it. Gonna start doing numbers. All right, towards A. Still a stack from NRG. They are hovering this just to leave Demon One on B again.
Wow, they're fast though. Bang gets a pick onto Ethan, gets caught towards the screen as he's trying to fall back. Asuna, as they're trying to drop down for energy, trying to catch them off guard, counting bullets and trying to catch them off reloads. But it's still only 2 players left now for energy. Plant yet to go down for 100 Thieves as it's stuck down towards Hell. And the last 2 players have energy now grouping up towards the Heaven. You cut noise, trying to see if energy is going to walk out. So there's EU posted up now towards the orb. Crow's going to make the noise, even trying to bait out the players if he can, so that EU can get ready. There's that trigger discipline. There's that 1 and 2.
User survival registered. Congratulations.
That, I'm sure chat feels not happy about that one. Seeing the team, you're missing the fundamentals after a pistol, a very big round that could have been grabbed, but no, 100 Thieves takes the bonus. And this is the momentum we were talking about in the first half, the era of momentum that we're seeing right now. 100 Thieves could really start to run away with these rounds.
We did.
There's that Boostio cosplay in the crowd.
All right, here we go. A low buy from NRG. They do more of a split and try to take extremity control. So maybe pick up a weapon, maybe find the back of somebody in the right timing. But look how patient 100 Thieves are. Ready for anything tricky and not even giving an ounce of space right here. B main they've taken, but yeah, they don't want it back. Having B main is fine.
If anything, there's a good space taken with that judge from Marv, so that's B side on lock, and the other ones could now move around here to stack in the gamble, and it's on the A side for 3 players of energy. Well, you have these walls coming up on contacts and smokes. You're trying to delay the gas and the smokes from both the Omen and the Viper. You can already see it already being used now by Ethan, so they're trying to force 100 Thieves towards this A side stack with the crossfire, and they have decent weapon for it here. Of course, they have both duelists, they have Demon One with a Sheriff. That's good enough sometimes.
Right there.
High Dizzy, easy grab there. Back in 10. And this is going to be spike drop from Heaven if they don't fully go in. So they either have to go in or clear sight.
Victor is able to grab 1 before he falls, and he was forced out because of that mosh. Crash is trying to stop the wingman, but couldn't get the kill through the smoke, and he gets denied. EU is spraying right back against him. Now Bang looking to walk inside that smoke, but the TP made it through. So Ethan is safe for now. But for 100 Thieves are even safer. Spike is planted for them on the top of E Heaven. And all they got to do here is just watch the angles and wait the clock. And there's that contact, nice wallbang through the map to drop Demon 1. There's that smoke that you needed. Wasn't able to get it halfway. So this is a great opportunity now for 100 Thieves to just close out the round.
Oh my god.
Too much util left, no matter what, for 100 Thieves for the post plant.
Smoke him out of his own smoke. Don't let it happen. All right, a buy here for NRG. So let's think about what they can do. They're back. I feel like it's just deja vu in this inventory. 100 Thieves, Cosmic Divide, and Thrash are up again. Cryo and Boostio doing so much work in the early part of these rounds, so they have those ults online. And they even had it last round with the way Boostio had it. All these plants, the orb farming, Gecko gets to ult so fast. Orbs are pretty reachable on split too. So let's talk about NRG. What can they do? Looking at Victor Showstopper here. Everything's basically in retaliation. Yeah, but they'd be a bit proactive to make sure that retaliation starts immediately. Just walking out mid, I guess the unexpected pays off on round 17 here for NRG.
With no flash support, no dog.
Seriously.
It's Duelist and Marv moving forward, right?
Let's do what we do best. Let's just shoot.
But this opens up the space towards the A site, and Bang made it through. Here's a rotate of 2 players at the screens. Might be able to catch one that walks towards the elbow. Yep. Gets them both.
Oh my gosh. 100 Thieves members need to be called on. They are delivering right now. Here we go towards A.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Gonna wait for this Thrash.
Got canceled out, and there's no reply behind because of the Cosmic Divide. But there will be the showstopper on the defense, though. And they hide behind the smoke. The players are 100 Thieves to avoid the showstopper, and Victor cannot find anything. Unfortunately, he only sees on top right of his board that his players are falling down, his teammates are falling down, and himself will fall down from the hands of 100 Thieves.
That was, yeah, still got 100 Thieves on the win, got to praise NRG. Heady play there by Marv. The orb going up. Thrash, if you didn't know, doesn't like mollies, doesn't like those orbs, doesn't like really getting tagged with anything. That's why we saw Thrash go down right away. So cool protection, cool ideas on how to stop 100 Thieves. But you still can't, because Bang is already in your defensive side. Things like this, they are absolutely just popping off when NRG is least expecting it. I think that's the weird part, is usually like, oh, they lost 1v1, but no, it's a lot of unexpected kills that are happening for NRG here that 100 Thieves are just able to pick up.
And what was there too? 3 players walking down towards middle, getting the pick, and then falling back, trying to play the numbers, but giving up a lot of that space, and that was a great call and audible for Boostio to tell Bang to activate to move forward towards that A site. So when NRG, where we know that they could be very aggressive, whatnot, they tried to play here more in the favor of numbers, playing not to lose at that point for that early first blood. And now they're getting the taste of their own medicine, right? That was moments where you had, what, a 5 versus 3, 4 versus 3 on previous rounds when 100 Thieves were on the defense and they were able to hold their defensive side. Now NRG is getting the same thing. So the timeout being called by Jet is to just make sure now that NRG could iron things out. We're round number 18. It's only 10-7. There's still a way and a chance to make things close.
Okay. Heavy B main control. NRG are trying to put something on the docket that would give them an advantage, a hit, but where's 100 Thieves? All the way on the other side. Ready to hit the soft site right now. A judge, though, for Marv could really flip the script here if they all head down this A choke point.
But if Boostio plays that spot on the judges, should be ready for that, right? Wall comes down, they're not ready for it. Right behind it, the spray comes out from Bang to crit it out, though. And that's the only player inside the site. The other one had to fall back. That's Ethan down to 33 HP. At least you forced out the Viper's Pit on your lower buy for NRG. That's 100 Thieves putting it out towards the screen, so you're going to like that at least on your lower buy.
My ult is ready.
And you're not expecting those positions on a post plan for NRG.
And they're happy to use Viper's Pit here, right? Get it, cycle it, get it back up.
Yeah, especially when you still have a Nightfall to work with. Now off the spike, pulls back in, the play connection.
Can they do wrong?
Doesn't look like it.
Man, just to hop in and out of the smoke, I think, is a good teller. It just tells you how it's been happening for NRG. These moments where they're not looking in the right direction or just missed that edge of the smoke. that Asuna was on. God, they're just so ready across the map.
One enemy remaining.
Yo, I'm reading these kids. They're so pissed.
Yeah.
And power alts too on the side, 100 Thieves. Vance, they are on a run this half. The momentum is real, and 100 Thieves are flying through here with 11 on the second half. Spike's gonna be rotating all the way across. They go a fast ramp to just get energy thinking it's a hit. That 100 Thieves is sitting in heaven right now, but they're not. They're already mobile. They're already across the map.
And you saw when BBOB was talking about, hey, I haven't seen good value right now of a Gecko here on the map. You saw Boostio playing all the way towards the spawn, using that util, not only with the Molly, but also the Dizzy to try to use that same way as Skyward Flash, your duelist on top of the A ramp. And this allows for him to stay back, too, to rotate even quicker with the rest of the team towards the B site, where they're currently popping. Asuna showstopper misses, was hit by the paranoia.
Where'd he go?
But the site's been cleared. Wingman moving in, and they're trying to get the plant for B main, and it will be successful.
Asuna shorty. Oh, see, they're looking for the little windows. The spike was just planted, pushed through to see if energy's encroaching. All these little advantages 100 Thieves is looking for. As the nightfall comes out, Bang's just right there.
All that info, they'll never hear it. Works out for those 2 kills, but they have lost control on the top of B Heaven. The op is also down. There's only 2 players left for energy. Low on HP. Now back from the nightfall hit. There's that flash to Boombot. The Hawk gets in for him.
Oh, it's on his face!
It's
Get
on
it
his
off!
face!
Get it off!
And now this one, the last one at the top. Crashies falls, and 100 Thieves are at that point.
Oh my gosh. Ethan even pulling out the paranoia ultimate to the back sight to try and catch 100 Thieves off guard, but there's too many. They were too split. They had every angle, and again, do no wrong. Undefeated on this second half right now. I should say lost a round, but holy moly, looking to close it out here straight through. He just lost for a second. Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Wait, did you see? Wait, you can see, right?
I saw it. Yeah. God,
I think the whole crowd here in Riot Games Arena saw it.
All right, towards mid. NRG say, all right, well, go away from mid. Go right or left. We don't know where else to go. We have extremity control, so we'll put pit mid. But do they have mid control? Absolutely utiled out of it.
This shows the confidence of 100 Thieves too, right? Hey, there's a pit there, let's just fight it.
Exuding confidence, honestly. Still the lurk from Bang. They'll go for the 2-3 split here. I wonder how they're gonna orchestrate this strat. Ethan's just ready to deny.
There's a lot of responsibility though for Demon 1 currently holding the A main alone now. The Prowler is gonna know that he's playing close now towards the orb. There's going to be more util to help. There's that flash coming in finally from Heaven just to try to push him back for a bit. Taunt, he breaks it. A dink now through the wall down to 23. Dashes away and they lose control of the A site. And that's where now the players are making and activating towards that B side. 100 Thieves are now pulling back to pop towards A.
Heaven control. Actually, NRG hasn't really focused on defense like this. They also have an ulted mid, so maybe that's why you're seeing Heaven control in the site be free for now.
Because 100 Thieves have been so good around all of these maps, NRG cannot rotate fast enough, so they have to play the retake now, making sure that the control towards A Heaven. So Wingman's going to get that plan. It's going to be safe towards that back. Asuna pushed all the way up towards screens, and that was not checked or cleared by Victor. At least Crashies will be able to avenge his duo. And a beautiful flash coming out too. Currently looking for that double swing. Bang's holding the off angle, and they both lined up. That's Bang and Boostio to fall. EU now trying to play the tight angle, hugging the wall towards the elbow. And there's 2 smokes now covering the vision. There's that first pick. A second one does not connect. Rashi's doing great work now to allow NRG to pull back, fall back, and get the defuse.
All right, they grab one. They've got one. How much money, though, does 100 Thieves have? Because we're right back into a buy round. I don't think they've actually suffered too much damage throughout the rounds. They were winning, which means the economy's up. They're still feeling comfortable, and they have a lot of rounds to work with here on game point. So pressure still stays on NRG. Great pushes to start this one off, but yeah, NRG had to pull out all the stops to get back. Those 2 killed by Demon 1 actually locked that one in if you were looking for a part of that round. across the map, 2 and 3. Spikes towards left side, and you can see Vance was just talking about this earlier, being able to flash all the way from the back. Safe Dizzy regrab, no problem. You know they're trying to play a quick peek.
But there was an instant flash that came out here from Crashies. It did not connect, so they have an idea now that the raise is not there. A whole lot of early information is being used now just to try to clear out towards this
Yeah,
ramp.
a dog already too?
Yep.
Only gets to the bottom part. And still, that's not even for sure if Demon 1 can push that, peek that, get a safe orb. Looking for the fight still, but it's a B hit.
He hears all of this too. He's just waiting for the right call. There's that first delay with the satchels and with the pain shells. Beautiful flash, though, blinding two. The Crashy still lands that shot, denies the plan from the wingman, but who's your crowd? Open up the sight. Demon 1 a little bit far behind, a little bit too far now as Victor falls as the last man standing inside that B site. It's Demon 1 as the last man standing. They're gonna clutch, and it's not gonna happen. Bang pushes forward, gets the kill, and 100 Thieves get the first map of the series.
Incredible stuff from 100 Thieves, and I think it does come down to, damn, this team can aim. They are shooters. The 3Ks, the 4Ks that they had, but then opening up on the attack side, the way they were supporting each other, the fierceness they were hitting sites with so much confidence. And honestly, it's a double pistol round game. 100 Thieves came through. Imagine what happens if the second round of the first half isn't won by NRG. 100 Thieves, so much momentum here, and it did seem like once they got out of pistol round 1, 2, 3 and bonus,
and everything else
was theirs.
Everything else on that side here on NRG's map pick. Unfortunately, fall behind by 1, but they have a chance to fight back against 100 Thieves map pick on Vine, and that's after the break.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is what they needed.
They're going to get out on his side. Cryo with the op in hand has to try to stay alive. Lands a second shot.
100 Thieves pick up the win against NRG on Split and do so by shutting them down in the second half. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside Baby Bay and Mimi as we break down what we saw in that first map. And I got to say, coming out of the gate there, I was a little concerned for 100 Thieves, thinking that perhaps this wasn't going to be the success story that we were quite anticipating leading into this matchup. But boy, oh boy, were we wrong going into that second half. What a difference that was, Mimi.
Yeah, I think the first half story for 100 Thieves was really about Busio winning a lot of these critical late rounds, clutching up and making that competitive, and also just boosting the team's morale. But then we get into the second half, and it is lights out. 100 Thieves only dropped 1 round on their attacking side.
Yeah, that was insane. That was an insane attack side from 100 Thieves, and the Gecko actually proved to be really good. Like, every single time they would take A Heaven control, this Gecko plant went down, and that's something that didn't really happen too much in their last match. So the fact that they were able to do that within having that Heaven control makes the retake impossible.
I liked especially on their default how they were like setting up towards Heaven with that Gecko flash. But the guy following up off of all of those plays was Cryo. I feel like he's had such a revitalization this year,
He's
right?
so sick.
Like on this controller role in particular, he's always a guy who was playing Chamber. He's a great opper, but the way he plays is more akin to like a Sentinel or a Lurker. And when they put him on this Astra, and he can have global impact with his util and also be the guy holding space towards B and activating on these aggro lurks, it looks so good for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and on the opposite side, on the defense, we saw him get punished a ton against KRU. This time, he changed his positioning.
Yes.
And it's almost like he heard what I was saying. I saw him playing back sight, then he got the 4K, all this stuff. Like, he wasn't getting punished like he was in the previous season.
I feel like he was mixing it up effectively.
He was.
Yeah.
And that is what they needed, because NRG felt like they were going into new looks every single time on the site. But it was really just, Cryo, just sitting there, just waiting for them, just in a new spot. It was incredible stuff. But in any case, though, real fast, we do have, I believe, Elizabeth standing by with our coach for our losing coach, for map 2. Let's go ahead and jump into it.
Hey everyone, here with Chet from NRG. A map loss. I want to ask you about kind of the criticism that was received about your attack rounds. Moving forward, your attack rounds looked good today. Like, they looked better. Your defense rounds, however, were left a little bit desired. What do you think went wrong today?
Well, I think defense, just from my perspective, and I tried to call in a timeout, but I don't think we did it correctly, where we just kind of let them play. Like, they just took the whole map, and we didn't really contest too much. Like, I think we knew how the execs were. It's not like there was anything surprising, but we just kind of let them play too much, and they had literally all the space they wanted. Like, we could have, like, gambled correctly, but they still could split really well, so that's a big problem.
Best luck at map 2.
Interesting insight there from Chet, right? What did you pick up from that, Mimi?
Yeah, I feel like this was an issue also versus KRU for this team, where on their defensive side, they're not quite being proactive enough to disrupt their opponent's default. So you talk about Cryo, he's always getting into that lurk on B. A ramp control, always getting taken by that Gecko. And they're ending up playing these retakes with a double duelist comp that really, besides the dive agents, doesn't have a lot of util to actually break through.
And the thing is they couldn't even get to a spot to use the utility, because when they would walk into space on the retake, they weren't even checking their corners.
Yeah,
and this
really
is like,
basic
that one
mistakes.
was rough. But we're talking about fundamentals and how, we feel like NRG has been doing it too much by the book. But I feel like they walked into space and got punished time and time again, and it's honestly, it hurts to watch sometimes.
Yeah, well, now here we are in a situation where NRG down 0-1 in this series. 100 Thieves now in a really great spot because, again, they pick up this win here. They give themselves a fighting chance for that first place spot in the Omega group, which is important to remember, a fighting chance. But still, it's not completely in their hands.
It's relying on that Leviathan game. But 2-0ing, that's the best chance 100 Thieves has. It's also going to give them that championship point and a better look towards stage 2. On the other side, this is do or die for NRG. If it's a 2-1 loss, there's a chance. But they lose 0-2, and they are guaranteed out of contention for playoffs. With the team with such high expectations, suffice it to say, this is a must-win.
Busio out there showing the ink. Okay, buddy.
And on the other hand, no pressure for Brucey. He's just loving
he's out there just trying
to still vibing. But you're totally right. And NRG needs to learn from the mistakes that they made against LEV, who just abused them with defensive aggression. So I expect to see, if the changes were made, when a B long default comes out for the side of NRG, I want to see them keep somebody there, hold for the reclear, make it seem like they're still playing that area, and then you could open up to go hit the other side if you want. But they were missing that specific layer in their previous matchup, and they got abused for it.
And talking about the other side too for 100 Thieves, this is their attack side that I like the most. I think Boostio does a great job of showing a lot of different looks for setting his teammates up on extremity control and kind of embedding a lurk, then recovering that util and late going into site hits, or oftentimes selling a lot of fakes. They have so many options with this double initiator composition, and I think Boostio has consistently played it beautifully. So it goes back to the issue of last map, where NRG, I think, need to be disrupting these defaults, denying extremity control, not allowing 100 Thieves to execute on them, or they're going to get ran over.
There you go. Agents like it's locked in here. So we'll see, of course, Victor on that raise.
No more KO either, and this is actually a really, really good composition from NRG. I like this change, because a lot of the dagger info they were getting with the previous comp, they ran a KO, wasn't getting much value, and even when it did tag, the LEV were playing around with it, getting hit on purpose and feinting that they were there, so I'm happy that they're running a more standard of a comp, and I think they have a way better chance now against this Fade Gecko.
I also love Victor on the raise. This guy has been so consistently solid when he's playing on this agent. This is the last chance for NRG, though. They win this map, they keep hopes alive.
That's the truth right there, Mimi. Let's see how the chips fall as we get ready for this one. 100 Thieves, NRG, to send it back over to Riven Vans for the call.
That's right, Mimi mentioned it. The last chance now for NRG, but it's looking pretty tough, man. Their map pick on split. They thought they had a chance maybe at the crutch into Cryo. Well, he can't play a Jet, and Cryo popped off. And now you're moving into Bind where Demon 1 can't play the Jet. So what's going to happen now?
Yeah, it is going to be a big question. We have to see if this new comp for them works out well. If they have that Sky instead of the KO, they have a little bit more map information, but what windows are they using the flashes? What are they moving off of? And how are they considering how 100 Thieves is going to feel after a dominating first game like that, where confidence is behind every shot? We looked at the score. I'm sad I didn't mention it. We looked at the scoreboard at the end of the game. It was like 18, 19, 18, 16. Everybody's fragging for 100 Thieves here. Let's get into the map and see if that still happens for them. Towards mid. But this play towards B long, just getting a bit of info, trying to make 100 Thieves think it's a B play.
And it works out. They're able to take the front of that A side. Energy going for the wingman flank, trying to clear the showers. It's a jump spot from Prodigies, but Asuna and Crowcells are running through the smoke. But Victor turns around, a 180 to 180, giving it chances now for Energy to win the pulse plan. But there's a double flank. Ethan has to be ready for it now as he's looking at it. Gets the contact on the first one, but loses that fight. Disadvantage now for Energy, as both players are still moving forward. But again, the players on the attack only knew the bang on that flank, as now they finally spot Boostio, who has the wingman on that defuse. Asta setting up the crossfire for the rest, and it's a clean retake in the end for the Thieves.
3 pistol rounds for 100 Thieves on the series so far as they start off again here on Bind. So much control. Boostio just loving the Gecko. You know he does. You know he does. And he's like, oh, I'm flashing again. I'm doing it. That's how they circumvent getting around. They bring this Fade. They have multiple flashes with the Gecko. They work a little bit more off map control knowledge. Again.
That was like music with those kills.
Yes.
I was feeling the beat.
Woo, we're starting to get into a roll there. All right. Guardian Cryo. Still just a ghost for Boostio. And now they switch it. Wait, this is just a mirror of the first round. Now Sky's on the right and the team's on the left. So they're just trying to mess with NRG's head here in the beginning. First flash through and a little delay from a Viper bite there.
Yeah, and that Dizzy's not going to do much in the end.
No.
And also far from reach. Bang with the confidence to swing out. Some damage being done, and looks like Pain Shells also landed right at the feet of Demon 1, and that's going to be very dangerous for the re-hit for Energy because they won't have smokes to work with.
And they don't have, I mean, they only have one Ethan flash too. They just lost Dizzy towards long, was not able to grab that back. Should still be able to break a bit of the sight here. Left take, flash out of showers, and that's the front sight for Energy, but Plant's kind of the goal right now. The round win would be amazing. They're just looking for that extra money because 100 Thieves is going to be right on top.
Yeah,
as this happens.
Easy for Cryo now from his position to just look over the site from the tower pretty much at Heaven. At least there's an opportunity for a flash and a double pop. It's deep, and now the double swing. Boostio doesn't need any help. Well, he'll get it. Those 2 kills. And the third for the round.
And it's one of these games, again, where Thrash is going to be up very soon. Remember, Boostio was bringing in Thrash, I think, 3rd or 4th round there in second half of Split. You're going to get it again just about when NRG wants to start grabbing their momentum after this bonus round, if they can secure it. Yeah, wow. Boosty is in feel it mode right now.
Yep.
I just pissed it all.
Also did that out in the open.
Yeah.
Full confidence now, feeling the vibes. Feeling 0 of that pressure, especially in the position of 100 Thieves that they've already clinched playoffs. But remember, they are also playing for championship points, for a chance to make the champs. 1 win is 1 point under the belt overall in the circuit. As the gun round now comes in for NRG, with Victor opening it up onto said Boostio that were just praising before. As 100 Thieves had to play now a man behind.
Haven't completely taken Shower's control for NRG. And a push here, actually, from Cryo helps to deliver info to the other side of the map. Now, Cryo probably going to lose his life on this one. But it's still the info that 100 Thieves wants currently. NRG is respecting a lot here. They know how much they need this bonus round. Even a man up, they're still playing it like it's a 5v5.
This is crazy, too, that Cryo's playing this spot as an agent that can't really escape.
Yeah.
But that's been a mistake here from NRG on that previous round. With
no
shot. A Dizzy saved Crashies for a bit, but no chance to react. Cryo gets 2 headshots and a spike.
You've had to have learned from Split.
You did? You did not.
You did not. NRG's not checking corners. The demise of so many rounds in this series so far. And possibly another bonus for 100 Thieves here. Still 3v3.
Showstopper forced to come out. Cryo with the 4th in the round. And Demon One's now spawning towards the Showers. And you definitely do see it that they want to give it to Cryo. The headshot there. Demon with the 2nd. Oh, he might turn around. And we're trying to run the clock. Close range 30 from EU. That could have been a clutch and a half. That could have been costly there for 100 Thieves, but at least they got the round.
Oh my gosh. NRG are getting picked apart at every front when they try something. Cryo, we said that was a 1 and done. He ends up getting 4.
Yeah, that's kind of insane.
Yeah, it can't be. Fundamentals are falling apart right now for NRG on a lot of these rounds, and 100 Thieves are able to just hit on that advantage, and they're taking it full force. Towards A, no real split here coming in from NRG this time, just towards the A site, and Asuna starts with a nade.
Sees nade when the spits came out, and yeah, that's not going to do too much in the half buy that you have from NRG. No plan, no extra 300, at least to get 1 kill, but Asuna is already ready for a showstopper for the next round.
And it's Cryo, the guy that goes down. Just give him another alt point. He's fine with that. Going to be able to buy after the 4K. There's the showstopper. There's Cryo's alt, and Boostio is 1 away from his first few rounds. Tell me that's not momentum already for 100 Thieves, Vansili. Holy moly. All right, we're back to a gun, though, so let's see what NRG can do, what they've been trying to do. The Sky, Ethan, left side of the map. Team was on the right. Second round, they switched it up. We've seen a little bit more of a default throughout these rounds, but they are not getting payoff on these first bits of utility. They're not figuring out who's really covering a site and being able to make the decision they want, I think.
Change of tempo, though.
Yeah.
Lots of pressure towards that front B side, and they want to commit just to try to push. The defenders back here from 100 Thieves, and hopefully catch somebody off guard, but Asuna's ready for it. Satcheling through, and it's a 1-for-1. That'll work.
Little handshake.
Raise mirror match as they both fall.
Cryo holding back in U-Haul. Thrash just on the other side. I don't even know if they'll have to use the ults to delay here. Quick trade. That's going to activate NRG a little bit, but they just don't know how close 100 Thieves are.
Oh, I'm seeing mirror matches all over the place here. Util being used simultaneously as, again, every time we fall down, though, for 100 Thieves on the defense, at least they're able to take one with them in the first place, which now allows for them to have the player advantage for the retake. Crashy's playing it alone now. Spike, planet for him. He has Util to work with, and he also has that Thrash. Just needs to figure out now where Bang is, because he heard that haunt from spawn.
this win, even if Crashies gets it, still, it's tough money for NRG. They need to do so much work, and this could be the start.
There's that first shot in the tap. Now the Thrash comes out. Bang's trying to get that spit out.
There's the molly hit.
And it's good enough. He still has the mock to work with. Runs out.
Oh my gosh.
Thinking that he had it too. Bang's trying to get it halfway. Not going to happen. And now potentially not enough time as Bang is forced to stick. And definitely it's not going to happen. A big clutch coming out from Crashies.
Never more is a clutch needed for NRG than right now. Look at the money on their side too. Just under 4K, almost across the board. A stinger for Ethan, but watch the replay. Oh, the trades they're getting. 100 Thieves always finding something, so it makes NRG have to work a little bit harder every time. Even this, when you're doing it right, you're still losing people. But this.
Wait, I saw him go back. I think I saw him go. Really? Yeah, he's on the edge of it, no?
No. He was on the green. He was on the green.
Oh, yep. Boostio's like, no. I know how Mosh works. He would have died. He would have died.
I play him all the time, and also thanks to that, gets a Thrash and one's detained.
Oh dear.
Coming out of the defense, just trying to push him back, but it's the paint shells that land onto Victor to allow 100 Thieves to get the player advantage. But all of the ults now expense a fight down towards the showers as Ethan cleans it up with the stinger. And we have a 3-on-3.
Just to lurk, or just to hang out on Anchor and B from Bang. Utility's good from EU and Cryo right now. NRG go back to playing a little slower to get the next bit of space.
There's that contact. Marv, nice little entry. Snakebite's coming in from B side, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Spike will go down. And Bang has a long rotate, and as they saw that spit come through from the air, they know definitely there's only one player isolated here on the left side of Tribox, and that's EU. Hot now being thrown, wasting enough time to allow Bang to move up with them as they could work together to retake this site. But look how passively we're playing here for NRG. There's not really any util coming in for the pulse plan as they're just waiting for the tap and waiting to move up now. And double swing as they saw nobody on that spike. Now they could play the clock in their favor. Ethan gets that pick onto EU. Difficult now. 400 Thieves to convert. It's a round instead for NRG.
That is a big one as well. We talked about those two for NRG. They kind of secure a bit of money they can start to work with, and now 100 Thieves starts to feel the pain. We didn't really get much of this positioning from NRG, even on the first map. Only for a few rounds did they take the lead, and then 100 Thieves battled back immediately on that second half. So this is good. NRG starting early. Getting a bit of that groove. All right. Judge here for Cryo. Going to be playing the U-Haul. Only has to worry about Seekers here from Ethan to come in if they really need to figure out where 100 Thieves are going to be playing defense on the map. So with the spike down for NRG, trying to read, still understanding that 100 Thieves, their post plant, their site take, and their defense right now, it seems like NRG cannot get through it unless they've got enough information. So this slow game will continue for NRG.
Ethan's doing whatever he can here to keep the players posted up on this A side.
Heavily prioritizing Trailblazer to be a lot of their fake too here.
Which is fine too, because once he meets up with the team, he could actually use the Seekers now instead of a dog to try to get control and information of this B site. You saw the early rotate coming through from 100 Thieves, and look where they're at. EU's already in the back of the site, getting ready to throw the Nightfall to get information on their side. This might be a second pivot rather from NRG if they want to go inside the TP. There's that Nightfall. It will connect just before being gooped. Busio does get the pick onto Victor, and another one through, and it's on fire now. Chris with the shots.
One enemy remaining.
Teammates now dropping his opponents two inside hookah, and Crashies is left alone. A potential flawless now for 100 Thieves as they want to take the lead by 3 rounds. Crashies just letting them come towards them. And swinging out is Busio. Shoulder being spotted. TP's across where, yep, boom.
Oh, right to the kneecap. Crashies goes down, and it does. Busio is incredibly on fire today from pistol round last map, that last round 7. He's feeling it. He's feeling, oh, man's cold. Man's cold. Hell's freezing over right now. Incredible. And you saw him kind of pause in the smoke, hearing the Dizzy go up. Busio, being a Gecko himself, knows exactly how much timing you have on a Dizzy, so decides to just peek through it. And
by the way, I just ran through the smoke, killed through.
I know.
I'm so fucking good.
I don't know if he's cold or if he's asking if Energy are scared because Energy's calling a timeout.
Yeah, I don't know, but he's really good.
Yep.
Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, we'll paraphrase here.
But another, okay, so let's talk about it. It is a 4K for Boostio, but then we have to start looking at, if you're going to be getting 3Ks and 4Ks and 2Ks all the time, let's look at who they're on and why they keep happening. Why is that not a trade? How are you not returning fire or positioning so they stop happening and the corners are checked? It seems to be a question right now for Energy, and maybe a timeout can answer it, but 100 Thieves, again, they bring it back in their favor. It looked like Energy had the momentum, but it's a 4K from Boostio to bring him back in, 3K, 4K to bring him back in.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter at this point. All the Ks are coming in favor of 100 Thieves, right? The end of the day, it doesn't happen. It doesn't matter who it is, but the rounds are still in favor here on the defensive side of the Thieves here as they are playing on their map pick. And with the Bears coming up now, Energy are trying to pivot back from this timeout to take a little bit more of middle control. Walking up here, first time that we're seeing some early control from Energy towards Hookah. Trying to leverage Satchel's close range, closing that gap as well because they have lure buys to work with these Stingers. But they don't see anybody there from 100 Thieves. And it seems like they identify that for the defensive side because they're playing so far back now versus the potential buy that Energy currently has. They don't know it yet for 100 Thieves, what the buy was, rather.
I think a lot of times after that timeout, it's, what are they going to do? Well, we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And they're right to. I mean, you get faced with a bunch of Stingers like that, and you're just going to get rattled right down. So, a dog to push out again. Nice molly delay, but Energy have some space.
Yeah.
See if they can work with this.
Kind of pins them, though, towards the U-Haul with the Mosh, forces them back towards the back of the TP. Now the Dizzy gets shot in the air, and that's no blind coming in from the attacking side of Energy as Cryo gets the spray onto Crashies. Forces now Energy to move towards this B site. In the back, though, close range. EU's helping out with these pop shots. Landing them clean. Haunt towards the air, trying to get one ping. But looks like the last two players of Energy made it through safely. Demon One trying to save the round. Off the blind. There's that backstab. Demon One answering right back. He's now all alone against two. Heard the TP. 1v1 against Asuna. And knows where the last one is. The spray from Cryo misses. And there's a chance. Brimstone versus Brimstone. And maybe Demon One is the only 3 HP that he needs. Trying to look for that jump up. We're just waiting on that windowsill. Cryo now forced to fall. Footsteps being heard now by Demon One! Oh, as he turns around for the flick! No clutch coming in for Demon One, and a round is denied as Cryo gets to the fuse.
It's taken everything in these rounds. Last time it was Crashies, this time it's Demon One. You see how much 100 Thieves have Energy on the ropes right now, even in these rounds where they've broken sight and tried to get into position. EU with a huge round there to just clap people as they were coming out of Hookah and really deny the Energy strategy of switching up the map there at the end. 100 Thieves in the right place at the right time in a lot of these strats. And they pick up another round for themselves as we come into round 9. Guns around, full armor. This would be a round where you can start to see some change from Energy if they play it right.
But there's a change from 100 Thieves. They're just walking through here.
Hard.
Yeah, and that gets a ping. They can't get the spray. Finally connects, and Victor falls. And now the play the numbers. Full back towards the site. So you want Energy to change the tempo a bit? It's definitely the Thieves at that point.
Of course it is. Go for the throat again. And that the Haunt coming in was so cool from EU. High over the wall through Octagon there. And it was not expected by NRG. Just the little things. I mean, we're round 9 in. That's the first time we've seen that. That's what Energy has to deal with. They're getting different looks every time. And they're trying to do their own strats. They got to deal with this crap from 100 Thieves that has been annoying them so much. And then you're going to get a 4K or a 3K out of somebody.
Yeah,
what do you do?
Feels like they don't have any answers yet here for Energy on their attack side. At least for now, Silver Lining with 45 seconds left. Their smokers are still up. They have an overall strike. They have something to use for Cole's plans. They can have hero plays, but unfortunately, Boostio gets the mosh onto Crashies, and he melts away. Advantage still for the Thieves. And they're playing a 2-2. Easy setup right now, and just waiting now for Energy to make all that noise, because they have the time against them. At least the corners finally are being checked. Demon One gets the first opener towards this A site. There's only Cryo left behind. Gets the dig through the wall. And that's actually Ethan down to 62. 14 seconds left. They have to move in for a plant now. Thrash coming out as well. They try to support towards the front of the site. 6 seconds left. Demon One gets the pick onto Busio as he gets caught in his Thrash. Plat now comes down. A 2 versus 2. Cryo and EU trying to retake this side against Ethan and Marv as Ethan just got spotted and falls behind here towards U-Haul. Marv swings out from short and Ethan as well. Beautiful 2v2 played in the end by NRG.
Took a lot of energy on that one to get themselves into position after losing so much around the map, having to deal with that push B long from 100 Thieves, having to call the audible. Man, Ethan and the team are being tested in how to reset these rounds. You lose 2 right away, but you still come back on the round. Incredible stuff here for NRG to be able to persevere on this one.
Nice shot, Max. And you ulted him? Holy, you're cooking, bro. Actually,
And that was split pretty much as well, right? When you have an early advantage on the aggression of 100 Thieves and now you're trying to play back, it gives a lot of space for NRG despite lower numbers to still convert the rounds. Now Showstopper comes out, trying to find some space.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Teleport party.
Lots of players coming from the back end from these TPs from 100 Thieves. 3 players inside the showers as the rest of 100 Thieves fall inside the A site. Daisy now being thrown. Nice shot by Austin. I know counter Dizzy coming out on the attack. Hit being forced. And a Thrash as well. Does get a contact, and that's going to slow the clock down for a bit, but Austin also has his own Showstopper to work with. An opportunity to use that here with the lower buy that they have for 100 Thieves to convert the round as players are playing deep inside that pit. Shots are not landing. The pit will go down. Asana's now alone. Nice little flick on the first one. Pink shells forcing the last player out, and Ethan's gonna win it.
Big stuff from NRG here. Doing a nice job at figuring out the game that they were bringing to the table was just too slow. 100 Thieves was reading it, just tearing it apart at either site, pushing long, pushing B, or taking them out once they did get into sight. And 100 Thieves, or NRG picking up the pace here, getting in, not letting 100 Thieves have that defense, pays off. All right, see if they can do it again. This is going to be 100 Thieves kind of broken on cash if they can't get this round, so NRG could feel very good here. Both teams' money is in a real weird spot as it's been this back and forth game of reset. And they go to pretty much the second round strat. Ethan towards showers, one on the left, and they get the orbital strike out of Cryo. Very happy for NRG to see that.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to do potentially maybe even seize behind that, hoping that they caught some players through it. NRG is able to just slow that clock down and maybe try to re-hit, but they have lost that wingman while they're trying to scale up here towards that long B. You'll have to see them commit inside that site and force one player on that plant, which might give a window of opportunity for 100 Thieves to flood back.
It's going to be a re-hit. Like you said, that orbital strike going down did give 100 Thieves the patience they wanted. Yeah, they chose to use it.
Oh. Oof. An easy one there now for Asuna. Now the tempo of NRG trying to open up the site. Busio caught now inside the hookah. Throws a Dizzy, trying to slow that clock down, give a chance for the rotate to happen from Austin all the way back towards the spawn. Victor knows that he needs to cancel this smoke. Big responsibility, he gets it. Nightfall now as he looks back against EU, who's just ready for it every single time on that flank and bang on the save on a rotate as well.
That does funny money things, Van Silly. This is really gonna start to mess with the economy, especially if nobody can start to grab it and hold on to a few credits here. Last one, so that's gonna be, yeah, real low buy for NRG. Could be an 8-4 now in favor of 100 Thieves as we rewatch this one. It's a lot of 1v1s to this, where they were pressuring. Good flank, 100 Thieves. Understanding what the map state was and just able to get around NRG in the situation. And look at those last few ones. 2 rounds. NRG, 2 rounds. Thieves. Now Thieves start to pull it back again as we continue the roll. Shower control here just a little bit with Asuna and EU, but it does not look like they want too much. Showstopper's already ready. They're looking to see if that wants to be an orb on the side of NRG. But this is B strat. We've seen NRG roll this a few times. It has not always committed towards B, so they can look to get a lot of this util out and still use the pressure towards A that they have set up.
When the last round, they're trying to put all the chances in their favor. So making sure exactly. Maybe showers could be up for grabs. Victor could maybe get a kill or get a plant, something to give a chance now for NRG with their lower buy to salvage this last round.
At a minute, 100 Thieves actually have a protocol to retake Octagon there. Really trying to catch NRG off guard. Usually it's wait for the sight hit, but 100 Thieves proactive and NRG are going to be on the other side of the map with the right macro call and in a sight.
Showstopper at least coming out.
Wait a minute.
Cross, and it lands onto Victor. Seeker's coming out on one side, and we're trying to get the lurk play from Demon. One inside the window who lands that headshot onto Bang. TP comes across. There's going to be a 2 versus 1 towards the Sands, and it's won by NRG. Now Busio anchoring towards that site. Has support from Osno as well. With 22 seconds left, off angle being positioned, and the crossfire is still nice for 100 Thieves as they get the last round of the half.
How much are we watching, right? And on the screen, we're looking. You go to look at the mini map after a round that's been a minute and 10 seconds, and you expect people to be rotated. 100 Thieves is in sight still, everywhere on what almost looks like original angles to hold the round. They're so anchored here. They're never having trouble with this back and forth and almost around the world strategy there from NRG on that last round.
It could have been a different story there too if Victor actually landed that kill onto Osno, who still capitalized on the last kill with 11 HP. But with that said, let's toss it to Elizabeth at the co-streaming booth with Lydia.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm here with 100 Thieves, Lydia, the one and only. You may know her as Tupperware, but you are Lydia. Lydyuh. I'm so smart. But talk to me about joining 100 Thieves. What was that like? What was that call like?
It was so surreal. 100 Thieves is definitely like a dream organization for me. Whenever I got into gaming, I looked up and like had so much respect for the creators in the organization. So being able to work alongside them has just been a movie, to say the least. It's been so awesome.
Yeah, and being just like a woman in the space. No, what's it like being a woman in esports? But you know, you have so many young women looking up to you. You know, you've competed in GC Game Changers. You've competed just excellently. What is it like being a creator for 100 Thieves at your level, just being the star that you are?
It's a dream. It really is. Every single day, it means so much to be able to be in this position and be here. And you know, being a woman in esports it's amazing. Especially now, we have so much support, so much backing from the games that we play, the fans that are surrounding us and supporting us every day. So it's amazing. It's really good.
Now, we were talking earlier before the game, and you said that you'll film content with the Valorant team and the boys, and that they're so fun. They're so fun to be around. You're just kind of like joshing them the entire time. What is it like being with them when they're not in a competitive mindset, like right now?
They all have the most insane personalities. They're just so sweet, so like well-rounded, and just amazing through and through. So it's really cool to be able to see them outside of the competitive aspect and see them, you know, like hanging out, playing basketball together, you know, getting out of the zone and just being really human. Yeah. It's really cool to see, but they're all super sweet guys and super amazing players. So
you were a super sweet girl. So thank you so much, Lydia. Everyone get up for Lydia. But we have a very tight game to get back to. So casters, please take it away.
Thank you, Liz. And yeah, Busio, I mean, I'm pretty sure his personality is exactly the same here from on stage and outside. And you know what? Instead of basketball, I feel like I want to challenge Busio at ping pong.
At ping pong?
Yeah.
I love ping pong. I'm in that. Let's go. Okay, we got a tournament. Somebody make the bracket. We're right here, though. We're looking to get into the brackets. 100 Thieves there, looking to get a better spot of it.
Yep.
As NRG are still trying to write that story. 8-4. First half. Could it be 4 pistol rounds for 100 Thieves here?
It would hurt NRG for sure.
They collect this.
And NRG right now are just trying to hold this B-side hit. And they have the right numbers for it here. Hunt is finding information on 2 players, though, and that is actually going to call the audible for 100 Thieves to fall back. Look how passively NRG is playing towards his A site. Victor's just trying to play an off angle, and as soon as a smoke comes down towards heaven, he's just going to have to watch the spawn so that his teammates could rotate across.
Maybe full nade delay here if we see that get ripped out of the util. Yep. All right, just for now. Oh, it squeaks out. Squeezing the cheeks, he makes it. All right, 2 coming around from Hookah. Sands is covered, but that's going to be a watch here from EU. The 100 Thieves are anchored in the site right now for a good post plan.
Dizzy will not blind anybody as that comes as a nice flick from Ethan.
Right there.
allowing now NRG to slowly scale back and clear every corner on towards that short A. Wingman now goes on to the spike, but Busu connects the shot on the pulse plant. Slowly but surely they're getting these picks, but now they have admitted EU on that flank. Who gets that first and runs out of bullets? Hot now, or C's coming through, trying to get those shots. Now they're sticking it for NRG, and they'll get it.
All 4. It could be 2 more, depending on what happens on this one, but 4 pistol rounds for 100 Thieves. They take it again, and really cheeky. As soon as Boostio gets to the site, and we see this all the time with Gecko, but just to point out how it worked there really well, you have to shoot it. You want to get Gecko's defuse off. It gives away the pocket player, right? Absolutely wild. Oh, so NRG, I'm sorry. Yeah. NRG round. Coming into that one, as I just kind of go off of my own. But yeah, looking to use Boostio's wingman to get that defuse. Didn't work. NRG come out with that one. So that's big. To get themselves a pistol round. I was just so excited to say 100. Well, it had all 4.
Almost, right? Because EU had that C's going inside that smoke and low with the HP. So that with the lower bullets, hopefully you're getting something there for 100 Thieves. But unfortunately for them, it's NRG getting the pistol and also converting on the first blood in round number 14. Osna falls, and that is less space opportunity to be taken for 100 Thieves on a pop on his lower buy. They still have 2 shares to work with, though.
Yeah.
That's in the hands of Bang and Boostio. And yeah, they're good with these.
Slowing it down. Just hoping for one more peek.
I'll take it.
Crashies finds it as the wall goes up. A little late on that for Bang. And they're still looking for one of these. Yeah, finds it.
There are the peaks that they wanted. That allows here a gun to get picked up as the wall comes up on the defensive side. Snake by now keeps Boostio away from being able to pick it up, but it'll give him a chance to reload as he throws the Dizzy. Players are playing tucked inside the site for NRG. Mars swings out. Boostio landing those shots, at least for that one. But we convert the pistol for NRG and have a chance now to come back.
Only 2 away. And they're going to have to push through this round. Usually you're not too worried about losing the bonus with the way things are going, but I feel like 100 Thieves right now being able to take back any rounds is just too much trouble. This is going to be a big one. Victor's on the Phantom, Bulldog. What does Marv go to? Actually just sold out. Pulls back the Stinger. Feels like that's the buy.
Yeah.
So do they protect these rifles? Where do they go? It's Demon 1 and Victor with that power. One's at B-Long and one's going towards Hookah. Quick shot actually right in the beginning. Nothing tagged. And Victor trying to play up close.
Yeah, actually Demon 1's posted up here towards Showers to watch on long range.
Right.
They have the distance covered now with those rifles for NRG, forced down to fall back again. We're having an exchange of utility down towards his long B. But now the call is to instantly pivot those players from NRG towards this A side, leaving B side a little bit more weak. Or a lot weaker, rather. There's only 1 player there.
Yeah, it's delay day if they go towards B. Marv just throws out the 1 bite, puts the wall up, tries to hold. And a good U-Haul control here from NRG, though. You got to remember, 100 Thieves are coming in with the better weaponry, so they're just looking for the first angles. Looking to get somebody modeled out here.
1, it's a good read, and 2, they're using Stingers in close range battles towards U-Haul. Dizzy to Dizzy, a walk inside, Bang gets vulnerable, and that allows Victor to get those 2 kills, but it gets instantly traded out. Crashies from behind. We're going back and forth. Disadvantage now for the Thieves. EU's left standing with the spike, though, at least planted, and a time in his favor. Trying to find the rotates. The smokes coming out that were executed here from Cryo does not give him a chance to get clear path towards the spawn. Now footsteps are being heard. That's a life thrown away, hoping that Demon 1 was in an angle to trade it out. But unfortunately, it's not, and that gives a chance now for EU to clutch this one. Spike down, and this is going to be an easy one. A tap, a walk through, EU gets the pick.
What a read! EU! These past few games stepping up in the solo situations and even pressured on a site take. Really awesome stuff coming from the initiator player here, and clutches a very big round there.
That could have been a different story though, right? You saw Bang swoop up that poison orb and never checked that corner. One of those small errors that, you know, that punished NRG a lot, and that almost gave a chance there for Victor to potentially even get 3 and a chance for the round. But that was just a bonus round for NRG, right? They did some good damage there. It came down to 1v1. Yet, although their buy is still pretty broken. Thrash coming out early. But yeah, it's really looking like 100 Thieves are taking control now of this ace site and also towards the execution. There's only Victor alone now towards Showers.
Planted.
There's the plant. And it's covered, right? Asuna's already over there to the side, making sure that Showers isn't a problem. They split the site immediately. A lot of the times when you see a take like this, you don't necessarily get that right side, so to have the hold is so nice.
Pop, nice trade. Post-mortem from Victor. Busio and Cryo are holding together with a third on the top. One contact, and it'll be a double swing behind, guaranteeing the trade and also guaranteeing the round. 400 Thieves.
If they mess with one of us,
100 Thieves are incredibly confident in their pressure right now and what they're putting forward and for NRG to see. The one thing we heard, I mentioned earlier that Zik said is we have a lot of aimers on the team, and I think one thing that 100 Thieves have also done is combined the utility usage, the cooperation, team synergy with that aim, and it looks so good.
Jumps on me. Just start ripping this thing. Everything is working for you.
That is hype manifesting right there.
Hyping it up.
Around.
Speaking quickly, too.
All the way down B long here for NRG as 100 Thieves goes right back to A.
Yeah. Looks like a gamble to walk down towards that area because the amount of times that it went back and forth for Util towards that long B. And 100 Thieves that go for a different pivot. Just run it down towards the A site, open site for them to plant. And now that they see nobody really accosting them towards the back of the A site, they should have an inkling that there's a flank coming here from NRG. But how many players? They'll soon find out.
So looking ahead, it shouldn't get too crazy. Wait a minute.
It's getting crazy. There's a showstopper coming on the attack. And the defensive one gets canceled right away. Now here comes the other flanks coming through. Ethan lands that shot, wall bang onto EU. Crowd's there to save. But that clock is looking difficult now. Lots of ults being used on the defensive side. And as soon as it's popped, it's dropped. And NRG will not have too much left now in the next round.
Honestly, a story being told there of pressure. The game being out of control for NRG and thinking if 100 Thieves get this, they're going to keep going. We're not going to have enough time. Going into that, I thought that was going to be, okay, NRG go to retake this. They do some damage. Ethan's death has them Seekers next round. So they have Seekers. They have a bunch of ults. And then at the last moment, they use all the ults. So they don't have those for the next round. They only have Thrash. Seekers is back down on one. Victor's all back down on one. And they're trying to stretch themselves so thin just to keep the game away from 11, to keep it off match point. And I don't blame them with the way 100 Thieves has been playing right now.
I agree. And I don't blame them at all for trying to use those ults too, right? They also had one player posted towards that spawn side when they realized that they weren't getting pushed towards the spawn fighting. They knew here for NRG that they contain 100 Thieves inside this A site. So there was an opportunity to use these ults, but they had to be used in 10 to get a lot more value. I think there was a little bit of miscomms on how they wanted to retake that as a unit. Cohesion, something that was plaguing here, NRG, through these losses of this stage one, something that was also mentioned from the players of NRG going into this game, that they need to bring that synergy back, less hesitation. Now they had less hesitation, at least on that round, but they needed some communication at least.
Right. Like you said, just syncing up, getting it orchestrated right so everyone is on the same page. I see 100 Thieves finding those openings and just tearing the pages right out of NRG's scrapbook overall. They still have the Thrash. Looks like they will get a little bit of shower control here. They still want to orb denial, no matter the state of the game or agent control. Crashies right off the bat.
Victor made it out too, and it's working out.
Okay.
Tried to tempo up once again, and yeah, that's going to be a free defuse pretty much.
Get him on a just fight background. Just fight back. A nice hold, NRG with the call. I think one of the big things we've noticed is that NRG makes a move to stack a site like that, and 100 Thieves is on the other side having a heyday, right? We saw it on Split. We've seen it a few rounds here. This time, NRG are at the right place at the right time, and they bring the power down on 100 Thieves immediately.
That's a big call as well for them to do that off the timeout, right?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Probably a call from Boost. It's like, hey, we keep abusing this B side of B side. Now we're abusing A successfully. Let's keep doing it. And now that they finally get that denied, moving back here towards B. But look at where NRG's at. 4 players there.
Yeah, we got a nice long B clash going down right here. So is it going to be contact or sky first? Okay, so the flash does go out. No smoke to deny it, and they're going to keep going.
There's that second flash with a Dizzy in the coop, but Boostio and EU somehow!
What's happening?
They swept down NRG, and there's only team left alone towards A.
No shot. They can't do wrong. Just blinder than a bat. Boostio sprays with a little bit of the prey. And now it's up to Demon 1 here.
Oh, they're playing with energy. TPs across, working the map once again, just like Split. And 100 Thieves are now at match point. Fans now rejoicing here in the Riot Games Arena to see a victory of 100 Thieves. But I'm pretty sure there's a lot of fans from Sentinels as well, hoping that 100 Thieves could close this off right here. 5 chance to do it here for 100 Thieves, as that looks so good for the Thieves.
All right, guys, we have ults. We have Gekko, we have Fatal. You want to do the exec? Gekko, Fatal, we fuck them.
Nice. They're going hard.
Yeah.
I expect him to actually stand up after that round and cover his eyes.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, everything's blind. Everything's blind. All right. Towards B. Thrash is out. They've chosen the heavy sight here for the side of 100 Thieves. And Marv's down already.
And the call that was censored pretty much is for them to tempo up towards this B site. Victor
42.
falls. There's only 2 players left. One stuck alone and one to fall. Up to Crash. He's only with the Stinger. Stuck, pinned towards the spawn. Prowler's gonna find him, and he's just gonna try to do anything that he can. Playing the distance, 3 players waiting out through. And it's the inevitable at this point for Crashies. Back through the smoke, there's a molly to stop him. Too much util for 100 Thieves to fight against for Crashies. And head to head, Crow gets the pick. And 100 Thieves clean it. 2-0 versus NRG.
What a strong showing from 100 Thieves. You can think that there were rounds when they lost a few, but they always felt in control of the game. What an awesome game for fans, for 100 Thieves themselves to go back and look at how they they know how they repaired everything, but just what worked, how it worked, how they orchestrated with each other, and then to call upon everyone on the squad to just come out firing today. From Split to Bind. Incredible stuff here. That is 100 Thieves that is primed and ready to go and get themselves the first seed.
You look through the whole series, you're trying to figure out who is really stepping up to the plate. How it had a slow start at the beginning of this stage to how it becomes the 100 Thieves that we know.
Yeah.
Why these players are playing together as a unit here. All of them fragging out at this point. Bang finding his moments. EU being picked up here from challengers from M80.
EU had clutch moments today.
Had clutch moments, had key moments.
Absolutely.
Key utility as well from his kit as that fade on that second map of Bind. And 100 Thieves are definitely looking good now with the run towards the playoffs. They've clinched it already, and now they're going to have to wait and see if they have map differential, round differential, especially against that crew versus Leviathan. That will happen after this, to see if they can clinch that first round spot or not.
Yeah, absolutely.
We love this back and forth that we saw at least at the beginning of these halves between both of these teams, Ruth.
Boostio up front calling the shots. Asuna on the raise, 7 first bloods, hitting the shots. 25 and 12 for Asuna here. Felt so good. Hitting the showstoppers and the shots to get into this one. Nicely done. And I think they did a great job at figuring out that NRG wanted to slow the game down, so they brought it to NRG. 100 Thieves did a lot of adapting here. And a lot of winning. A lot of winning.
There was a lot of those moments, too, when you look at these off-angles that are being played that, you're not running those fundamentals for NRG. They were heavily punished. But at least there, for example, with 100 Thieves, there were players right there to trade it right back. So those funnies at least were there, too.
Cryo flying high, too. I mean, you look at Split in the first 4 kills from Cryo into another 3K after that. Kind of started the life for the team. And people have been like, what? Cryo's been quiet. Well, no, everybody was ice cold today.
Cryo was super loud today. I mean, his play on Split 2, the 4K that he got, anchoring towards the pillar when there's so much happening on that site and still able to anchor it up. But unfortunately now, for NRG and for Sentinels, their fate lies in the hands of G2's match, which will happen tomorrow. But at least for now, let's throw it down to the floor where Liz is standing by with a Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I am here with Cryo from 100 Thieves. An incredible performance, as always, Cryo. I think I saw a sign that said the new Iceman is Cryo in the audience. I think someone has it over there. you are just such an incredible player. What does it feel like to be playing on this stage in this form with this team right now?
It feels amazing, honestly. It's been my dream my entire life. Yeah, I mean, it feels really good.
And we were talking, your parents are here for the very first time. The very first time your parents are here to support you. I'm waving, hi, good to see you. They have signs. What is it like playing with your parents supporting you here?
It feels really good to have support, you know, from back home. Even when they're not here, they're always watching my matches online. So it really.
Where are you located? Like home?
Like an hour and a half from here.
That's still a drive.
Yeah. So even when they're not here, they're watching from home. So their support means a lot to me.
What is it like having them in the arena for the first time, though?
It feels really good. I tried to look for them while I was walking out, but.
There they are. I'm going to ask you about your leader, Boostio. Boostio is known to talk some smack, you know, kind of give like a funny answer about their opponents. I want to ask you what your read was on NRG coming into today. You know, he said like they were terrible, you know, funny, it would be funny to beat them. What was your read on them?
I mean, going into any match, my read is just we're better than them. It's kind of the mindset that I try to have. It's super important. So that's how I went into it today.
So mindset, but read. So like you read them like, okay, we're better than them, but you also just like, we're better than them.
Yeah.
All right,
both.
fair enough. And one last question. I have to ask you this. I love watching your boss's Nadeshot streams because he's just so supportive of all of you. He is so just emotionally invested. What is it like playing for a boss who's always there, always watching? Hi, Nadeshot. Who is always just ready to support you?
I think Nadeshot's probably the most unserious boss I've ever had in my life. I see like clips, I see like his tweets, his replies to our tweets. It's still pretty troll, but he's always
just invested. He's invested.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Give it up for Cryo one more time, and give it and everyone here. Thank you so much. We're gonna throw it to a break, but stay right here because we have a heck of a game. It is KRU versus Leviathan.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring.
Mis sentimientos al jugar contra Leviatán son sentimientos encontrados, ya que fue mi anterior equipo el año pasado y obviamente comparto mucho con King y Masino. Obviamente quiero ganar, obviamente por el honor, más que no nos juguemos nada, ambos estamos clasificados de playoff.
Who's going to be shutting down the monster player that is Aspas? Now, Leaf, wait, here's that. Hold on. There's a fuse. There's no shot.
Yo creo que ahora mismo con la integración de Hit le ayudó demasiado, le ayudó mucho en tema experiencia y pegue, más que nada. Pero vienen con gran momento también, vienen ganando todos, igual que nosotros casi.
Now they know where he is. The prey waiting on the other side will fall.
Es solo mirar, o sea, tienen uno de los jugadores que para mí resalta mucho, que es por ejemplo Aspas, que tiene un récord de kill que consiguió, o sea, es un player súper diferenciado, le decimos.
Obviamente tienen que esperar un partidazo, va a ser el clásico de LATAM, obviamente va a ser el clásico de LATAM, y los dos equipos están con buen momento, así que espero que sean partidazos.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match of the day. It is a LATAM showdown between our two teams. We got KRU versus Leviathan, and boy, oh boy, how a year can change things, because here we are talking about KRU, top of the group, Leviathan, but one of the best teams in the league, when last year it was not the case, so it's been really refreshing to see this. Huh? What'd you say?
KRU lost every game in the regular season
I
last
remember.
year. Even before that, at lock-in, it was the worst season we've ever seen from that team. But now they've turned it around, and they have a chance to go flawless if they win this final match. And they're facing a team with whom they have so much history and who also is topping their group.
Yeah, this is a banger of a match. There's a lot of pride on the line and first seed on the line, I think, for LEV if they win it. So there's a lot at stake right now. And it would be crazy to see that, top seed LATAM for both sides of the bracket happen.
And remember how important that is, too. That means you're one match away from a slot at Shanghai. There's a world where both LATAM teams have that honor of just playing one game and making it.
Crazy thoughts for sure. What a time to be alive. I love it, baby. Well, let's go ahead and talk about this matchup and dive into KRU. Now, here is the schedule that they have gone through here. And look, in the beginning, you could have made the case, right? Furia, maybe not the strongest.
It's been
Same thing with MIBR.
Difficulty.
But, yeah, exactly, right? Scaling difficulty, if you will. Now we're getting to the final boss. And
yeah, literally.
This is literally Punch-Out, where like he starts out in the beginning, was a little Max like fighting the first guy, and now he's made his way to Mike Tyson. And the question is whether or not Mike Tyson's going to sock him in the face and end the run here. But the thing is honestly, I think both teams are Mike Tyson at this instance. They're both so good. So it's unbelievable where we are right now. And also an update for everyone, too. KRU's win over 100 Thieves officially locked in that #1 seed for the Alpha group, which means that they're going to be that one playoff spot away from Shanghai. And let's not forget that for Leviathan, a win here also has ramifications, but we'll talk more about that in a little bit. But for now, Mimi, this KRU team, everything is clicking right now.
Yeah, this game against 100 Thieves was honestly incredible from this squad. The thing that has impressed me the most is their defensive calling. They're such a tough team to play against in the way that they're proactively taking space while really masking where they're going aggressive. They're using really minimal util, like one sky flash that you normally just think is a reclear, but then entrenching a player on a forward ang, and it makes it so difficult to play against them because you're like playing this game of whack-a-mole, having to reclear all these different angles. And on top of that, all of their individuals are seemingly hitting right now.
Yeah, it's so impressive to see that they're so aware of what their win conditions are. They understand that they have this 1-2 punch combo now with Heat being in the roster, with that Kesnet and Heat mix. And what that does, that enables Melzer, that enables other players on the team like Shy to anchor when they actually go to a site, et cetera, et cetera. They're just all a cohesive unit that are firing at all cylinders right now, and they have the utmost confidence.
That's the thing, right? It's like full commitment. Everyone is so bought into the system, so bought into an idea. When they're doing a play, they're always doing it together. The synergy this squad has right now is incredible.
Yeah, and it's only been, firstly, it's just been reflected in the standings, but it's also just been reflected in everything that we've been seeing in the server from this squad. But then over toward the Omega group, though, we have Leviathan. Now, they were the squad that was the first to clinch their spot in the playoffs, but they are one step closer from being the kings of their group. But what they need to do is defeat an unbeaten team this stage in KRU. And Baby Bay, that's going to be a tall task to ask from any team, honestly, with the way KRU's been playing.
Yeah, I think the most impressive thing for this LEV team has been how Tex and Com have really stepped it up. And that's what's been the major difference from when we see them struggling. You know, I feel like Com and Tex have been playing phenomenal. And even on that Sunset game where Com for the first time was playing Cypher, he played the role so perfectly, and Tex's Gecko is nasty.
Yeah, I mean, it has been so good from those guys in particular. I think against G2, that's where it really shined for me. They were playing Breeze. Their defense had such great ideas of how they're going to use util to deny plant and then set up these floods back in with Tex and Ospas as you call it, that 1-2 punch. Yeah. They're such a difficult team to deal with right now. I feel like both these squads are in the hottest form we've ever seen from them, and they're now meeting at this like apex of their trajectory.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. And of course, if Leviathan, as we had mentioned before, wants to get that first seed spot, they're going to need to get this win here today, goes without saying, and then they would put 100 Thieves in that second seed. But if they lose here today, 100 Thieves will have the easier road leading to Shanghai. So again, lots on the line here. This is a pressure-filled situation.
And if they lose it, it does go down to tiebreakers, so it kind of depends on how that all goes down. But winning, that just guarantees it for LEV.
Yeah, you want to be able to lock that in right away. But we'll see, though, how this pans out. This is going to be a very difficult matchup here, but it's always exciting to see these teams face off. And honestly, doubly so today, because we get to see Ospas go head-to-head with Kesnet, which I've been waiting for this one, man, and this is going to be a good one.
I think these are the two best players to kind of come out of their respective regions. I don't think anyone can deny that Kesnet has been the most successful Latin American player and Ospas the most successful Brazilian player. We keep saying this, but they're both in incredible form right now. And they are both, I really feel like, the guys who define their team's style.
Yeah, and for me, it's Ospas is Ospas. He's always going to be doing crazy things. He's so consistently at the top for his teams, no matter which it was, Loud, now it's LEV. What impressed me the most for KRU is Kesnet and his mentality shift going into this year. It's not all about him being the star player, but he still is. That's the beautiful thing about it. Yeah. But now he's a better teammate, and you see it flourish with everybody else on his team.
I feel like the similarities are endless, too. They're both known for the Jet, but I feel like they've both been their best when they're on the Rays thus far in this tournament. They're both players who do so much, but seemingly require a lot less resources than other teams. Neither of these teams are really like always indexing into like a double initiator, full building into the duelist, but still these guys, even when they don't have as many tools, are going out there and dropping ridiculous numbers.
They're just playmakers, like through and through. And
two of the best players in our league.
Exactly, and that is the reason why we've been so hyped up for this matchup here. But let's go ahead and get Kesnet's thoughts ahead of this one. We got Elizabeth standing by.
All right, well, hi Kesnet. What are your thoughts about having to face Ospas today?
Creo que es un honor jugar contra el mejor duelista del mundo y vamos a esperar dar el nivel de él.
I think it's an honor to play against the best duelist in the world, and we hope we can perform well against him.
Well, best of luck.
Prince.
All right, well, we also, have another awesome head-to-head matchup coming into this one. It's the IGLs. You got King and Klaus. Both have been white hot lately as well. So, again, there were just so many fun parallels for these players, right? IGLs that are finding their voice, that are continuing to build, that have just found nothing but success. Teams that are playing selfless. I mean, Baby Bay, this is like a recipe for success on both sides of the field.
Yeah, it's been crazy, the numbers that King has been able to put up as an IGL. And on the opposite side, I'm impressed with how Klaus has actually been mid-rounding his team.
He stepped into the role.
Yeah, it's like this weird little shift, because I feel like when you look at this matchup before, maybe last year, Klaus had some really big moments for his team, clutching out stuff on Sky and etc. But now King has just stepped up in that fragging role, and Klaus has kind of taken the reins of the strategic approach this year.
Yeah, and I think that's freed up other players to really step up their individual. Melzer was kind of struggling when he was the IGL of this team. He's been having a great stage thus far here in stage one. And I really think for KRU, well, you're going to be looking at Kesnet. Their biggest strength is their mid-rounding. I was already talking about their defense, but on their attack, it's the same thing. They do a great job of getting either Kesnet or sometimes Shy up into these lurk positions and calling around around that. They're a team that's so good at denying info, at finding that weakness, hitting that late sight, and really, you got to give so much of that credit to Klaus and how much he stepped up. Now, returning to this IGL role after his year off.
Yeah, you wanted to see someone tackle that role head on. Klaus has done exactly that. He's got the pieces that he needs. Everything has been clicking, and it feels like they can't do anything wrong. Baby Bay, I know you had a telestrator for us. You wanted to break down some of KRU's calling here. What do you got for us?
Yeah, I have this nasty round of the last round of Split against 100 Thieves, and Klaus did such a great job mid-rounding here. And just to give some context, earlier in the round, KRU gets pushed off of the A line, and that causes a rotation of Asuna to go into B heaven, so they have a B stack. Now, what's important here is that KRU know this. They're reading 2 steps ahead, and they make noise here on purpose to bait out this Viper Orb and the Roomba. As soon as they find that out, you're going to see movement here into vents with the Sky Ult from Heat. And just look at the minimap here and the layers that happen. Omen Smoke comes out, Sky Flash, Sky Ult. Now, that opens up the timing for 2 players to be enabled here from the side of KRU. Now, the Viper hears Cryo run off the site and understands that he can take that timing. As well for Kesnet, he was following the Skydog here, gets baited, but here is the most impressive thing. There comes the kill from Shy onto Cryo. That Omen Flash right there, just the poise to be understanding of that, yo, we need to add another layer of utility here. That opens up the entire site, and it's over. That's all she wrote. They close out the half with this. Clean post plant, 4v3, manipulated the rotations. It was so beautiful to watch. And Klaus is, I mean, he's really stepped it up to be doing stuff like this.
You look at that round, there's like 3 pivots within that of the game plan. They're so fast to come up with those alternate ideas. And it's not just the IGLing there. It's also like the heads-up play to instantly have that flash ready. Every single piece of util requires that team to be fully committed to Klaus's game plan, and they do it so well.
Yeah, it has been very impressive to see how this team has built themselves up. I want to know if there's a limit, you know, like where, because if you would have told me KRU's going undefeated, you know, this stage, I would have been like, you lying.
That's what we said about LCQ. That's the beauty in it. It's so amazing to watch. It's crazy.
Yeah, it truly has been. Of course, it's going to be a lot for Leviathan to have to deal with here, but let's go ahead and check in with the in-game leader of Leviathan. We've got King, who's standing by with Elizabeth.
Hi, King. All right, so quick question for you. Well, not that quick, but you're facing 2 of your former teammates today. Does your game plan change when you know that they know you inside and out?
I mean, not that much, honestly, because we have been playing together when we were like kind of rookies. We were like learning a lot of stuff, and both of us has changed a lot, them and us. So, I mean, it's way different. So, no.
I'm excited to see it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Makes a lot of sense to hear that from King because, well, I mean, yes, they did have a history together. It is true. They both have grown exponentially as players over the course of their careers.
But I think that time with LEV for both of these players and for honestly that whole kind of core was so formative, right? They started out before the Americas League was a thing, overtaking what used to be KRU, starting to go to global events. You think of in 2022 going to Copenhagen and then going on the run at Champions. I think having that early international experience in their career has really cemented these players, their comfort at playing at this top level. For King as an IGL to be able to be so comfortable on that stage now into their second year of the Americas League, looking like all-stars.
Yeah, and this is a big game for Shy because I feel like, I mean, I don't want to say that there's bad blood. There's usually never bad blood in scenarios like this, but there's always going to be that piece of you.
There's a lot of trading back and forth between these lads and teams. But it adds that little extra bit.
That's what I'm saying. There's going to be that piece of you that no matter what, you want this bad. Even though you're qualified, you could probably treat this as a throwaway game and save strats if you want to. I wouldn't put it past teams to do that. But I have a feeling that they're going to do their very best to win this game. Well, because not only that, but they get a point on the line, too.
Of course. Well, it gives you that opportunity, right, to be able to say, like, you are the king of the LATAM region.
Should have kept me, buddy.
You know, for those 2 teams, right, outside of our Brazilian teams. But it's nice to see, like, you know, these 2 teams not only go toe-to-toe like this, but also do so in a manner where they're fighting for first on each side of their group.
And Shy has just been, no matter what team he's on, just the king of consistency when you think about LATAM players. He's so good as an anchor. His lurks on the attacking side, I feel like, are always on point. He's always consistently putting up numbers for his squad. He's never going to be the flashiest guy, but he will win you rounds. And he is the rock that teams can build around. I think people are talking a lot about Heat coming into this crew roster, but I think Shy as well, being added to the team, that consistent element, and also being kind of another voice in this squad too, is so important for this run they've been on.
Yeah, and it really shows like how good a player is when I feel like a lot of the times in these matches I've seen, it's been the Heat and Kesnick show, even on defensive side. And people kind of tend to avoid Shy. And sometimes it feels like the rounds that Crew do lose, they're not at Shy's side at all. And he's playing a retake. But to be able to step up to the plate after maybe a team doesn't hit your sight for 4 or 5 rounds and still deliver, that shows what a great player is. Because not everybody can just snap it on like that when it's needed.
Yeah, of course. Well, we did hear from King earlier about what it's like to play against his former teammate. Let's actually get Shy's perspective here as he gets ready for his matchup against Leviathan.
Para mí, Leviathan es un equipo muy fuerte. Fácilmente se podría decir que son uno de los favoritos también a ganar. Y comparto también mucho de lo que dicen los otros equipos de que son equipos a vencer. Y es solo mirar, o sea, tienen uno de los jugadores que para mí resalta mucho, que es por ejemplo Aspas, que tiene un récord de kill que consiguió, o sea, es un player súper diferenciado, le decimos. Y no, obviamente también miro hacia adentro, miro mi equipo y también veo lo mismo, reflejo lo mismo por ejemplo con Kesnit, reflejo lo mismo con lo que es Melzer, lo que es Heat, entonces es un duelo de titanes, siempre lo he dicho, que gana el mejor y nada, que va a ser un espectáculo para todo Valorant América.
It is absolutely awesome to hear Shy talk about it like that. Titans in the region,
it's a
going
spectacle.
up. It's a spectacle.
Dude,
this is it, baby.
How good that has to feel. After,
Hell yeah.
I mean, LEV made playoffs. They got to top 4 in stage 1 last year, but we didn't see them, you know,
they fizzled
making
away.
to international events.
Yeah.
We didn't see Crew up until that Champs run, which even at Champs didn't go super well. It has been such a turnaround for LATAM, and I just can't imagine how great this must feel for the players, but also just for all the Latin American fans. I know when we talk to the people from the LATAM broadcast, like, they're just so excited about both these teams, because honestly, in current form, there's a world where, like, this matchup could be our finals.
Yeah, and also, too, something that brings me great joy in this situation is, like, you know, of course, you know, Leviathan have a little bit more of a mixed roster, and even Crew had to bring in someone like Heat. But to see, you know, the LATAM players in particular shine in such a way that they are is just so freaking awesome to witness. And of course, folks, you're probably wondering, man, they're really talking a lot up here. Well, there's a reason for that. We're actually a little bit delayed on the stage, have some audio issues. We're going to get it sorted. I think everyone wants this match to be nice and clean right out of the gate, so bear with us for a little while longer, and then we'll jump back into the action as soon as we are ready to do so. We'll, of course, be very quick on our feet with that one there, but we'll continue the conversation here. And well, we don't know much about, you know, where we're going to be playing in the maps. Maybe we'll check out Map Select here, but I actually want to get your thoughts on who wins this match, because this is a hard one, right? It's a hard one to call. I cannot 2-1, but where does it land? That's at least what I think. No matter what, it's 2-1.
I think LEV is going to win. Crew's in great form right now, but I think Leviathan have also had that form element. I think Aspas is incredible right now, and I really like the ideas that they're building around. I think they've really found themselves. In particular, I love how much variety they have in the pace in which they play the attack sides. When they're going for their hard execs, things like that, I think that's really well built up. I also think when they're like embedding Aspas in places, they do that so well. But I think it's a good thing for Crew to lose. I want them to lose this match because I want them to be great. I think that losing here would give them a lot to learn and would build them up for playoffs. I don't want them getting overconfident. You see sometimes they're going for over peaks, they're getting a little too crazy, but they're winning because of the form. But as they start to play better and better teams, if they make it to Shanghai especially, I think having this match to just rein it in and like remember what makes them really good could actually be a good thing for them. So as a Crew fan, I hope Crew lose.
It could kind of be like a double-edged sword, because they could also just to counteract your point, they could also just ride this momentum all the way through. But I agree, it would be so dope to see them lose, just so we could see. No, hear me out. Just so we could see a LEV first seed, and then potential.
Wait, it's actually better for LATAM.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait a
for the whole Latin region, that's where exactly where I was going.
Man, blood's
would be so cool to see them both qualify for Shanghai.
All right. Crew could be even better. we're gonna make Latam's gonna be amazing. They're making
it's gonna be so. We're bigging it up. All right, guys. Let's actually see where we're gonna be playing. Our coaches are standing by for map select, so let's go ahead and take a listen in.
Welcome to VCT America's pick ban for KRU versus Leviathan. As decided by coin flip, KRU is team A, Leviathan is team B. So KRU map ban.
We ban bind.
So KRU bans bind. LEV map ban.
We ban split.
LEV bans split. KRU map pick.
Ascent.
KRU pick ascent. LEV gets side.
We play CT.
LEV picks defense. LEV map pick.
We pick breeze.
LEV pick breeze. KRU side.
We attack.
KRU picks attack. So KRU map ban.
Yeah, we ban sunset.
KRU ban sunset. LEV map ban.
We ban icebox.
LEV ban icebox. So deciding map is Lotus, and KRU gets side.
We attack.
KRU picks attack. All right, good luck, have fun.
All right, so now that we know where we're going, I mean, look, I think the maps may not even matter all that much, considering that both of these teams have just been so strong right now.
I don't know. I'm really excited to watch Ascent. We haven't seen LEV play this map since week 1, where they were in the worst form that we've seen from this.
Shout out to Sage.
That was such a weird match, by the way. The Sage Tex, that was weird.
I don't even know if I fully hate the Sage, but it was a messy map. I think it was more form-based and a bad game from them. So I'm really interested to see if they're committed to that Sage idea or if they're going to index back into the default Jet comp that everyone plays. But I'm also seeing in this 2 Jet maps if they go back to normal, which means that our head-to-head for Osbus versus Kesnet should be electric, especially on Breeze.
I'm so glad you talked about Breeze, because this is going to be a banger game. I mean, you got 2 crazy Sentinel players on each team, and then you also have King, who's been playing like a god on smokes, Melzer a god on smokes, and it really comes down on a map like Breeze to the individual mechanics. I feel like you can only do so much as a team.
Yeah, and that is going to be so fascinating because it's like you have these 2 players that are clearly the tips of the spear for their squad. They have that opportunity to do so. So now seeing these, the maps laid out, you guys still feel pretty confident on the predictions here?
I mean, I'm predicting what I think would be best for good and what I think will probably happen. But honestly, this game is so close. Either of these teams could take this home. It means so much for LEV, especially. Reminder, they win this first seed, 1 game away from making it to Shanghai. It would be huge.
All right, well, guys, this is it. We are ready to go. It's going to be a great matchup. I think the Riot Games Arena is stoked for this one. You got KRU taking on Leviathan. Let's go ahead and walk out your teams.
Riot Games Arena. Ustedes y yo sabemos que solo hay un clásico que se escuche para el primer equipo, el invicto KRU Vista.
Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Work hard, work hard. Work hard, work hard and play hard. Work hard and play. Stand up and see you move. Stand up and play. Stand up and see you move. Stand up and see you move. Oh yeah. Let's do this.
Y en el otro lado te demuestra por qué no puedes ir en contra de la marea. Que se escuche para el Leviathan.
mountains as we have Crew Visa sitting at the top of the league, the top of their group, undefeated, and could very well go for the clean sweep. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leviathan, if they get this win, they get first place out of their group, solidifying Latin American dominance in the Americas region with 2 first-place finishes. What a time. This is going to be great.
You can see the motivation on Crew's face. They're playing against teammates who they had before, players they are very familiar with. If they win this, Crew goes from winless to flawless in the regular season.
Man.
It's ridiculous.
I can't believe it. Oh, I love this game.
Yeah, the timeline is ridiculous.
It's
mean, this is so hype. And honestly, even kickoff Crew didn't really look that great.
No.
So it was like the turnaround was like this.
Yeah, there was a lot of concerns. I mean, both of these teams coming into the season, we were like, you know, it could be okay.
I mean, the start of Stage 1, it looked dire for LEV. That Cloud9 game was a tragedy, and they've come back, and they have rallied and have looked so good in their last few matches.
But I think it goes to, you know, I'm going to go ahead and give love to Tex and Com on this one, especially Com. Because
those guys have stepped up.
You know that no one just, you know, beats himself up more than he does. He even publicly did so. Felt like he was playing the worst Valorant he'd ever played. Yeah. And you know that he's like, okay, I got to adjust this. It's demon time. I got to just channel this energy and just push forward. And he did just that, alongside with Tex, was getting a lot of criticism from the Latin American community, and that all stepped up. That is impressive. That's crazy, man.
It's tough to do.
Oh, Lordy. Wow, what a time. What a time. But okay, so there's your series layout. Again, you got Ascent, Breeze, and of course, if necessary, you get Lotus at the end.
Yeah, Ascent is going to be the interesting one. Reminder, the last time we saw LEV play this was week 1 against Cloud9. They lost in a crazy overtime game, and they were running the Sage Raze composition. And I feel like the big question is, do they go back to that, or do they go to the default comp?
And just to piggyback off of that, the problems that I saw with the Sage specifically on the attacking side was Tex kept doing this B main wall every single time that they would go there. And it just got punished by C9 time and time again. So I want to see more creativity out of the Sage if they decide to run it, which we'll find out shortly.
Yeah.
Crew, of course, playing that default
Nothing
comp. Let's
crazy.
see what LEV is locking.
Yeah, really, the story of this one is going to be whether or not Leviathan are going to re-implement the Sage as they did last time, or do they just stick with the fundies, and that is what they're going to do. The fundamentals come through, you're playing the defaults.
That sets our first 2 maps up to be an Ospas versus Kesnet Jet head-to-head straight up. This is going to be exciting. Number 1 seed on the line for Leviathan, or a flawless season for Crew.
Here we go. Riot Games Arena, I'm going to need you to make some noise as we get ready for this one. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Who better to call the action than Uber and Wyatt?
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yeah, we've been waiting for this game for quite some time. A bona fide El Clasico and one of the most compelling matches here out of Stage 1. We are here to crown our top team in Americas heading into playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, Crew right now undefeated. It's what Mimi said on the desk, from winless to flawless right now in this season.
What a run.
And a chance to certify that here, certify themselves as the best team in Americas, LEV with an opportunity to do the same. And of course, an opportunity to guarantee themselves one of those top 2 spots in the playoffs if they get a win here. Avoid being placed in those 4 bottom teams that if you lose, you're out. But being in the top 2, you get into the double elimination portion of the bracket and are just 1 win away from qualifying to Shanghai. So big stakes for them on the line right now. Will it be them in that top spot? We'll just have to see. And I mean, the stories for this game write themselves, Mitch. I mean, 2 top teams in Americas, the LATAM teams. We've never seen anything like this.
I mean, the last time we saw these 2 face off was in the preseason at a Superdome in Colombia, if I'm not mistaken. And I think at that time we were really struggling to get a read on how Crew, Visa, and Leviathan respectively would walk into kickoff, let alone Stage 1. And we were not convinced by LEV out of the gates, right? They made their Cloud9 game look like someone turned a mud run into an anime tournament arc. It was messy. It went to overtime. And the desk has harped on it a little bit, right? The Sage setup was unconvincing. Well, now we've had 4 weeks since then to see how Leviathan has developed, and every other aspect of their map pool has looked stellar. Now we get to see the final piece.
Absolutely. This is almost a chance for redemption, really. I mean, this was the map that, like you said, right at the beginning of the season, this was so sloppy from them. Everyone had high expectations for this team, obviously. How could you not? Look at the 5 names right there. You bring in Calm, world champion of last year. Aspas, a guy who's always been in the conversation as the best player in the world. And then in their first match, to go out in the way that they did, those expectations were dashed quickly, and there was a lot of frustration from the fans, from the community, and they turned the corner on that so quickly. This is kind of an opportunity on Ascent to really just firmly certify that this is a way different team. And frankly, I do feel like they've already done as much, but just this last little bit of proof would make them undeniable.
And a couple of things that we're going to be looking for on Ascent especially is how these teams behave on defense. KRU, very proactive defenders. They don't give you a lot of room, and they refuse to be put in post-plant scenarios. They tend to win many of their rounds, and they did against 100 Thieves without defusals being required. It's just straight gunplay. Leviathan, on these flashlight comps, right? For example, here, we just see the KO. They will have these re-clear protocols that occur mid-round on defense, and often it's just a couple of players swinging different angles to take space in the map. They're really contact heavy, and that means that the operator might play a huge role in this matchup too.
LEV have displayed such a vast amount of different defensive setups in these past few weeks, and they're starting on that side, the favor side here on Ascent.
Aspas already going to be clearing away that turret's KRU. Don't get ahead of themselves at the start of this round. We have an alarm bot actually over in that gelato direction. And Shy's in no hurry to push up against his old squad.
Mazzino had put his knife into B main. It didn't get any spots, and now immediately a duel between the 2 stars, Kesnet and Aspas, but it's the latter who's just going to back off, set up in this crossfire here with Mazzino in market.
It's the KRU special. On pistols or on Nico, head straight up mid and see if you can rattle the cage a little bit. Kesnet trying to receive contact first, but the flash sets Aspas up perfectly. He is able to respond, and Aspas takes a glancing blow and is forced off the angle. King there lingers too long, and Shy also punishes. Aspas flashed out here. Can't play aggressive as he'd like to, and Tex tried to emerge from Kabir. It's back and forth stuff, but the spike is loose in mid, and Klaus emerges straight to market, and Leviathan are down to just 2.
Now Aspas with it all to do in mid.
What? 81 HP. But Shy crept up on him through the smoke.
Lovely trading there from KRU. Leviathan, look at the crossfires that they were setting up there on the fly. They had those 2 players in mid. That was Mazzino and Aspas, obviously. Aspas and Spawn, Mazzino from market to deny that push. But then additionally, on the catwalk, they set up with Tex, and I believe that was King there. But it was that flick from Shy. Oh my God. That just shuts that one down, allows them to put their focus deep into mid. This team, they have so much confidence in each other with the fundamentals right now and their ability to trade, already on display in round 1.
One thing we saw from Leviathan against G2 is that they allowed G2 to find some of these lurk routes up mid on a couple of maps. This time, though, they really lock down the mid part of Ascent.
And KRU here, they open things up in the same way as the pistol. They have Shy with that alarm bot, watching for anyone to be pushing out A. And now prodding up mid, full contact. Meltzer passive on B main. But it's LEV who favored stacking up towards A on this round with the bad buy, the eco. 5 classics, not even a ghost or a sheriff in their hands.
No alarm bot yet for LEV to play off of here, so Com just has to see the barrel of the gun, and it's a right click to the head of Kesnet. There's going to be more where that came from. He doesn't have time to pull out the shock dart. Now KRU swarming over this B site now. They'll be checking Boathouse, and they'll find it's clear.
Of course, they'll take any kill you can get when you're on this full eco. Calm already starting things off not too badly on the Sova. Last time they played this, he was on the Viper, and he was struggling. His play under a lot of scrutiny early on this season, but now on that comfort role, the agent that we know him to be so fantastic on. As he was at Champions last year when he took it down with EG. And Ascent is just the playground for Sova. So I'm expecting big things here. I'm expecting him to really redeem himself from that initial performance against C9 on Ascent back in week 1.
Aspas hanging out in B long to see if anything presents itself. LEV grouped up here to die to the spike, but Shy has other ideas. That lockdown now unconscious further as he takes alt orbs for himself. And it'll be just Aspas left. Klaus will run afoul of him here, but still is able to come out on top. 4 guns maintained for Crew.
Not too bad for them. Couple Guardians to come into the next round, and those can be pretty obnoxious on Ascent. I've seen some cheeky kills through those walls over on B. They have the high bullet penetration. You know, if someone on defense is playing with the Odin, that Sova, sometimes you can just catch them out and get a freebie with the Guardian. So, you know, Calm gonna have to be apprehensive of that if that ends up being the case. Let's see what Crew have cooked up here is they've got all 5 players in tiles right now, and Aspas has the glass cannon up, looking their way.
Seen QCK go for this play quite frequently. There it is, Kesnitz! Well, he never saw what hit him, but he knows. Oh, he knows.
So fast up mid, our Crew right now, droning out B main. They know that there's no one there. They want to hit the gas on this split right now, but actually slowing things down. Fighting Spawn, great kill from Heat.
As you don't know, there was a veritable landslide of players about to hit him after that knife ticked 3. Aspas has made a reposition here towards market.
And this is something Crew have done so well this season with Klaus's calling. Slowing things down in these scrappy situations, baiting out peaks.
To be main smoke here coming all the way across from King. Finally, Aspas gets the pick he was looking for, but Com is going to be there with a follow-up. The Odin from Speedway is good for 2. Aspas is going to give ground. The smoke forces him back. Tech's not ready for that from Melsa. And now we're in a 2 versus 2. We need to see LEV converge now. 1 through market. They split themselves up as King will go via B main.
That little recon from Klaus was so nice. Aspas is going to be hoping to pick up a rifle here. Would be far better than the op. Of course, Klaus, look at his HP 3 right now, just spraying away with that Odin.
Pushing on Speedway now. Melsa takes the contact. Klaus hoping to play off of that, but in no position to do so. The smoke obscured his view. Now has to go double down. It's too much to ask for. Leviathan get themselves on the board.
Scary bonus. Aspas able to recover that. Op, luckily, massive investment early on. No armor, but look, it immediately pays
Got a freebie,
off.
right?
I mean, just a crazy shot on the Kesnet. He kind of just, you know, doesn't think too hard about that one, doesn't overreact or get too frustrated at that. I mean, he said in the interview with Liz before the game started, he's excited to play against Aspas, the best duelist in the world. It's hard to believe he maybe thinks that too sincerely, but I mean, right there, at least Aspas gets the best of him. Now we're into the first full buy round, and with Klaus having some early success, he's already got the Hunter's Fury online here.
Might be an early pop from Mazzino in mid here. Wants to line up tiles and spray down. Shive's in this from EG as well. It's a good little crunch. Com takes a ton of damage to inside that nano swarm.
They're gonna hear him falling off right now as well, and they're trying to take the space off the back of it.
He got there. Now Aldro now gonna see 3 plays. He's gonna very quickly have to find his feet, but at least gets rid of Kesnet. Klaus, the Hunter's Fury, finds its mark. King tried to TP out of it to Jen, but it was lined up for that too. Klaus gets away with literal murder, but Aspas is now here to hold the side. Mazzino quickly making his way through, and expeditiously Lever put together a defense here. Another for Mazzino, and it's all on Shy. Tex and Mazzino now, back-to-back over on that A side, when they preempt Shy. 3 in the round for Mazzino.
The speed on the responses from both teams, oh my god, lightning fast. I love Crew's response there on Cat, taking advantage of Com being stuck in the corner. They hear him falling off. They immediately go into that execute, into Tree. I mean, it's frankly a miracle that he even gets 1 there, that low of HP, the pressure they were applying to him. But then Klaus with the trade, with the second, the fast scaling into sight. It's so nice from them, but then Mazzino, similarly, the pace getting into Tree to pick up that crossfire with Aspas while he was delaying back sight. These 2 teams already looking very informed, very decisive.
Mazzino knew the pressure would be on, but we move on to round 5 now as Com tries his luck through B main. Kesnet advances despite that spray from the Odin early, and here's your Aldrone down mid.
This Aldrone going to be so important on the rounds where Aspas has picked up that operator. You can see him just fully dodging it there and wants to pick the angle back up. Full 5 sheriffs for Crew.
There we go. Aspas is rotating over, but in the meantime, it's getting hot and heavy through Tree. Mazzino buys a little bit of space here with that fragment, and Tex chooses his time perfectly. Comes out of market, but all of Crew now grouping up here. They want to try and force themselves into Tree, but Mazzino has the one-way. Kesnet kneecaps, and he doesn't fare much better.
And I think someone else might be playing on Mizzino's PC. I'm not exactly sure what happened in these last few weeks because this is not the guy that we saw in kickoff, not the guy we saw in week 1. He is absolutely electric. Since that NRG game, he's just been on a totally different level. When you have him, Aspas, and King, 3 elite players, putting up the numbers that they have, I mean, you question how this team can be stopped. He's leveled up so much. So impressive. 4 ults now in play for Leviathan. Still this operator for Aspas, and they have not had an answer for it yet.
In the meantime, KRU's star player is conspicuously absent over these first 5 rounds. That's a nice look.
And they're going to have to drone up mid again to try and clear out that operator if it is there. They break the alarm bot early, which is pretty nice. And now they're going to slow things down a bit. Retain this mid control. Try and work up towards Cat. Draw some attention A here. And then work back into a B split, it looks like.
Now command for Heat. Again, trying to signal heavy pressure over towards Tree, but in fact it comes through Market. Mizzino, those whites to it. Aspas was waiting for them and gobbles them up. Down to 3 for KRU. Mizzino takes another stunning timing. And he was not ready for it. Aspas is about to get busy though, proper busy. Shy here trying to force him off the angle. He will prevail. As Mizzino wants to inch forward to try and cover for Aspas being forced back, and they've seen the spike go loose. It's all Shy. He's moved up to Locks now on a 1 versus 2, and he can't get out. It's a hail of bullets from Com that silences him.
I mean, the individual form right now from LEV looks absolutely outrageous, but this operator is dominating the map. They have not found an answer for it yet. Aspas playing a really unconventional position on that round. I mean, Klaus obviously not going to be looking up there. So he gets an absolute freebie. And just look at Mizzino.
Let's go. Apple again.
Com's getting hyped up as well.
Buenos Aires popping off. I glossed over it, Wyatt, but Kesnet, they've not been able to get their jet into the game, have KRU.
Oh, not quite yet. Just waiting for him to come online. He's going to pop the knives here. Again, 5 sheriffs on this save round for KRU. Because it's looking to be the hero. He's got just a bit of armor left. Maybe this is where he heats up. This is where he really gets into the game.
They're going to have Tex and Com waiting on this. Com in a position to devastate with the Odin, but it already has taken a bunch of damage early. Can say the same for Melza, though. And Tex here will swing that. Does spot Kesnet, knows the knives are out and about. Melza lit up, dangerous! But he doesn't take any damage, still at 22. This could be a problem, though.
Now forced out our KRU. Some of those footsteps heard as they run away. Melzer just sitting at 1 HP, but it's all just a fake. They just tried to make the footstep sounds to get away, and now some pressure on A Cat. Look, guys, we're going A, we swear. And now we're working back into this B hit, but steadfast are common Tex. LEV have not bought this at all.
Kesnet trying to tee someone out of position. That is a beautiful little light up there. Nicely done by Cloud, and Kesnet have to capitalize. Knives to the gut. Com capitulates. And now through from CT very quickly. LEV are going so proactive as always. And Mizzino's going to find Shy. Now they got into the B site. Melzer at just 1 point of health is going to have to find a way to be traded at best. Great knife. All the info you need to see there. King wants to move up, but the fragment bounces off his weapon, and they're going to have to go it another way. Klaus expecting action still from Speedway, and he gets it. Aspas takes a shot. Knives are out. He's going to start to close the gap here. Heat probing through the smoke, finds King. And Mizzino for 3. Oh my goodness, Aspas finally emerges.
I mean, he does it all. Up, knives in the round to close things out, and Kesnet opened it up so beautifully as well, with 2 kills with the daggers of his own. I mean, statistically, the 2 best duelists right now in Americas, and it's not even close. The 2 statistically best duelists right now in the world of any league on the globe, and of any VCT league last year as well. Even better than, I mean, which is unbelievable. Besting both of their own stats from last year, any other player in the game last year, any other player in the game this year is these 2 guys, Aspas and Kesnet. Unreal players right now.
They are that good, Wyatt. Timeout here for KRU. They're going to take a moment. I've got to say that presence of mind for Mazzino, I think, to turn his head to the late reflank through market. He knew exactly what LEV were walking into in that retake attempt. Kesnit's heroics at the start of the round, mind you, on a thrifty, weren't quite enough to open it up, but that is what you should expect from these two teams. It's this level that they're playing on, vying for the title of the Titans of the Americas region.
Crew now on the timeout. They're yet to win any gun rounds. They took that pistol, converted the initial anti-eco, so they've got 2 on the board, which frankly, not bad already for Ascent. 7 rounds in, but they're gonna at least, very least, need 1 more, and then to win the pistol again. But of course, hoping for more than that. They've got the full buy now on this timeout, surely discussing what they want to do with the lockdown. They have Melser's ultimate as well. Maybe do some kind of cheeky pinch on a site exec where he TPs behind. It's gonna be B main here. Taken early by Crew. Odin spam. Not going to really come through, do anything of significance. Now things are going to slow down in the mid-round.
Yeah, they have an extra player, Crew, over towards the A side of the map here. Melser joining Shard, as he was pretty safe in how he wanted to play around that one way, but now he'd be looking for an opportunity. Sees the dry swing from King. Followed up by a refresh of the one way, and Shard will just check any potential advance that might have been intended for Wine.
And off that noise, you can see Ospas, who's rotated up to heaven with the operator to try and fight main.
Most of LEV, though, in retake positions behind that smoking tree, but Aspas takes first contact. Unperturbed for now about the lockdown. And there's more where that came from. It's going to be Com now with the Hunter's Fury. Cross map, no less, to A main. Door's going to come down, and now Aspas can inch back into the site.
Klaus with an Odin, 1 flash in the hands of Heat, but he's playing in a flank position. He has the opportunity to be the man to win the round here.
Danger! Danger! Heat with 2! Mazzino now knows, and is able to undo him. Crew now with 2 players to work with in the post plant. They do not have heaven control. Klaus in hell with the Odin. Down to 70. Kesnit also has seen better days. This is ugly. Kesnit has to go large. But it's Aspas who remains in charge.
Aspas again, 2 rounds in a row now, shutting things down at the very end. Heat did what he could with that jump peek onto Cat going awry for LEV. But the operator, just Aspas' speed getting into the A site, that initial rotate, picking up that angle here. Just so fast on it. Again, it's this decisiveness from LEV. They're really trusting the calls here right now. And they're moving with such a pace. The Crew in some of these rounds, they are struggling to keep up.
And Aspas is punishing that raw contact from Melser as he walked through his own smoke to try and get onto A. Perhaps they're putting too much stock in that lockdown they had in place.
Definitely. Crew are going to have another buy up here, though. Klaus 1 orb away from the ultimate. Perhaps they try to pick that up over an A main where they've got control right now. But it's B main, controlled by LEV. Ospas pushing up with the operator here.
There's a big variation this time from Crew to have that embedded A main presence. See what it amounts to. As the spike is slowly headed in that direction. Very limited mid presence right now for Crew. They're not fighting for it.
They've cut noise here. Drone to re-clear towards Cat, and the smoke is down. And they're gonna hit the gas off of it, but King with the first.
Yeah, Kesnit trying to make his way through with a dash, but gets caught, and King is too clean with it. Another? No, Klaus able to bring him down, but he's traded instantly. Now at least you have a player in Melser advance into the site, but Spike is loose just outside of A main.
Snipe gonna get that information as well. At this point, what can Melser and Shy do? LEV are just gonna take their time. They don't need to overpeak or take a single fight here. Can just play for this 4v2 retake and should be able to do it with ease.
Saving hardly feels like an option now when you have Melser
30 seconds left.
Stranded inside A.
Was just waiting for that smoke cycle to put it over doors so they can safely retrieve the spike. You have to imagine when they tap here, LEV are going to be inclined to go, but actually no, with the time this low, they really don't need to. They can wait this out a little bit. The shock dart almost connecting.
10 seconds left.
Melser at 31, and he's lit. Com should be a matter of course for him to bring that kill down, but they're good pass Shy. Okay, Aspas able to recover there. A couple of extra guns given up by LEV than they otherwise would have liked, considering the mid-round situation.
But at this point, look at their economy. It is at that point where it's getting essentially out of control. They should be able to buy up for the rest of this half. Aspas, I mean, is this the same off he's had since round 3? I'm pretty sure it is. I mean, he only has 3 deaths. They've just not been able to deal with this man at all. Trying to mix things up with that A hit, but not paying off for KRU here.
Let's figure something out. Let me get us.
Oh yeah. The energy at a premium here for Leviathan. And they are very KRU-esquely also preventing these post plants for the most part. They are really anchoring and holding their spots on these sites.
And at some point here, you have to imagine the KRU are going to be able to get a third just by stacking up these ultimates. They've got the null command in the hands of Heat. Klaus still holding on to this Hunter's Fury right now. You would think that that would be enough to be able to finally convert a gun round, but at this point, 0 momentum. I'm still a bit worried about their ability to do so.
2 rounds at A, KRU get nothing from them, and this one might go a similar way. He brought down aside that null command, and they're going to attempt to bring him back. Klaus presumably has a safe angle to do it. Kesnet, though, elsewhere. Okay, he's able to take Tex down. Pushing up here inside B main. Shy, some wayward shots make him wary.
And they might not have even, been able to get that res onto Heat if it weren't for Klaus having a Guardian, being able to spam back through the wall at Calm. If that wasn't the case, Calm could have just reloaded and kept going, and Heat almost surely would have died. So just a small little purchase there making the difference. Not even intended. My man just doesn't have enough money, but it pays off.
That shock dart means Lev don't know if KRU are in yet, but they're definitely going to know about it now. Mazzino takes contact moving up stairway, but yep, Con with 18 HP. That molly was always going to do him in. Shy loves being here at Logs, but doesn't really have a swing. At least able to find Mazzino on the trade. Melsa now going to come back up speed where the spike is still dropped in B main, so we will see KRU continue to fight here. But it's just King. Shy keep himself out of line as Sights pops up. And this time, Gamal whacks you.
So patient from Shy there. One of the players that I look at when I'm viewing a late round situation and I see Shy is alive, I can't help but kind of be favored towards him. That is just the kind of environment, the situations that he really does thrive in, and why he's been such a great addition to this KRU squad. Of course, was on LEV for the longest time, Shy. Opted to leave this year, join KRU. Typically, I mean, outside of that LCQ run, you're looking at them as the second best team from LATAM. And what an addition he's been.
3 suppressed. Well, that was illuminating. 3 players there spotted over towards A. This will slow KRU up once more. Not necessarily the style they'd like to go for. Now they'll scatter mid with that recon. I suppose stay shy of it.
Over towards the B site, Calm actually used his drone in main, and you can see both him and King have pushed up here, holding this little double face together where Calm's going to take contact and King can swing off of him. And it looks like KRU are going to walk right into this, so things could get very dangerous here.
Calm holding the off angle, licking his lips in anticipation for that one. Gives away the game about the Odin, and they baited him in with
tragedy.
With the alarm bot.
Absolute tragedy, and now it's King with all to do here at Logs.
Holds his ground, good trigger discipline, that's 2. And it is a 2 and done at the very least. Here come Lev now, starting to encroach. Kesnet, though, has pushed his way forward, he's punished for it.
Oh, he's just doing way too much there. It's a 3v3, and Klaus has the Hunter's Fury online.
Mazzino, how to win that out? That is raw! And Aspas claims Klaus. And Lev get themselves yet another one. That felt like old school Kesnet, right?
I was about to say, yeah, that feels like a KRU of old, and seeing those moments where Kesnet feels like he has to do everything and put the team on his back in a situation like that, but realistically, it's a 3v3. It's just unnecessary. He doesn't even have a dash online. That could have justified it, but so unlucky, things just kind of being thrown away, and it started with an easy kill, that mishap from Calm. Really tragic for KRU. They've got to feel frustrated.
So much, boys. I knew this guy
And Calm is just having a great time here, playing his favorite agent on Ascent. A great map for it.
Get out of my way.
Another crunch here, potentially. Calm has the Odin. They were looking for something in tiles. They don't find it. Here's a Hunter's Fury from Klaus. Checks back side, sees nothing. We'll find Aspas there in market. The aforementioned who gets brought down by the knife. This time Kesnet says, I've got better weaponry to make this deep dive. And B is all open.
Great entry from him, but look at this. Drone to re-clear B main now. There's going to be a huge brawl here late in the round.
It's going to give up the game. They're going to know Lever coming. Here comes Mazzino, flash around the corner. Does he know there's 3 though? How could you? Tex finds another. Shy gives himself away. And now the lockdown is going to be an issue. Shy eventually gets brought down. And Com makes it very clear that he wanted Klaus more than dead. Kesnet will have to play outside of this for now. Spike already down, of course. Kesnet back to the side, doesn't get spotted on the cross, apparently. Saw a TP there by King over towards Speedway, wants to try and find the angle. Kesnet is running low on Silverware. He would have had to have been a headshot to clean it up.
Look at those little baits from King just jiggling out to get those limited knives out of Kesnet's hands. That's so nicely played. TPs as well, just to get to calm so they can play together, trade each other out if Kesnet did happen to get that first. So nicely played here.
An odd situation to see here in B main.
I mean, bizarre. Maybe you'd see that, 10 seconds into the round. I mean, even that, you're not going to see 3 people in the corner. That is bizarre. Lev firmly in control. Fantastic half.
So much talk about Leviathan's road here through stage 1, but I'm curious to hear what they think. Let's get a quick word from Mazzino and hear about how he feels Leviathan has progressed this stage.
Yo creo que obviamente estoy muy feliz de cómo hemos evolucionado como equipo y como dije anteriormente que encontramos como nuestra forma de jugar, nuestra como identidad y estamos como congeniando cada vez más. Y algo malo que diría yo es que como intentar que no se pierda esa como conexión que tenemos entre nosotros, que a veces como sucede que se pierde.
Something we heard a lot from Leviathan is that they all sort of kind of had to come together and decide how they would play as a team. They brought different ideas, but ultimately it was a clean slate. And we saw them easing into this, right? That game against, C9, for example, that sort of made us question whether this was the super team they were rumored to be.
Absolutely, and it was honestly jarring when suddenly a week or two after you're looking at the team, it's like, wait, these were the guys who lost to C9?
Yeah, the Sentinels game, right? That was the very next match for them.
And then the one against NRG where they just absolutely blew them out. LEV are just looking incredible.
Is that the Quebec boys down there?
I think it was. And
all right.
I mean, again, we talked about him earlier, but I have to draw more attention to Mazzino at this point. He has just been the guy that stepped it up. 17 for 8 right now on the KO.
This is why.
It is incredible. This guy has elevated his game so much for this team in the past few weeks. It's him, Ospas, and King. Those 3 that have just been at an elite level, and Tex and Com just doing what they need to do in those support roles. They haven't had to be the big-time fraggers for this team. You definitely don't need to be when Ospas is going plus 40 in every series. Just give him a little bit of setup, guys. You'll be fine. But here we are, 9-3, Crew swapping to defense, must-win pistol round.
All right, let's see this proactive defense now in action. Because Leviathan have set quite the pace for this Ascent game.
Targets destroyed.
Into mid we go for Leviathan. There will be an alarm bot that was invested in by Shy. Tex did not do so on their pistol on defense.
And instantly that turret that watches B main, broken by Crew. Alarm bot in mid, broken by Lev. So both teams a little bit starved for info at this point in the round. And re-clearing B main is what Leviathan are going to opt to do with this drone, hoping to draw rotates attention towards the A side going through tree.
He's getting it. Klaus is inching his way down grass here. So there are 3 players for Crew posted up on this A side of the map. And really, just Kesnet here to take this contact. He attempts it, dash away now back into Boathouse as the reinforcements have to be called. Blow the horn of Gondor, brother. Nicely done. He eats Mazzino all on his own. Just good for the one as Aspas is able to answer. A couple players get lit up by the recon there and Klaus will capitalize.
Now common main perfect flash should be dealt with easily. 4-on-2 now, both players backside.
Back to back, it's King and Aspas, as it always has been. Another beauty from Aspas here, and King wants to get involved, and he does! How have they turned this around? Klaus has to solve it!
Joking! There's just no way.
Bo, you better get up early in the morning if you want to take a swing at these 2.
There is just No way. I remember all the way back last year at the beginning of the season, there were so many players early on. They were like, this King guy, he's the best player in the world. He's owning everybody. And this year, Aspas owning everybody. And King is just, and has always been for LEV, an absolute star. But this is just unreasonable.
That's
this is just outrageous.
Yeah, the Aspas, look, listen, he's more like that Wi-Fi kind of guy, you know, ain't trying to reach over. But this is backbreaking for KRU. Look at this score.
And they're taking a risk here, a bit of a risk. It's 3 sheriffs that they've got here. Shy, Kesnet, Heat. A couple shocks for Klaus. That recon's still available. They're hoping to swing things back with some kind of miracle headshot, some kind of big individual play, which obviously that's what KRU have been known for this entire season. You can never doubt them on the mechanics front.
LEV, though, might be intending to end A in some way or shape here. Based on where that spike has been left in. Klaus, for some reason, pauses on this recon.
Things gonna slow down here just a bit. That recon is gonna go into main and gets a solid amount of information there for the KRU side. Spotted out 2 players, I believe. And that's actually gonna trigger Melser sending a smoke all the way over to B main. Kesnet's gonna rotate into the site there as well. 3 players now, and a deep knife is sent from Mazzino towards A. And it looked like they wanted to use it as a fake, but now they're going to use it to actually rotate back.
He may have seen everything there that he needed to. Recon over at 8 here, and they're trying to buy a little bit of time. Again, Melser wants to slow the attackers down, but King, unbothered, moisturized, flourishing in his lane. 0 point there. It should have been quite telling now for KRU as they don't have great anchor positions whatsoever, and Kesnet was punished as soon as he turned up in heaven. Klaus can be forced away. And how are KRU going to unravel this?
There's just no way at this point. They're going to be hoping to do some damage here. At best, LEV certainly going to be going to 11 on KRU's map pick, no less. And LEV only playing it once this season, losing a sloppy game to Cloud9.
Com, happy to take that challenge. He already had the shock loosed, as it were. Recon here as well could be refreshed, but the door is still closed. KRU here look a little sluggish as well. So only hit left, and he'd like to go down to the spike ideally and not seed over yet another ult orb, as Aspas already has 4 to his name here. And he'll get what he wanted at the very least.
Aspas gonna have that Vandal to bring into the next round. LEV on the verge of getting 12, so close. They can taste a victory on KRU's map pick here.
Winning that pistol, absolutely devastating.
What's even more devastating is the fact that KRU could only win 1 gun round on the entire first half. I mean, that's what's got them into this mess right now. Their defense is going to have to be just as good as LEV's, and maybe a tad bit better if they want to pull off one of the best comebacks we've ever seen.
Okay, KRU throw that one way out towards A main that's circumvented instantly by King. He wants that info. LEV's starting to get a little bit of step to them now. A little hungry to close this, I'm sure.
LEV went ahead and, oh my god, Tex just taps down Shy and B main. Does Kesnet face? He wants to trade it out, but Tex is not going to give him an opportunity. And right now, LEV are so aware that mid is pretty free. They sent a recon lower mid, and they had a knife into market. Neither got a single tag, so Aspas pushes up. Going to be holding this angle now. Looking to take a duel.
Plays off the angle, waits for the flash. Here we go! And he's just better! Klaus, though, raises the ante, completely shutting down that presence here for LEV through the middle part of the map. Now it's a little awkward for Mazzino. Unsure if he should be trending elsewhere. He's about to get some action, though, coming out from Catwalk. And Melser's too good.
Spike down mid.
Well done here from KRU on the verge of closing things out. They've got the spike down. Good rotations there on the defense, picking up those angles that they knew would be exposed. With Shy down, that turret and main offline. They had a feeling Tex may try to take advantage of it, but King with a shot right now.
Awkward. Very awkward. But there it is, KRU get themselves their second gun round on this map and extend themselves a lifeline to make something happen of this defense half.
Goes without saying how much needed, how necessary that was for the KRU side. Not an ounce of momentum for these guys whatsoever. have to get into this game mentally, have to start heating up, feeling themselves with the aim as well, which has never been lacking this entire season, but we have seen LEV dominating them on that front from round 3 onward. It's been Mazzino and Ospas in control of the mechanics game here. Early knives exchanged over on A, nothing spotted for either side. King TP is across, gaining some control on this part of the map, and it's on the B side where KRU are going to gain their control.
There might be a play here through tree this time around for Leviathan. This aggressive take of the extremity! And Tex! Faster on the 6-shooter!
And that might just be the nail in the coffin. Heat here on the A site. Gonna have to go crazy. Melser as well. Maybe they can set up some kind of crossfire. They're trying to do as much with Heat focusing his attention here on that A main side, and Melser all the way playing backside, back behind Dice. They're gonna have to make an absolute miracle happen. Tex really putting the nail in the coffin there.
Might be about Shy, making something happen in mid. But for now, it's Leviathan making their way through. They do light up the KO with their knives. Mazzino at the 4 here. Some span through the water fight. Keeper Bells already fell down, and KRU are getting toppled. Leviathan take themselves to match point, facing down limited resistance.
The second KRU went around. The second there was just the smallest drop of hope for the team, just dashed away immediately. Tex locking down that flank. They've taken a timeout now, but I mean, does too little, too late do enough to describe this situation right now for KRU?
I mean, especially when you're looking at stuff like this, there's the expectation from Leviathan that KRU will try and overload an extremity. Get some information, something. And they're ready for it.
I feel like you can just even see on Kesnet's face there. I mean, you can just see, well, that really tells the story of the game so far.
Yeah, you gotta earn his respect.
The speed at which Ospas began to lounge, but on Kesnet's face, I feel like you could almost see it wasn't a frustration, it was just like, yep,
rueful.
Seems about right. That's how it's been going so far. And sometimes with these games, you know, when you get washed, you just gotta go, you gotta just take it on the chin, go backstage. All right, we just gotta go from here, win 2 in a row, try and completely erase that one from your memory. Sometimes what can you do? I mean, we're just in unreal form on this map. You gotta hit the mental reset. They're gonna have a couple stingers, couple vandals, a sheriff into this final round. Maybe they can win this out, but I'm nowhere close to believing, Mitch. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm far away from believing.
KRU here looking for a little bit of magic. They say it seeps out of the cobblestones here at the Riot Games Arena. They're gonna have to hope to harness it. Mazzino there, a nice cross map. Check wine, perhaps. Doesn't look like Melsa was clipped by that at all.
And Ospas, why not? Pops the knives, has his ult, has the judge in hands. And that's just obnoxious. The recon goes outside of B and does get broken, so, you know, aware that there could be at least one there. Oftentimes you're going to think it's just going to be that KJ, right? Not necessarily getting significant info on that at all. But now with this drone and the footsteps up B main, you're going to see Kesnet. He was backside A. He's going to fall off and start rotating to B. And it's all LEV's plan. In the meantime, all distraction from Calm with that Sova util so they could gather up outside A.
King and Com know KRU don't have the economy to ever get to that Odin stage, so they can be a little flippant with those forays into B, trying to sell that fake. We're grouped up in A main now. The wine is checked. And we're about to get off to the races, folks.
And Tex will be lit. One off his ult orb. He just picked it up. The lockdown is going to be in play as well.
Melsa, token attempt to buy a little bit of time, and it does slow Leviathan down. As we speak, Com is making his way down Cat, so there is the potential for a late pinch for him. And the lockdown now to be played off of. Oh, that's awkward! He's able to find him. The Stinger actually finds its mark there in an advantage situation. Kesnet stuck in the left-hand corner, though. Can't do anything about Mazzino, and the knives are now out. 3 players to work with for KRU now, and Klaus has already tried to get up towards Heaven. Spotted out by the recon. Unbothered by this, though, as he has the superior weaponry, no doubt about it. Heat is so low, Wyatt.
And the only Vandal in play as well.
Here they come from top side, the judge. Or is it Jury? An executioner for Aspas is the aim. And Crew taking their sweet time now, falling one by one, and my goodness! I call it a compelling matchup. On paper, it's true. But when the rubber hit the road, Leviathan, by far, the superior roster on a set.
Aspas and Mizzino just in stylish fashion make it look easy. How many, I mean, I can't count on both hands how many rounds that those two just straight up won for their team. Aspas's operator on defense, Crew could never find an answer for it. He was getting one damn near every round, it felt like. When they pushed into Mizzino, his anchoring always good for 2, minimum 3, 4. I mean, what a performance there.
There were moments for Crew to get into the game, but it did take about 6 rounds for Kesnit to get activated, right? That's tough stuff here. I'm curious, as we step away and hear from DB and the desk, what their thoughts are on how to diagnose this Crew looks a little bit green around the gills.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
El Levianeto tiene que ser KRU.
Here with Go Kid of Leviathan. I'm speechless about that map. That was clinical from your boys. I'm asking you both coaches the same question. What happened that map? How did you run with that?
I think it was a mixture of us knowing that they're going to pick it and having good prep, and the guys just playing amazing and executing everything perfectly and shooting really hard. So that was incredible.
Well, best of luck on map 2. I don't know if you need it, but best of luck.
We were expecting a banger, and don't get me wrong, there were plenty of moments to be excited about for that one, but more so if you're a Leviathan fan, as they walked away dominating out of map 1. That was KRU's pick as well, and you heard Gokev, the coach there of Leviathan, just a second ago saying, we had a feeling they were going to go into this map, and we were ready for it, and boy, were they ready, Mimi.
Yeah, they looked fantastic. Going back from no more cooking, playing the default comp, and executing on it incredibly well. I think KRU got good starts to a lot of these rounds, especially on that first half. They were getting into sight, they were getting opening kills, but in the late round, Leviathan was winning everything. Their retakes in particular were ridiculous.
Yeah, and they were ready for aggressive pushes after that pistol round. I mean, we saw KRU do the classic. You know, they wanted to fight in a spawn, and it worked. That's what gave them the first 2 rounds.
This round was nuts.
I feel like this round was so indicative of the game because it starts off with Kesnet hitting some nasty shots with the blade. That first one tap is lovely stuff, but then LEV turn around and in a man disadvantage end up winning this retake with Aspas and Mazzino going crazy.
I mean, it also helps, too, when Aspas is just, willing blades into people's faces.
Yeah,
I mean, look at this.
With 15 HP.
You know how hard that is.
It's insane. I mean, people can jiggle you. Anything can happen. He hit 2 of the most precise knives that he needed to in the moment with 15 HP to his name.
And this is the matchup that everyone was excited for, obviously so. And Aspas is above and beyond. And I don't think Kesnet had a particularly bad game or anything.
For sure.
I just think a lot of the same ideas that has been working for this team isn't. You see rounds where he's fighting into spawn, rounds where they're kind of over-peaking, taking these risks, and LEV is punishing it every time where other squads work. So I'm going to be honest, we brought up the KRU needs a humbling, needs to come back, learn from the mistakes, run into a tough opponent. That narrative might be real.
Yeah, I mean, you set the narrative, so.
Me making up my own narrative.
I agree with you though. I think it would be good. I want to see the #1 seed be 2 LATAM teams. I mean, I want that. So I'm definitely biased in this series. But you're 100% right. LEV were punishing KRU in every type of aggression that they had, whether that have been the post plants that they had.
Yeah, I don't see it as a KRU. Look, don't get me wrong. I'm sure KRU would have liked to have been able to, put a little bit more on the board there. But the reality is, man, is that you look at all 5 players in Leviathan, they were hitting. It was scary.
When you're dominating, when you're beating every team you play, and you're doing it in a dominant way, it's really tough to actually learn what's good and what's bad, and what your mistakes are.
Yeah.
It's always about, for good teams, how you come back from that loss and actually getting exposed for which of your plays aren't going to work against the best. And I mean, we saw that here.
I'm very glad you mentioned how you come back into this here, because obviously you will be needing to lean on Coach Adams. So let's hear what he has to say as we get ready for map number 2.
Here with Coach Adam of KRU Visa. Not only was that your map loss, that was the worst map loss you have ever had on Split 1. You usually, I believe, lost 11-13. That was obviously not that. I'm asking both coaches the same question. What happened that map?
I think it's been hard for us to find a rhythm, and a team like LEV won't give you space to breathe. But I think that the team is better now, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to do a better breeze.
Well, best of luck.
GB is just died, but I mean,
choking. Sorry.
This is a scary map, okay? Let's just set the stage right now with how Aspas was dominating with the op. On that Ascent defense, he was going nuclear with the op, getting first bloods. He was super confident, anchoring sites even.
Yeah.
So when you're going into a map like Breeze, where that's going to be even more prevalent.
Yeah, no, we're going to Breeze. A little sand went in my throat there, so got a little verklempt for a moment. Thankfully, we have an incredible production team that is bringing me water literally as we speak. In any case, though, there was something that he said there that I did want to point out, which was, him saying that, you know, LEV had that space to breathe. But I think it's important to note that LEV kind of took that space from them in a very aggressive manner, which goes to show that I think, yeah, you're right. KRU did need to experience this, and Leviathan definitely feels like they're on top of the world right now.
My worry is that Breeze plays in a lot of ways. It has a lot of similarities to Ascent, where I think some of these same issues can crop up. The way, in particular, LEV plays their defense. They have a lot of great util to deny plant and go for these fast floods, with Aspas following up some great utility from the initiator players. They've dominated on this map thus far, and those were the same win conditions they were finding on Ascent. So this is going to be really tough for KRU to dig deep and come back.
Yeah, we were talking about the 1-2 punch for KRU. KRU this, KRU that, you know, Kesnet, he. But what about Aspas and Mazzino? Mazzino went crazy in that map.
He did.
I mean, he was over Aspas for most of the game. It's just at that very end, Aspas took over.
And it's funny because for a long time, early days KRU, when they went on that run a few years back at Champs 21, the duo then was Kesnet and Mazzino. Those two were hand in hand.
That's so true. I wonder
Mazzino
what the
was
connection
playing.
is.
Yeah, he was playing like Sage and stuff back then. Those two were sick, but now they're up against each other, and Mazzino is just playing lights out. Why I was mentioning it in the cast, but compared to his performance in kickoff at the beginning of Split 1, this guy has come back and been so impactful for LEV in their kind of run back now. And as we hop into Agent Select, we shouldn't really expect any surprises.
Yeah, probably a mirror.
Yeah, just going to be default comp for both these teams, most likely.
Yeah, and again, I got to give the advantage to LEV here because, I mean, even Calm in that last map was firing at all cylinders on that Sova. His utility was on point as always, and, I mean, they look sharp.
Yeah, you know, mirror matchup going into this, not much of a shocker. You're definitely going to want to see KRU step it up here. They know they ran into the brick wall of Leviathan here.
Yeah, Heat and Kesnet, that 1-2 punch, they've got to be great if KRU's going to come back. And if they can't do it, Leviathan will win this 2-0 and lock the #1 seed.
Well, let's see if we can get to a map number 3. I'm sure the Riot Games Arena would very much like that. But let's find out and send it back to your casters. It's Uber and Wyatt.
I would very much like that too, Golden Boy, but that might be a bit of a stretch goal as it stands. We came into this game saying we have the two best teams in any region right now. By the numbers going head to head, who would have thought the gulf between them on that first map would have been so wide?
I mean, also, lest we forget, that was KRU's map pick, and they got absolutely blown out. And now we're heading to Leviathan's Breeze, where we last saw them against G2, a very quality G2 who took a map off them in that series, had it close on the third as well, ultimately losing. But it was against them that LEV won 13-6 here, started on D, got 10 rounds out. And listen, given the status of the momentum, the individual play we saw last map, hard to imagine we might not see the same unless KRU really turn things around here.
And you were going to see that from Aspas every time in that pistol round. Again, does Aspas with the Chad Sheriff buy this time around? He was 11-2 after 5 rounds against G2 on defense. Off to a good start already as Kesnet wanders somehow into the crosshair. Heats has nowhere to go. His LEV have this one on lock. That's about as convincing as it gets.
I've never seen a more effortless round in my life. They simply held the crossfires and got every kill. They simply played the perfect positions for each other. Got the player indoors to fly. I mean, I don't, what can you even say about this?
We need to see an inspired KRU on this map. Not just mechanically proficient, inspired to have a chance of putting a scratch on this juggernaut of Leviathan.
And so far, it's a two-dimensional flattened KRU on round 1. Kesnet buying up that Sheriff, trying to make some magic happen here. Aspas with the Outlaw on defense. He did the same against G2. Of course, Breeze with being such an open sightline map. Operators dominate here. This is their terrain, and similar goes for the Outlaw. So looking to get some of those long-range engagements, and if KRU did buy up anything, it can mess up their economy going forward.
Shy spotted there in mid. Aspas chooses that opportunity to spring forth. Easy pick off, takes a glancing blow, but he's able to get back to safety as Kesnet warned him away. Well, we know where the spike is now. Mid door is where KRU are now going to have to consider committing. Can't they amble onto the side, but already getting lit. Aspas swings that wall again, aggressive as ever. And King is the other side of that 1-2 punch. Com there, little awkward, but King will finish the round with 3 and LEV are off to the start they were hoping for.
Because at least with a couple kills at the very end there, so that Sheriff wasn't all for naught. But still, LEV, I mean, look at those positions at the end, how they're swinging for each other. They're so proactive. Calm rotating around to the other side of Pyramid while King is swinging upstairs. Osboss back yellow. I mean, they make it look too easy, and it's because it is too easy for them at this point.
And as we start to get into the gun rounds here...
I deserved it, honestly. Let's go.
As we get to the gun rounds here, expect to see really proactive defensive util from LEV to slow and deny plants. They don't want to be forced into those. They want to play ahead of it.
And already you can see this Outlaw from Osboss has put a spanner in the works here for Kesnet. He has no util outside of the dash because he needs a heavy armor. And it's just such a massive risk, especially when we've seen Osboss do this before.
LEV's defensive setup does often leave a couple lanes unattended. G2 were able to get some pretty deep lurks on them. Here we see Shy posted up in halls.
It's that tripwire backhauls to get the information. Overall, this buy from LEV, pretty poor, right? I mean, they're just going to come into this with 2 ghosts. They're not going to be buying up too much here. And they need to convert something, man. They need to convert one of these gun rounds. And already things have gone awry. Their entry down. I mean, because it has no smoke to try and play off.
No smokes, no dash, raw contact. Always going to get punished by an outlaw here. Here's the recon. Aspas completely unbothered.
In the meantime, though, that was all a distraction for the brunt of the crew force to try and work their way towards A, but it's just falling apart, folding like a cheap chair. This is brutal.
They
to
brought 2
watch.
ghosts into this round, Leviathan. It's all too easy. Class with a shock to work with. Catches the timing on combo, that's it. And then he catches them hands. King another 3K.
This might be the toughest test we'll ever see in Valorant of a team's mental resilience. This is just
with a ghost, like,
disastrous right now for Crew. Absolutely disastrous. And now LEV, economy out of control going into this because they had ghosts, for God's sakes, Mitch. So they're going to carry over the free Vandals as well. All of the players, 4 of them over 4K right now, 2 with 5K. I mean,
0-3-0s. This
God.
Kissy faces all over the scoreboard for Crew.
Kesnet picks up the Guardian, wants to be a hero, excuse me, stacked up towards A, or all of the crew forces with his late lurk in mid from Shy. Getting off some space off the Viper's wall. Kesnet trades 1.
King's going to be there, though. Sees the spike go loose and no opportunity for a trade. Aspas takes a sidebar. That's allowed Kesnet to creep up a little bit more, and he doesn't see the top of his head.
There we
3
go.
for Kesnet. Now we're cooking. Mazzino ascends the stairs. Still no plant yet, so some of that util will come to interrupt, but the blades are coming out! Kesnet explodes into the game with an I-Bite power race!
Finally, he's woken up, and sometimes that's what it takes to also get the mental online for the rest of your team. When you see someone stepping up like that, popping off, finally a moment of brevity and excitement for this squad.
That's the question for Crew. If you want it enough, this is what it's going to take. Beautiful stuff from Kesnet. What a way to get you up. And this is a team, they sort of talked, they said, we're really, I think Shy, in an interview, it was Melser, in fact, saying we're trying to avoid these passive, these quiet mindsets that we can fall into. This can help get them out.
And he didn't need it before, just carrying over the weapons from the other rounds, but it's Osboss now who is bought up with that operator. So dominant on defense on Ascent, just that last map, and Breeze obviously with the big sight lines. The weapon here thrives.
Clearing some trips. Still 1 left in place there for Tex. Playing inside the Cybercage, gets a light, but Kesnet a little bit too fast. Starting to run rush shot over them here on the B site. Looks like Mazzino wants to peer in here from around Berlin. And they will allow a plant for Crew, and he will hold this line.
Finally, this team is awake. Some signs of life here, some fire into this round. A fast hit onto B. We haven't seen a lot of it, just big explosive hits from either team so far on their attack sides. Things a bit more slow-paced, monotonous at times. The Crew with some explosivity. Kesnet 2 first kills in a row now. Finally, things are rolling for this team, and it feels like we might be getting a real game on our hands.
And he was over that B site like moss on a rock wire. He wasted 0 time getting in. That's the kind of fast hit that was conspicuously absent from KRU's playbook on Ascent. And walked through some smokes on the A main. It was ugly stuff. And this has prompted a 3-gun save for Leviathan.
And they realize now, too, that Aspas has an operator. He finally fired a shot off. He had it over at the A site, where obviously there was no action to be seen. So it was possible they were going into this round not even knowing that he had it. But given that final moment where he fired off one of those bullets, they're now aware and are going to have to play around that. LEV able to get up another full buy here. King with the Viper's Pit. Might just want to let that one go and B main to lock down that space of the map. That's a commonplace for it if you're intending on using it early into the round. There'd be a trip for him to play off there as well that was just given by Tex, and that is going to be the case. And he just has to play behind that trip, and B is essentially on lock.
Tex has already started to drift over there, a cam to peek down halls. The KRU have left empty for the time being. They want to group up here over towards this A side of the map and are aware that Aspas with that operator will be controlling mid.
Here.
And that wall in mid from King is going to be a bit troublesome for Shy, the lurker, to work around as the rest of KRU gather up for the A hit. We'll see if Shy can find the timing. The wall is down, the drone is in, and now Keston trying to get some space onto the site.
Okay, actually coming from the left-hand side here, catching Mazino with utility in hand. Com Flash there, forced to back down the stairway. He gets lit up again. Now that Util's getting into the back of the site here. Shock ignored by Heat as he stepped up after bringing Tex to heal. Com did find Klaus low with that shock. But Leviathan here don't really have any step to this.
So far, Aspas, no opportunities to get a kill with this operator. We'll see if KRU want to hunt him down. I mean, at this point, look at their economy. It's out of control for KRU. They can afford to go for this, to try and take it out of his hands. And again, 3 rounds in a row now. First kill from Kesnet. He is awake.
It's fast hits with Kesnet throwing a variation in somewhere along the line. Bursting through that Viper wall. Caught Mazino this time around.
Closing in.
They want to get this operator out of Aspas's hands. But then had to be cold and dead for that to happen. And it wouldn't happen any other way. Shy takes him down, and King cannot cross to recover that weapon.
Gonna bring the Vandal over, but obviously the operator, the weapon of value. LEV are not gonna have the economy to be able to get one into this round, or actually, it might be possible if they work it in the proper way. We shall see, but again, it just comes down to Kesnet. Finally, this man is online. Him and Aspas, the 2 statistical best duelists in the world right now. In the best form we've ever seen them in. Both clearing their stats that they put up from last season as well, have elevated their game so significantly. And it was on Ascent that Aspas dominated, and now Kesnet running away with things 9-4, and it's going to force this LEV timeout.
And to be blunt, that proactivity we saw from Leviathan defensively hasn't really been there over the last couple of rounds. They will work together to re-clear some of these parts of the map in a way that doesn't use a lot of utility, right? It feels like here, they feel it's a big risk for them to do that. You saw like the Viper's Pit in B main. They passively then rotated Tex over to Horse through a cam down there, but never really encroached up on that A site. They gave space. They're allowing KRU that bit of levity to swing through from A, make a fast execute with a standard Viper wall, and then have Kesnet disrupt them as they try and play for retake.
It is a testament to how good these KRU site execs are right now, because LEV had them funneled into the A hit. They had the pit on B so they don't go there, op in mid so they don't go there. They hit into 3 players and absolutely dominate their setup. We'll see how things go now. And I was waiting to see, Aspas is going to go for the glass cannon operator. He just barely had enough to buy it up. It's gotten not an ounce of value so far, and it looks like it won't again because he's on B, and it's another fast hit here from KRU. Actually, I say that too quickly myself. The knife denies them just temporarily, turning some of that utility off. Klaus is going to get his Hunter's Fury online. Heat's null command. They have big ults to play with here for a site exec. But Look at this. The Cypher setup is here on A, and Tex is far away, so the trips don't actually get turned off.
Okay, Aldrome brought down. Hunter's Fury. Keyed up here for Com. Checking some of the common locations. He does get lit for a moment, and that is all the King needs to swing for 3. That might be enough. Com here going to give it a little bit of room. Kesnit with the spike drop back in B main. It might be Shy that has to go and find that. There's a trip and he knows it. He's cleared that out. Now Leviathan know all they need to. That Shy has converged upon A to join Kesnit.
Trying to give some space for Kesnit to get the spike, and he does just that.
Spike
They have
planted.
2 cross positions here. Shy is actually going to go all the way back around and try and get into A main to help Kesnit. Can he do it in time, though? Look at the pressure. The recon revealing his position as well.
He has time, Wyatt. He's going to get there. A lot of these shocks coming through, but Tex swings one on Kesnit, and now it's all on Shy. And it's not parted for him. Aspas gets value out of that glass cannon operator. We suspected he'd struggle.
Such a heads-up defensive setup from LEV with Tex playing all the way over on B. They saw Heat had the null command, so he's playing away from the trips so they can still shut down that push. Did exactly that. Just such great awareness from the team there on the defensive side to finally claim a round after a few strung in a row for Crew.
The time buy here for King White is massive. That's what really allows the rest of Leviathan to be in place.
Finally, someone that understands
Oh,
my
wow.
Oh, wow. No way.
Ospa's happy to just finally get a chance. He's been AFK on the other side of the map. He's gambling the wrong areas of the map in the last few. Finally had a chance.
And he had to haul Keister to get there.
And this drone gonna spot out Shy now, so you have to imagine the rest of the team most likely on a different part of the map, and Ospa's gonna take advantage of that to get a deep angle here. Shy might be in trouble. Trying to push up even further now are Ospas and Tex.
Okay, that's what it takes for Aspas to find his. He was traded out though. Somehow Aspas gets away with it.
That trip causing some danger. He really could have gone down there. Oh my God, King almost threw his life away there in main. Just running straight into Heat. Look at the crew position, and Kesnit has managed to walk all the way down All's gotten behind because Tex was down, the trips weren't active.
Yeah, they left the lane open, exploiting the lack of Cypher. Mazzino at least able to try and right the wrongs here, but he's low. Yeah, that Snakebite, he had to back away from awful quick. Another molly to key it up. If he finds more value, even just damage here, he'll be pleased. And a full kill for Mazzino at 6 HP. He's got so much to do. And he's more than happy to step up. Again, Aspas gets there.
Have to be. Who is this guy? Where was this man earlier in the year? I mean, unreal play from him, stepping up for, I don't know, the 30th time in this series. Again, the anchoring from him, the defensive play on Ascent, it was sublime. A little quiet to begin, but he just shouldn't be getting away with it at 6 HP.
Unreasonable.
Oh my God. Crew, though, their economy good enough for another buy. They've got great ultimates in play here as well. Hunter's Fury for Klaus. Melser with that Viper's Pit, and it's Kesnit. Maybe his 4th, 5th, first blood of the game. This guy, he is heated up.
Able to punish that aggressive foray from Leviathan. A crucial double for Kesnit, no pun intended. And now that B-side is essentially wide open behind these Viper walls. Mazzino might want to pop through here. Flush Heat out of that corner. This could be good for a freebie. Heat's able to get over and no one else is watching the line. One-sided. Now it's just King with no reason to challenge this.
Just going to fall off. Only 150 credits to his name. Crew able to retain all of their guns into this round. Flawless. Kesnit. The first kills have just been so outrageous from this guy. And it's just these fast hits on Ascent. Things were very slow for them. They were really taking their time. They weren't as explosive in the way that they are now. I mean, saying they weren't as explosive doesn't even do the difference justice, frankly. I mean, they were...
it's coughing baby hydrogen bomb difference,
It really is. They were dull on Ascent attack and are electric here on Breeze. totally different team. Things started in such rough shape, and it was that Kesnet ace that suddenly just flipped the switch, and the mentality has been so different since then. I mean, come on.
There's two players, it's a double swing, and there's an operator involved, and Kesnet still wins out. That is beyond unlikely. It's about time to talk about this, though. Leviathan need one more round to secure the top seed in their group.
Watch this.
And we've got Aspas popping his knives, walking down. Kesnet taking that first engagement, another first kill. I mean, it is out of control. It is absurd, but Aspas, they're not aware that he's pushed up, so he's going to be able to trade one back and just barely slips away. Going to retain this 4-on-4 now. Chaotic beginning, but now KRU, they're just steadfast in their positions. Heat taking some space up mid.
I got the spike.
Kesnet here, just creating opportunities, materializing them out of thin air. Nothing but some buttons and pocket lint, creating gold. Not this time though.
Spike down.
Com transmutes him to dust. There'll be more action here. Oh, okay, I think Com trying to turn a flash there. Isn't able to cover Heat's position. So now we're even on numbers, and the spike is inexorably heading over towards B, where Aspas lies in wait.
Wall gonna come up from Melser, so not gonna be able to get any help from other parts of the map as Aspas with it all to do if they go for the hit, but they don't. This is all a fake, a ruse. They put up the wall to try and draw rotates, and it's going to allow Shy. Look at his position all the way at the top of the map. Gonna be able to cut off the people rotating back, see if he can get the man advantage for KRU here.
They have to imagine someone is waiting here. Shy gets the drop on Mazzino though. And Aspas denied an opportunity to make a trade of it, but it's all down to Melzer now.
Enemy remaining.
Who's able to get the plant. He can take an early fight from King if he can get it. King has no intention of offering it that easily. Aspas, you see him dash across the sides. He's good for it from long range.
I mean, this Aspas is inhuman. How does he do this every single round? I mean, I'm seeing him in spawn in that 1v1 against Shy, and despite how incredible Shy has been, it's just, you're just expecting Aspas to win these situations. 9-4 right now. What has he been like, plus 30 in every series this year? By far the statistical leader of every player in every region this year or in the history of VCT. I mean, I can't stop saying it because it's just outrageous. This guy is in form that we've never seen from any player in the history of the game.
We've seen world-beating performances before, right? Second in Madrid, incredible showing. We've seen it from every region, but the consistency that Aspas has been able to bring, that's on a different level.
Camera taken out.
Luckily for KRU, their economy has been pretty rock solid, so they can buy up here again. And even if they lose, they'll be able to buy into the last round too. Now, they've been sitting on this Klaus Hunter's Fury for quite a while, so we'll see if they finally get an opportunity to use it in the post plant. Trips broken by the shock and the exec off the back of it.
Kesnet wastes no time. He get into grips now with his B side. Here's that Hunter's Fury. And it lines come up pretty nicely. Klaus not able to finish him, but Com's going to get aggressive behind that wall, and Heat is brought down. Snuffed out. 3 left for KRU to make their way through this doorway.
One enemy remaining.
It's just Melzer again. Do they know where he is? They line up for him. Leviathan here start to take KRU off the boil bit by bit.
Last round.
The pace there from LEV, we've seen it on both maps now, how fast they are at getting back in there on B. That execute, it felt like it was slower than the, you know, than the pre-take, than the flood back in from the LEV side.
Got interrupted.
I mean, just the pace on this. King was ready over by Arches, makes his way in. Just fantastic play from LEV there.
Body in the middle of the execution. I love that. I love that.
Com able to do very well there to find a timing to disrupt the attackers.
I mean, what is this position from Aspas? He is going to fall off. The pit is going to control A main. And if there's one thing I've been so impressed with by LEV, it's that they are mixing up their defensive setups every single round. It's a different look on different maps. I mean, the level of detail that they have in their game on the defensive side is so impressive at the moment.
KRU here now, starting to extend into mid. We've not seen this variation from them quite yet. Since the pistol, in fact. See this every now and then mixed in on those ecos, but they have the guns to back this up. Oh, Tex though. Sharp shot. Kesnet with the knives out is brought down.
And that's going to force them back into A, where they're going to have to contend with the Viper's Pit from King. He's only got the Judge in his hands, though, so obviously long-range fight's not going to be an option. And trying to make some noise with Crew like they were going A, but Ospas heard that. He was close by. He heard the footsteps. They know they're going back to B right now.
I think Mazzino also knows something is afoot here. Some shots through the wall. I'm going to back away behind some of this utility, and there it is. Klaus! His head goes rolling. Tex doesn't care if he's lit. Meltzer trying to salvage. Shy gets involved now as well, but it's all down to Shy. Spike to hand, and he has the info about where Tex is set up. That cam had to be swatted aside. Still no chance to plant. We're down to 12 seconds left in the round, and this is buying time for King to get set up for a crossfire. At some point, he's going to go for it. Leviathan bring him down to earth and get themselves 8 rounds and a half.
The anchoring by Tex is just so good, and it's a totally different setup from LEV that Crew were just not prepared to work around at all. Those deep sight anchors on B. King left them the wall there to play off of 2 if they needed it. You can see he put it up there. It's just so detailed from LEV. So impressive.
Damn! You're doing like the salsa! Okay!
Hey, he's getting his shoulders in on the action.
He's just the vibe. He is the vibes merchant right now for LEV.
Well, things must be going pretty well on the Com household. Speaking of which, we're going to find out more. We're going to head down to Elizabeth with Com's fiance.
Yes, I'm here with Com's fiance, Madison. First thing I have to ask you, is he always like that? Just saying he's about to do a salsa, that kind of like energy?
Yeah, Corbin is always pretty goofy. He likes to keep the energy up. So I'm really happy for this LATAM matchup. He was super excited, and he keeps up the hype for the team, so I'm happy.
Would you say he's like the vibes merchant of LEV?
I think they're all a little bit of the vibes merchant. I think Com starts it out sometimes, but they're all pretty vibey.
All right, so we were talking, you play a little bit of Valorant, just a little bit. When you are watching these games, you know, having the knowledge of the game, is it just so much more stressful because you understand like, oh no, like the timing or the rotate, something like that?
So I'm only bronze, and
that's okay. All ranks are valid. All ranks are valid. That's okay. It's a bell curve. Plenty of people are bronze.
I do understand a little bit, but of course, Com knows a whole lot more than me. But watching Com play, I'm probably stressed every single minute, every single second of the game. Even if they're winning, like 11-6, I am stressed, or 11-3, I am stressed. But I'm just happy to support him and see him live his dream.
Well, they have officially secured the first seed. Despite the game is not over, how does it feel now that you're watching this game? You're like, oh, well, they kind of secured it, but they haven't won. They haven't secured it, but they haven't won. Is that stressful, or is it kind of an easier time right now?
I think for me, I'm a little less stressed since they have the first seed, but I'm also pretty excited. Com is hoping that EG makes it because Jogimo is his last one on his list. But love you, Jogimo.
Oh,
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Let me explain. Corbin is still needing to beat Jogimo of his last X.
So we'll find out soon. But Casters, we have a tight game to get back to, so please take it away.
Yeah, no, not like a nice list. It's actually a death note. Just to make sure we're on the same page there. Leviathan already have locked up that top seed in the group. Now it's about settling the score.
Look at the weaponry on them. 4 ghosts and a sheriff on LEV. A couple sheriffs for Crew as well. 3 ghosts. I mean, it is Breeze. This is basically, you could rename it to The Range, and that would be apt.
It's just Valorant. Why? It's all about a gunplay. Only weapons kill.
That's what I've heard about Project A. I still don't know if it's true. I don't know if I believe that, Mitch.
Heavens.
Crew, man, they had a run there for a moment on their attack side. The thing's slipping away. A pistol round here would be massive for them. It was LEV that won the first, converted the bonus as well. In dire need of it, our Crew.
Let's see if Kesnet getting involved in that defense side calling can move the needle here for Crew. Meltzer about to get some action. Okay! Getting more than he bargained for there, for sure.
Quick rotate in from Kesnet. Heat picking up the angle on main.
We've got a lurk up pulse here. Let's see if it ends up being relevant. Tex is trying to get there. And King brings Heat down. We'll have to plant behind this Viper wall here, or is a late reflank from Klaus? Running to some of that Viper. Rather that util from the Cypher.
It's just so free. The HP is really low, but Shy is in so early, and Klaus. Oh no, he walks into a trip back there as well.
They know. They absolutely know. A 1 versus 3 for Klaus. The mastermind of KRU cannot thread the needle.
And at this point, Mitch, it just feels like any glimmer of hope they get, any little spark to try to ignite some kind of comeback here, some kind of fire within them, it just slips away, even when they had those 4 rounds in a row, spurred on by that incredible Kesnet ace. Meltzer gets 2 to top to begin the round. And
little off angle there. That's beautiful.
It's just falling apart. It's beginning to feel a bit hopeless for them, and I hate to say it. Kesnet's got a marshal into this round. Obviously, that weapon is great on this map. On so many of these rounds, Kesnet is going for these hero buys, these hero moments. He feels like he needs to be the guy to bring things over the finish line for them. It's happened a few rounds, but not enough.
It's as good as an outlaw against most of LEV here, if you're hitting those headshots. All right. Com knows exactly what is awaiting him there and takes the body hit. Kesnet also, they're quite low after that exchange.
Stacked up on the A side here, our KRU, but they're going to begin to fall off. They're going to take a risk moving towards B. The cam is about to get broken, which is definitely going to trigger the idea that the execute is going to be coming in here. LEV taking it a little bit slow, but they are going to work into the site, at least with text, but it feels like they're giving themselves the option to fall off if they need to.
He's big. This is a big flank here from Heat, and he sees the spike go loose as well. Now you're feeling pretty awkward if you're Tex. Caught between a rock and a hard place. And he's only good for the trade. Now he could be absolutely bloody anywhere.
And what
I hope Aspas has his infrared sight
30
on.
seconds left.
How did he find that timing? Aspas with an opportunity. Gonna have his dash turned off here. He's trying to get the swing onto Heat. This tight angle with the scope weapon.
Perfect. LEV still with 2 to play with and a bit out to recover the spike, but they've got to make a quick hit, and KRU are not leaving the B side. This one's about to get messy. If you're squeamish, you might want to be looking away. And again, what's the point? You've got the weapons here. Why throw them away?
Just no time at all. So much of it wasted. It looked like LEV were trying to keep their options open at B by giving space for Tex to just walk in alone. Nazino wasn't fully committed with the spike in yet, and at the same time, it's because they had King all the way over on the A side. He was getting some space, and then they decided, yeah, let's fall off, but Heat just found the perfect timing, the perfect flank. And maybe this is the spark. Maybe this is where things can kind of start rolling for KRU. I mean, we've been waiting for that moment. We thought we had it on attack, but it slipped away, and they need it now more than ever.
Heat made his own luck in that last round.
Revealing area.
KRU here now want to pivot off of that. This time we'll have that Viper Cypher set up over towards B here. Klaus. Yep, okay. Well, I think someone's in halls.
Yeah, Klaus is not going to be risking peeking into that one anytime soon. Everything on A currently being watched by KRU, and it looks like they actually want to go for a play here into A main. Yeah, pop flash. Kesnet is going to get this space. It is going to force out the drone from Com to re-clear it, so, you know, a flash for a drone. We'll take that exchange. Some nice pressure there.
Knowing Kesnet, I mean, what's going to stop the guy from just trying to re-clear it again? It looked like Heat had already fallen back. We have a split, but mostly centered on this double door push, potentially.
Lineup now coming in from King with that Molly. Gonna force a player off of Tony Hawk, but no one is actually there. Backside is Kesnet on stairs. Is Heat now the crossfire setup?
Kesnet was ready for Aspas again. This is classic LEV. Make lots of noise. A main, try and sneak Aspas in, but the timing didn't favor them at all.
One enemy remaining.
KRU finding every shot. And King here. They'll be abdicating the throne in just a moment, I suspect. Not been given too much here. Oh, wait a minute! 10 seconds is not enough to make something happen here. That's big damage to the economy of KRU just as it was beginning to burgeon. Can you find any more for this?
Could be a timing with Meltzer here to do a little bit more damage.
That wall's going to come down. Not in time, though.
Oh my god. And that is of significance. Those players on crew were all at like 500 or so or below. So losing 3 rifles there. Really nicely done from King, who, I mean, do my eyes deceive me looking at the scoreboard here? Do I need a new prescription for my contacts? Is he 21 and 3 at the moment?
King is accounting for the vast majority of the action on the side of Leviathan. And hey, Mazzino did get the attention this time around. Kesnit, though, on his little elbow boost. Favored by both Jet players in this game. And again, that defensive proactivity, right? 2 players. Clear some of those angles.
Nicely done from crew, and they're just going to fall back, play passively. They have the Cypher set up here, the wall to play off of. And also King, he's 21 and 3, but what a stand-up guy. He gave the Vandal to Osbos and took a Guardian. Even still, he's going to give it to Osbos, the star duelist. What a guy. Kez and Klaus re-clearing, but walking into an angle.
Player standing.
Come over to get pitched to 1. Eventually Aspas as well will be brought down. Crew closing the gap here round by round. A little bit awkward with what King did to them in the previous, but they're still going to be able to build up that bank. Lev now finally the chance to buy in and disrupt this comeback.
And you mentioned it, the defensive, aggression there from crew.
It's a trademark.
Paying off. It really is. And a lot of it's not really spurred on by big utility plays. It's just a simple pop flash here or there, or oftentimes it's just 2 guys swinging from different angles.
One swing close, one swing wide.
Yeah, they love going for plays like that because they have the mechanical skill to pull it off. We've seen that this season from all 5 players. Kesnit going deep, but forced to fall back due to that KO knife.
Yeah, he would have wanted the mobility to get out of dodge if he'd committed. This will allow King to simply post up and guard any forays on the defenders down mid. The crew have given most of it up after being stave off after that early push. Com now clears mid, and they might look to capitalize off this space.
And look at how deep that drone was from Com. I mean, neither drone spotting any players out, but Lev relegated so far back on the map, they had to do that from bottom mid, but Osbos is now going to try and take the space off of that with a minute remaining on the clock. Spin Tex watching over towards the A side with his tripwire setup. Now going over to B, or Lev, with Osbos taking that late position in mid, trying to catch a rotator perhaps, a little bit of a backstab.
Very much embedded. And because crew are playing for a retake here, this could be an extremely powerful spot to play from. The chips need to fall the right way, though, and Aspas isn't ready. Shai makes his way in a tunnel briefly, and he strikes gold. That's Johannes Fury now. Into the post plant with Leviathan, with 2 players out towards B main still. Here come crew.
Look at that utility coming in backside. Really nice from crew. They're trying to spill out behind that wall as it goes down.
Down to 3. Now with 2 players coming in from B main, and King's not ready for it. They don't have eyes on the flank. That was awkward. Kesnit drops to the ground, lifeless eventually. Tex! Unbelievable Tex!
Every single time, there's a glimmer of hope.
Fastest gun in the West.
Oh,
make no mistake.
God, every single time, something goes right for crew. Dashed away by Lev again. Texas play on Breeze so far this season has been very good against G2. Stepped up massively on Cypher. And again now backside. Just a little grin, a little salute, a little wave. How can I get 2 extra?
A little bon voyage. Yeah.
Oh my God, man. This team right now.
Hey, let him hang, King. That's what I'm saying.
Can just do no wrong.
Okay. So yes, Lev have definitely disrupted crew once more, but looking towards the economy, crew have still a full buy to work with here and a chance to take the timeout to formulate the plan here. What do you say about a side hit that gets derailed by a player going absolutely nuclear on you? What's the takeaway?
You just have to, time to refocus on the next round and come up with a game plan. And part of that, I think, is going to be because the economy was good enough. They're finally going to get an operator online here. And yeah, that is going to be in the hands of Kesnet now, who's, typically we've really just only seen him rifle so far today. But given that the map is Breeze, picking up the op is a no-brainer when you're on the Jet. Heat has that null command as well to play around for a retake. KRU, though, compared to LEV, they really haven't been as varied in these defensive setups. This Cypher setup over on the B side has been mostly the same on these rounds so far. And LEV, they're going to be able to get an understanding of that. They're going to be able to know how to play around it.
Perhaps a little readable in that sense, our KRU. They've got that A wall up there that sort of shuts down the split and pinch onto that site.
Taking full control of A main, and Texas always had this trip over here towards A. It's never gotten pushed down or broken. Now this drone is going to come in and the B-exec off the back of it.
Aspas needs to be wary of the trip, but again, it's Shy. It seems to be his kryptonite on many of these fast hits. The rest of Leviathan instead want to group up towards Elbow. That's a big pick for Tex. Taking immense amounts of control of Halls, but can't get away.
And that was Tex taking advantage of the fact that, again, they're setting up 2 trips on B very often here. Aware of that, walks all the way down. But the pressure on Kesnet here is huge. He knows he's getting pinched from multiple angles.
Not enough time for him to respond. Cloud spotted out by this, but still able to face Mazzino down. T-pose on him. Spike drop there, and Com was able to recover it. Now takes a wide swing. They're both looking at bridge here, but Klaus is playing from under it. What can King do? We've seen him with some beautiful 3 pieces so far. He can't even cross. Melsa makes sure of that.
Nicely dealt with there from KRU. Good pace there, helping on to the A site. That's Kesnet with a big pick off, and that early A main control as well. That was a pretty solid round from KRU there. I like the early play. Really the only issue came from Tex. Their lacking of that Hall's info could have been their undoing, but a good recovery nonetheless. Only trailing by 2 now.
Just a foot peeking through there by Tex. Otherwise, very reasonable to Cybercage and open that door to get even more control.
And now it's going to be Leviathan taking their time out here late into the game. They're going to be on a full eco. But on to the next round is really what they're planning here. They're going to see what they can do on the eco, sure, but realistically, doesn't matter. For the next, they have Mazzino's null command online, and they have King's Viper's Pit. That's the 1-2 punch of take the site and hold it. Turn off that utility, hold it with the pit. Now, we saw last half how aware LEV were of playing around the null command when they were on defense. I'm looking to see if KRU are going to be doing the same here. LEV, in their case, they had the Cypher play on one side, and the actual setup elsewhere. Right, so he wouldn't get his utility turned off. We'll see how that's going to pan out now with KRU on defense. They haven't really been as dynamic as LEV so far. And again, it's this double trip set up on B, but now Kesnet is going to set up in Halls, which is where they got exposed on the previous by Alert. That operator is going to control the line.
Hero Guardian for Aspas here. Chance for Blade Storm, should an orb come into his possession.
And a different wall on A for KRU. Cuts off A main. Cuts off the door, cuts off mid doors as well, so can be pretty great for the retake here. Texas Cam is getting some good info. The drone is going to come in, and here's that split with the wall coming up from LEV.
A split wall cuts across the top of Orange here. Heat does able to face Mazzino down early. Aspas needs to find contact, and he got it, but not how he would have liked it. Heat with 3. Eventually brought down inside that null command. Now Tex and King have to put it together. Tap, tap away. Shy brought to heal. Now it's Kesnet, though, with those blades out. Bear in mind, King, no armor to speak of, even though he had a vandal to his name. And it's going to be a tough one to recover from, but he's able to find his 3rd. Now it's Melsa stepping up. King, no armor. It doesn't matter. One shot would have done it, but Melsa is quicker on the trigger finger.
I mean, so close. The other 4 KRU players sweating bullets watching Melzer there. They don't, after all that on the timeout. I can tell you LEV's plan on the timeout wasn't, guys, let's go just win on our eco. Wasn't really their first thought, and they almost do it. So scary, King, when he recovers that rifle.
Leviathan with that round. impose a virtual salary cap on Crew, at least. There was a Guardian brought up into that round, but Leviathan still have a lot to work with. Now that Null Command was still relevant. That was a close one. King again with a heroic performance. Yeah, look, I don't blame you, but...
Yeah, a bit of frustration. That's really the first time we're seeing it from Lev. Their energy has been extremely positive, very whimsical coming from Calm. That's kind of the first sign of frustration. And you mentioned that Guardian. It's because Ospas has his knives online here, which is going to be popping straight into this round.
Quite a fast hit from Lev, but Aspas is going to make enough noise to wake the dead here. 3 players going straight down halls. This may force Crew into some retake positions as they flash themselves out from the Cyber Cage. And yes, Crew are lined up here, right towards their spawn. Cyber Cage going to kick them there for now.
My question is, do they try to get in fast off this Hunter's Fury or take their time? And that question has been answered. They're slowing things down just a bit. 4 players coming from main, trying to work out of halls with this drone, are 2 of them, and Heat is going to be coming through the mid doors. It's going to be about this Hunter's Fury, flushing players out of the Viper's pit, or even better, getting tags into it.
He's that Hunter's Fury. Mazzino spotted, and they're able to bring down the KO. Now he's out of the picture, but the pit will remain. Economy by no means stable for Crew, though.
Big reflank from Tex in mid, too.
Can he find this now? It's going to have to be Zoom. It was watched! Kestit drew a beat on that well in advance. And now King has to find his way again out of this. It is too much to ask. And Crew have done it, evening the score here on Breeze.
Fantastic retake from Crew. T's crossed, I's dotted. The way they retook halls there with the drone to push out, regain that space, which allowed freedom for Klaus to go for this Hunter's Fury as well. And I mean, obviously credit for getting that first kill. And then Meltzer pushed all the way down. They just got to every position to pinch in and get different angles on the retake. So nicely done. 10-10. Finally, Crew, for the first time since winning Pistol on Ascent, a chance to get the lead in this game.
All it took was, a mere ace from Kesnet to start this resurgence. Now Crew are taking full advantage. Kesnet again, ever the audacious one. Peeks in the elbow. The Lev actually have this double face.
Oh, he doesn't swing that. What a maniac. Different setup here from Crew. They have the pit deep in A main and actually focus some trips. The cam over there as well. 1 trip for halls. And with all of that going on A, they're just going to let Kesnet lock things down with the operator on the opposite side of the map. And now Lev, having run into that operator, want to refocus their attention elsewhere. And it's going to be towards A again. Here's that lineup coming in, that molly to clear close fence. And there's going to be a drone, I think, from main. Actually, no drone for Comp. No, there it goes. He's trying to drone into main, get this tag now onto Meltzer so they can spam him down, but he's able to dodge it, keep the pit up.
They've activated Tex into halls now. Let's see how far he can get. Mazzino trying to get up on the stairs, but Tex has been brought down. Halls control remains under the Crew banner. Nice little tight angle there from Shire. King, no opportunity to intervene there. Cam will see it all. King faces him down, but only good for 1 this time. And Leviathan are slowly losing control of this game, if not already. Crew inch ever closer to that map point.
We're starting to see some good late game variation with these Crew setups. That was really nicely done. Risky peek from Kesnet aside. He was able to live after that early engagement, and from there the rotations for Crew, excellent. And it's a small thing, but Meltzer just being able to dodge that drone in A main in his pit is crucial to the round win. If he gets tagged there, he is getting spammed down. They have full A main control, but with him living, those Lev players getting into sight, they're immediately surrounded on all sides and now forced onto a bad buy. 2 Vandals, Mazzino, Ospas, 2 players who've been going absolutely crazy so far. The Crew finally with a lead.
An early double face there from Crew. Doesn't yield any information, but Kesnet will hold this line for now. Tentatively, Lev trying to find a way to work these 3 pistols around the double Vandal buy. Al drone. Don't think it's Salden behind that stack of masonry. And yeah, looks like A is still going to be a play. This one's going to come in real quick. Com trying to get ahead of it. And he does spot Kesnet with the operator in the back there. He has to reposition now. Cyber Cage to give Lev an opportunity to advance here onto the site. And you see them wanting to push through this Viper wall, but Klaus is trying to preempt it. He doesn't catch Tex. He's going to be there with the Sheriff. Kesnet wants to step up again, almost punishes Tex, but Shy also playing from between the pillars. It's Mazzino, they're finding two. This is huge. Crew with 2 players to work with now. And still a rifle on Lev. They're going to back away and play it all from A main. Tex and Mazzino, they're not quick enough to get away. Kesnet wants to spring forward. 2 rifles for Lev though. Kesnet low. They're in trouble here. Trying to double face this could be complicated. Melza, 1 for 1. Kesnet versus King. The 2 headliners in this game. Now for a pivotal round. Lev claw themselves back into it.
2 of the absolute best of Lat10 head-to-head in the 1v1. King, who's now 29-9 on the Viper. That is outrageous.
Standard though, isn't it, for him?
That is damn near illegal. I don't know how you pull that off. Incredible. And on the eco, brutal loss for Crew. Luckily for them, economy still good enough for another buy, good enough for another operator for Kesnet. And we're going to see with the setup now, him over on that A side. Viper wall coming today as well. The trip for Halls. Pretty spread setup here.
Oh, hang on.
For Crew.
Kesnet almost runs headlong into much of Leviathan's set up there, and they are pinging heavily just outside A main. They're aware there could be a close hold here. This might be another fast one.
That flash coming in. Can Aspas get some space off of it? Kesnet forced it back.
Heat though, he's going to try and hold the line in the meantime. Hunter's Fury getting fired off here. Com's able to find Heat. KO's out of the picture there. That's a big one. Kesnet somehow not being looked at by Aspas, at least able to trade it out, but Texas there again. Player advantage to work with for Lev, but Shy is going to get all the info. Okay, standard setups he sees here for Leviathan. The L drone that will spot out the location of this Cypher. They're going to swing past that snake bite. Melza gives no help from Shy. And Leviathan are 1 step closer.
It's crumbling at the very end for Crew. They've finally been able to keep this thing close. But Lev's A hits, they're just too good. Timeout going to be called now from Coach Adam.
Use it or lose it.
A man who you can't give enough credit to for what he's done with this team. A miracle there that Heat even gets 1, frankly.
They ping that close A hold. They know, or they expect that either Heat or Kesnet is right up there. And they had the perfect answer in the Hunter's Fury to get themselves a freebie. And Aspas run wild on A.
And in those past couple rounds, the op not able to get enough value for the Crew side. Kesnet wasn't really able to make anything happen with it. And not going to be able to afford an operator going into this next round. It's going to be all rifles for Crew. If they've got enough money to do so. I'm not sure if all the players can even buy them at this point.
I don't think Shy can.
He might just be relegated down to a worse weapon, but even still at the moment, no ultimates in play. But that being said, Klaus is just 1 off from his, which is going to be that Hunter's Fury. So we'll see if they're going to try and contest one of these orbs. Klaus has been playing quite passively so far. Obviously, you don't really need or want that Sova in the close engagements, right? That's going to be the KO and the Jet. And yeah, not going to be in position to get the orb, but we'll keep our eyes on that. If he can get a kill at some point here, that could seal the game for them. They won them around already with an accurate few shots from that.
If King gets 2 kills in this round, or in the rest of the map, he ties Aspas for the most kills in regulation time in a map in Americas. That is how bonkers his performance has been.
And of course, it's Aspas. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's Aspas' teammate that he would be tying. But this is it. Crew's flawless run here in stage 1 on the line. They have not lost a match yet. And Lev with a win here, firmly taking a stance as the best team in Americas at the moment. Arguably the best team in the world right now.
They opt to fold away from this wire, but Lev don't necessarily have any purchase on B. They're playing off this Halls lurk. There's no trip.
And that's been a problem on a lot of these rounds, but Crew aren't going to make that fatal mistake again. Klaus has his eyes on that, and they're going to have to contend with the Cypher setup, Lev. They go for this B hit.
He's rattling the cage, Mazzino over at B. How well can he sell this? I mean, he sold his soul for it, so he'd better hope it works out. Kesnet, though, is able to get deep here through A main. Crew in the advantage position by a good deal.
I love this from LEV. They're planting back pyramid. Oh, Kesnet picks off King in the back in halls. He was lurking there for so long. They plant back pyramid. They're trying to play forward. Like Tex, you can see him here, but he might get caught by Heat as well. These positions are so awkward. No LEV players' ability to hold for each other.
Aspas finding the one here, but where does Com go from here? There's too many angles to cover, and Aspas would have to go absolutely ultra instinct to save this round. But he may as well have a crack at it. It won't be happening. And Crew are going to force this one to extra time. King denied that regulation kill record. Leviathan now looking to fight in overtime.
That push out of A from Crew, catching them off guard, getting all that space, and of course the valuable information for the team to call some good rotates. And with that too, King just exposed. He has to deal with the players in front and behind, and it just left LEV in this awkward situation where no players could play off each other. They couldn't set up any reasonable crossfires. And now we're in OT, the two best teams right now in America's. Crew playing for that flawless run through the stage into playoffs. Leviathan trying to cement themselves as the best in the region. All Vandals here. No one opting for the glass cannon operator. We may see one of the, Jets on defense.
It is
opt
Breeze
to pick that one up at some point.
Tex here, of course, can see pushes up mid and to B main. Cam quickly cleared out. No mid presence whatsoever for Leviathan, and Crew already encroaching here through tunnel. And Kesnet's ready to dash in. He goes for it, trying to get ahead of the drone. Com can't hold his ground. Tex now has to fight from this back corner, and he's been fantastic from this place on this map. Another one will be massive, and he does get it. Eventually traded out though. Aspas and King now have to make it happen, but they've got a long walk to get to B. King's just going for it. Keep waiting, swings it. Aspas now with it all to do once more. Has his dash up. Into the smoke he goes. Doubles back for a moment to see if Heat has crossed through archers. He's gonna make it here. And Crew. What a great hit coming down tunnel. The dash from Kesnet.
A great double face at the end from Crew to lock that thing up, and really, that's what we saw the whole round, was just the fundamentals like that. The trades from Crew really nice there. Adding a totally different look on attack as well. That was not like any other rounds that they had played on their initial half. Just that slow walk up into tunnel for the split onto the site. So a new little layer that LEV weren't expecting. Still no operators in play. Kesnet's gonna have that Vandal despite using the op a lot in the first half.
Crew here looking to take us to a third map in this series. Pretty flawless stuff in the prior. Now they get to defend. Trips here pretty standard. I think the setup for Shy over on this B site should be able to be cleared by Util comfortably enough. No, actually they go ahead of it. Aspas gets caught. Okay, no punish. He slipped through, but only just.
They haven't actually broken the cameo though. There it goes now, but Tex spotted out. Great first kill. Drone is gonna come up now to try to get some space for Crew.
Aspas trying to go for a variation there. Rewarded with some damage on Shy, but nothing more. Shy wants to push through that cyber cage here, and Mazzino's already gone down. Aspas trying to wrap the right-hand side. Klaus not ready for it, but he got Kiz. And Crew are far from done. It all starts with a spark. It's a Kesnet ace to send them on a collision course with Leviathan. And a third map.
It looked like every single time on that map, Crew had a little bit of a chance. LEV would just steal it away the very next round. At a point there, it just didn't feel possible for them, but they bring it all the way back on LEV's map pick. Both teams now exchanging, winning the map pick of the others. And what a relief. We're gonna take this to Lotus, the third and final map, where LEV looked utterly fantastic against G2. And now, with this Crew that are awake, sentient, and alive, and with Kesnet putting up 27 and 16, you have to believe that they're going to be in this game, that the third map will be a banger.
I wouldn't have it any other way. It's time for a quick break, but when we get back, the analysts are going to warm us up for a map 3 decider.
El Vianeta tiene que ser quirúrgico para la
And KRU bring it right back, forcing a mat 3, and what a match that was on Breeze. Hello, everyone. Golden Boy here, alongside Baby and Mimi, as we break it all down. Lots of fun stuff to talk about there. And I think, it just makes the most sense. Let's just jump right into it and talk about Kesnet. The man was popping off. It was great to see. But this whole KRU lineup was cooking, man. It was great to see them really start to find themselves midway through that game, Baby Bay. And now here we are. We're going to mat 3.
Full momentum shift. I think for the first time in quite a long time, I've seen Aspas hold the S key and get ran down. So it was a sight to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was insane stuff from this KRU roster, right? I mean, they're coming out after a brutal map number 1 loss.
Yeah, they got destroyed.
They got destroyed utterly. And Adam was talking about it. The team felt confident going into the next one. But then it started rough here, too. They lose a flawless pistol round.
Yeah.
But then that ace we just watched from Kesnet was absolutely the turning point. He starts to heat up. And in that second half, they were just looking like a new team going on a massive streak to take it into overtime and pull things back. I think really proving that this roster can face the best. They can go up, they can get punched and rally back, and you see an absolute reversal in those stats from the first to the second match.
This has been insane. I mean, this is what we expected. I mean, when we watched that first map, we were like, what is happening?
Yeah.
And even on the second map, I thought that LEV for a second we're going to run away with it. And the back and forth battle and Kesnet just bringing it back, getting that ace and getting the momentum for his team.
I feel like we were even seeing some good stuff from LEV, like the round they go for like that deep hole split onto side. I felt like they were making some really good calls, but these late round post plants so consistently. KRU was coming out with some excellent synergy between these players and just some crazy individual moments to win out these retakes round after round.
Yeah, you saw the frustration on King's face in that 1-1v1, and he was frying. I mean, granted, a lot of the kills that he had were, exit kills.
But
I
still,
will say,
in the important rounds, you were still seeing those impact
that 1v1 with Melzer versus
huge.
King was insane.
I mean, he would have aced if he had won that round. It could have been a completely different story in the map.
Yeah, and
they were
instead
right
we
there.
saw boom.
They were right there. They were literally on the precipice of being able to win this and ending this series 2-0. But instead, you get KRU fighting back, and now they find themselves in this position here. You could tell, too, one thing that, I don't know if it's been stated enough, is at the end of that game, when they finally won, you could see the emotion, the excitement. You can tell that this KRU team wants to end this, Mimi, with a flawless run.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, they already have their number 1 seed locked. They're already into playoffs. And yeah, you're right. Leviathan
got
with
the number 1 seed, so we got what we wanted.
That's the thing. At this point now, KRU...
It's all pride.
It's all working out. It's all about pride. It's all about proving you're best. The flawless run for KRU. Or LEV just getting to prove they're the best from LATAM now. It's really that pride on the line. But you can tell both these teams are still so invested.
Yeah, well, it now comes down to one final map to determine who is the best of the region. This is going to be awesome. We're moving over toward Lotus for our final map of this series. Now, we got a little bit of time here, so let's go ahead and break down what fans should be expecting to see in this Lotus game, baby, because we get a lot of the jet battles back and forth, but now we're going to be mixing things up a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be the Battle of the Raises. That's the name of the game right now. And KRU, they're no slouch on this map. They're what, 2-0, you were telling me, Mimi?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't played this one a lot, but they did get a win early on against one of the Brazilian teams and then beat EG here, too.
Yeah, and EG's no slouch on Lotus. They usually cook on a map like this, everybody knows they won the championship on it. So to beat a team like that, I mean, that means something.
So this is going to be a fascinating matchup that we're going to see unfold here. I am curious, though, if, look, I mean, honestly, the question is who comes out on top here? Who do you, now we're at this point, it's a BO1. Who takes it?
I honestly think so much of this game is momentum and form, and KRU is so hot after that last win. That's been the defining factor of their whole season, right? Match after match. It's how they did their LCQ run. When this team is confident, when they're on a roll, they're really a difficult squad to stop. But also, Leviathan, I'm looking at Aspas on Raze. I've been more impressed with his Raze than his Jet thus far this season. And I think that their calling on this map has been great when we've seen them play it. I love what Mizzino can pull off on the lurks here. If there was a team to have confidence in, to come back and regain momentum, it would be LEV.
Yeah, but for the KRU side, like you were saying, when they do get that momentum, they're crazy. And you know who's been a standout for me? Somebody who a lot of players thought was really toxic in the scene, and maybe he was previously, but we saw Heat in that last map calm his team down and be like, yo, I saw him looking around like saying, yo, we got this. And it was like, I couldn't believe what I was seeing with my eyes.
He seems like a different player this season.
Kesnit's different, he's different. They all have a same track brain.
Well, it just goes to show you, like sometimes you just need a little bit of a change of scenario, change of location for you to be able to like find that rhythm, and Heat has done just that.
Yeah, sometimes you have to fly too close to the sun, get humbled, get dropped by the second worst team in the league, and then you come back and you look great.
A lot of people could use that.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, in your second year, it's been wonderful. KRU going back into that default comp, we shouldn't really expect anything different from Leviathan here either.
A mirror.
Shocking.
Mirror on the wall.
We've talked a lot about the duelist head-to-head, but I actually was super impressed with Calm in the early stages of this series. He's been the guy who, from the early failures of LEV to their recent success, has leveled up so much for this squad. But it all comes down to this. A flawless season or Leviathan getting to prove the best in LATAM as they head to playoffs.
Leviathan already accomplished the objective of getting that first seed, but the question remains, who is the best of Latin America? Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters to call the action for map 3. It's, of course, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yes, Leviathan essentially have locked up their top spot in the group. So in terms of playoff implications, it's rare lately to have a game that doesn't have any of those. But we saw on their players' faces. We saw it on KRU's faces at the end of their map. They want this win so badly. There's so much more than, seeding and numbers on the line. The amount of pride on show out there is immense.
I would have loved to have told someone who just finished watching last year's regular season, hey, did you know that KRU and Leviathan are actually going to be the 2 top seeds in Americas next year? Because, well, they wouldn't have believed you, and they would have been right to not believe you. This is a ridiculous world that we find ourselves in. Both of these teams so impressive this season. LEV beginning on defense on the Lotus, a map where they really blew me away against G2, who were more than a formidable opponent.
I love this. They've watched the footage. This is classic LEV to group with 3 and play that B main at the start of the pistol. KRU are waiting for it.
And the pace now that they're moving through tree, gonna play it safe. Get into that site, get the spike down. Only Tex to contend with.
Not too shabby. That's 2 for Tex. Going down immediately after, but gives LEV a fighting chance in this round. Mizzino. Hunter and Gatherer just getting his dinner. As well as an attempt. Unraveling this setup for KRU, but Heat barely a break in stride as he punches one through Mizzino.
Well done from Heat, the man who joined this team at the beginning of the stage. And a lot of question marks around him, KRU. Meager performance in kickoff, an odd roster move that was not one that they were even expecting. It was one that was kind of forced upon them, and he's more than rose to the occasion, more than filled into this team. And so everyone's surprised, frankly, looking like the missing piece of the puzzle on the initiator role. And now KRU carrying some momentum over into this game, winning that pistol. They're going for the multi-Vandal buy, so they have a more reasonable, stronger buy on their bonus round after this.
Playing for the Alt Orbs, LEV at the early stages on that A-long. Klaus here very non-committal about his A presence. He's about to get a high-low setup, rather. Aspas takes his head clean off.
And that's going to bring KRU to have to go back into spawn, weary of those players pushed up A.
They're going to re-hit that A now. But may have to spend some util on the clear.
He does have one Prowler, but they're actually just going to contact through. They're going to have to clear out back rubble, make sure that no one is hiding in this corner, which he's going to right now. They're going to make some noise, a lot of spam, and just fall off.
Oh, I love this.
Oh my God,
I love this.
Drawn them over like a moth to a flame. The entirety of LEV over on the A side now. The freest sight for KRU over at C.
The bounce back between these extremities, hard to keep track of as a defending team with limited information gathering capacity.
30 seconds
In
left.
we go. Lev, though, realize what is afoot right now. And King still pretty conservatively is making his way here on a later flank.
No real post-plant utility for KRU, so they're going to have to play crossfires, especially with this spike plant position. They can't play far back.
That was Mazzino taken down there back in halls. He'd having to fold around the corner away from the Prowler. It's going to be Aspas and Tex to fall. They know King is out there. There was an alarm bot that triggered his presence. Every contingency accounted for by KRU.
And look at this already. Heat is one ult orb away from the Nightfall. They could choose to fight over C-Mound or towards A. Get that into his hands and try to convert this bonus. And again, they had bought 2 Vandals on that round as well for the purpose of having a good buy on this bonus round with stronger weaponry than Spectres, SMGs. And if they get the Nightfall, they've got a legit shot of running away with the game a little bit here early on. Not to get too ahead of myself, but looks like LEV, they're going to go for some early mound control. That one-way smoke going to come up, and Aspas and Mazzino going to push pretty close in off of it.
Counter smoke there for the attackers, just to basically deny what that one-way would give you. Always look for Aspas on these defensive rounds. That's when LEV want to pop aggressively. Look at the cycle door. Everybody into tree.
So fast into sight off the Prowler now and the Paranoia.
King saw nothing in the end, and he's going to be caught outside of the play. Tex, the lone defender on A proper, was already taken down. King at least rewarded for his patience. But now 3 players from KRU shacked up inside A with Heat in tree.
And Heat's still 1 orb away from the Nightfall. If he gets 1 kill, it'll be online.
Some stairs presence now. Mazzino with the smoke over towards that A side. The Paranoia to be played off here with a potential explosion from stairs.